Chapter 1335. Lin Xian and the rest quickly arrived at the nearest S-rank force. The 5 forces here should have been dealt with by them. With a glance, other than Duan Lingxiao's team rushing towards the forces on their left, no one else came here. This was because they knew that coming here was purely a suicide mission. They couldn't compete with Lin Xian and the rest. So what was the point of coming here? They might as well go to other places. I wonder what kind of clan this is. Lin Xian looked at the territory in the distance. What did it look like? The surface of this territory was made of buildings, but they were relatively simple houses. As an S-rank force, they lived in such a place. If they could build simple houses, it wouldn't be simple. After all, S-rank forces had many heavenly venerables. As for the demon clan, as long as they could reach the heavenly venerables level, they could basically transform into human form. It depended on whether they were willing to do so. It took a long time to transform into human form. During this time, they would be in danger and very weak. This was also why many heavenly venerables and even great virtual realm demon beasts still looked like demon beasts. They didn't even transform into human form. That was because they didn't choose to transform into human form. This is the Snow Wind Leopard clan. Wu Yuhan looked at a ferocious snow-white leopard demon beast from afar and said, "It's a type of demon beast that can release cold energy. As a leopard, it's very fast. I've checked in advance. They're a demon beast clan that's more dangerous to IC City and the surrounding cities. The S-rank force's leader is a heavenly venerate, and his realm should be higher than ours. The number of heavenly venerables should be at least 10 to 20. Xiao Xinyue said, "That's fine. Lin Xian even wants to go to an SSS rank force." Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. "I say, you guys, no matter what I do, you have to scold me." Lin Xian glared at Ling Ying. This girl needs to be taught a lesson. He must find a chance to teach her a lesson. Then what's our plan of action? Morong Yu asked. It's just an S-rank organization. There's no need for a plan. The 7 of us will just go ahead and fight. An S-rank organization isn't worth wasting our time on. Lin Xian cracked his neck. All right. Then, the 7 of them walked towards the Snow Gale Leopard clan. Roar. A Snow Gale leopard outside the territory roared angrily at them, and then a terrifying blue energy surged towards them. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and easily blocked that power. Law of destruction. Boom! In the next instant, the blizzard leopard was annihilated. Who is it? There was a commotion here, followed by an angry roar from inside. One figure after another flashed out. Human? The person who spoke was obviously the leader of the Snow Gale leopards. He looked like a middle-aged man who had yet to fully transform. There were still some leopard patterns on his skin, and his eyes were the eyes of a leopard, similar to a cat's. It was quite scary. Then, his gaze landed on Wang Xintong and the other 6 girls, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't help but lick his lips. What beautiful human beauties. I can't bear to kill you all. The man licked his lips and stared at them with greed. Disgusting. Just kill them. Wu Yuhan said indifferently. There was no other way. How could these men who had transformed into human form not be interested in beautiful women? Not to mention beauties of their level. The demon race was the same as the human race. It would be fine if you didn't transform into a human. But if you did, you would definitely like a woman who looked like a human. You couldn't possibly like all kinds of strange demon beasts who hadn't transformed, right? Lin Xian checked. The strongest vegetable was a 7-star heavenly venerable. It seemed that a 7-star heavenly venerable wasn't weak. This was only an S-rank organization. At least, there weren't many 7-star heavenly venerables among the 250 of them. Lin Xian then said, "Stop talking nonsense. Just kill them." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 minutes later, they slaughtered this place and moved on to the next S-rank organization. In a short span of 2 hours, they had already destroyed 3 S-rank organizations. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao and the rest had just destroyed an S-rank organization. They've already destroyed 3. They glanced at their phones. The map showed that they had already destroyed 3 organizations. There's still 15 days left. Don't be anxious. Let's maintain our best condition. Don't let anyone get hurt. That's the most important thing. Duan Lingxiao said. Yes. Once someone is seriously injured, it will directly implicate the entire group. We'd rather be a little slower to ensure everyone's safety. Lin Xian and the rest are in such a hurry. I want to see how they're going to leave after destroying the 5 organizations here. On the other side, Lin Xian and the rest arrived near the first S-rank organization. It should be around here, right? Why don't I see it? Wang Xintong looked around. It's true. I don't see it. Xiao Xinyue looked at the map and said, it's around here. As an SS rank organization, they already have great void stage cultivators. There might even be more than one. Their territory definitely won't be too bad. Lin Xian said, let's look around. These are all investigated by human powerhouses. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Then, Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit and probed. This is Han Chushu had discovered something. Then, she probed in the snow and pulled out a human skull. Then, she hurriedly threw it out. Lin Xian glanced and said, there's an entrance on the slope in front. Then they walked over. This assessment was actually equivalent to an opportunity for them to grind their levels. Under normal circumstances, each of them would have to increase their levels by at least 1 star. No, at least 2 stars. This was because they were going to face a bunch of domain stage cultivators, heavenly venerables, and even great void stage cultivators. They arrived at the slope. This was a huge underground palace. There were 2 demonic beasts lying at the entrance of this underground palace. As the leader of a great void stage organization, you couldn't look at this place as an ordinary place to grind monsters. This was definitely an orderly organization. Law of Destruction. Lin Xian stood there and silently released the Law of Destruction. Then he instantly killed the 2 demonic beasts. They didn't even make a sound. They died silently just like that. This was also why the Law of Destruction was so powerful. Wind-chasing tiger. Murong Yu frowned slightly. This place is actually the home of the wind-chasing tiger clan. This wind-chasing tiger is much stronger than that snow wind leopard. But we still have to go in. Let's go. Following which, they entered the underground palace. Chapter 1336. In the underground palace, there were ice crystals everywhere. To be honest, it was quite beautiful. One had to be wary of the wind-chasing tiger. Firstly, tigers were relatively strong creatures. Any demon that was related to tigers would be relatively strong in the same realm and bloodline. The wind-chasing tiger's bloodline was relatively strong. Otherwise, it would not have been able to reach the great virtual realm. Most importantly, the wind-chasing tiger's speed was extremely fast. Speed was the only thing that could not be defeated in the world of martial arts. This sentence made sense. The Yao clan rarely had the ability to control space and time. To Lin Xian and the others, the greatest threat wasn't the so-called most destructive lightning or ice, but the power of wind or darkness. The wind-chasing tiger clan probably had this kind of power. It was not that they could not defeat them, but they had to be extra vigilant and extra careful. At this moment, in the depths of the underground palace, there was a very beautiful place. There were tables and chairs with all kinds of meat and fruits on the tables and chairs. All kinds of fish. There were even some internal organs. It was unknown if they were animal organs or human organs. In this large space, there were about 40 to 50 wind-chasing tigers who had already taken human form. At this moment, a middle-aged man was hugging 2 pretty girls from the wind-seeking tiger clan in his arms. They were drinking to their heart's content. Big brother, today is your birthday. This is a gift I specially prepared for you. A slightly younger man offered a heart with both hands. Oh, this is the heart of a human heavenly venerable. It's a great tonic. A few days ago, I specially left for the human race's Ice Snow City. Then, I targeted a heavenly venerable, assassinated him, and took his heart. The wind-chasing tiger elder brother laughed. Second brother, you're too kind. The fact that my wind-seeking tiger clan was able to reach such heights under Big Brother's leadership, and even advance to the great virtual stage with Big Brother's help, Compared to what Big Brother has done, what I've done is nothing but insignificant. Ha ha ha, reward. She'll reward you. Then, the wind-chasing tiger elder brother pushed the girl in his arms to his second brother. Thank you, Big Brother. Big Brother, when are we going to attack Ice Snow City? Someone asked. It's too difficult. Although most of the people in Ice Snow City are trash, they have a large population and many experts. It's only possible if I can reach the Heavenly Tao realm one day. If not, it's absolutely impossible. It would be great if Lord Demon God could launch an attack. To be honest, the human race's territory is really prosperous. It's much better than our place. It's hard to even find food in our place. Big Brother Hui thought for a while and said, this is the Monster God Temple's business. If the Monster God Temple doesn't give the order, it's impossible for us to do anything. But Big Brother, it seems that humans have been coming to the North Pole recently. What's the matter? Huer asked. I'm not sure. It seems to be some young humans. Humph, if they dare to come here and I run into them, I'll kill them. Hui sneered. Big Brother is mighty. A toast to Big Brother. Immediately, a group of people began to lick it. Oh no, oh no. At this moment, a person ran in from outside. Why are you so flustered? Hui frowned, and his face was full of displeasure. Today was his birthday, and he was still so flustered. Wasn't that a slap to his face? Big Brother, there are humans outside who have broken in. They have already killed many of our brothers. That person pointed outside and shouted. What? Everyone stood up one after another. What? Humans? What realm are they in? They seem to be celestial venerables. Hui and Huer both heaved a sigh of relief. Celestial venerables? Celestial venerables dare to come here? They heaved a sigh of relief and then revealed a surprised expression. They had higher void here. Why did a few celestial venerables dare to come here? In the beginning, they were shocked. Damn, someone actually dared to come here? What kind of powerhouse could it be? Then, celestial venerables? Bang! At this moment, a few figures flew in and crashed into the wall of this space. Then, they vomited blood and died. Where are the strong ones? Why aren't there any strong ones? A voice sounded, and then Lin Xian's group of 7 walked in. The moment Ling Ying's group of 6 came in, Hui, Huer, and the others' eyes lit up. Strong ones? The strong ones you want are here. Huer's aura erupted. Second brother, don't hurt these women. Hui hurriedly said. Understood, Big Brother. Huer's eyes also lit up when he saw these girls. There was no other way. This was a man. I say, you men are really disgusting. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Hey, the scope of your attacks is too wide. Lin Xian said helplessly. Humph. Hui, Huer, and the rest of the powerhouses here were stunned. They still had the mood to chat. Attack. Shintong. Roger. Then, Wang Shintong released her domain and raised their realm. Lin Xian probed for a bit. Hui was at level 2 Great Void Stage, and Huer was at level 1 Great Void Stage. Not much use. Realm Reduction Domain. Lin Xian then released his domain. In the next instant, the 2 Great Void Stage powerhouses became Heavenly Venerable Realm. Under the enhancement of Wang Shintong's domain, Lin Xian's realm was raised to 9 stars Heavenly Venerable Realm. That's right, Wang Shintong could raise their realm by 3 stars, but Lin Xian suppressed it by 3 stars. In an instant, the gap of 6 stars was closed. Law of Destruction. Lin Xian released his power. Law of Destruction. At the same time, Murong Yu released her power. Murong Yu released it on the weak ones around her, while Lin Xian released it on the 2 Great Void Stage powerhouses. Puff! In an instant, the 2's Law of Destruction became invincible. The people in the entire space were either dead or seriously injured. Hui and Huer were dumbfounded. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. I'll leave it to you guys. Lin Xian's face was slightly pale. He had used up a lot of his spiritual power. Okay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then they rushed forward. An SS rank force is only SOSO. Let's go and finish off the other one. Then, we'll go to the SSS rank force. Lin Xian stood up. Are we really going? This SSS rank force might even have great void stage, 5 stars and above. Your law of destruction and domain should be effective against great void stage, 5 stars and above. Ling Ying said worriedly. Lin Xian said, "We haven't unleashed our true strength since the start of the battle. We haven't even made a move yet. I feel that an SSS rank organization is not only good for us, it's also an opportunity to train us. Isn't that right? Moreover, we have teleportation crystals and space attributes. They definitely don't have space. If we can't beat them, we can just run. All right then, let's go." Chapter 1337. It didn't take long for them to finish off another SS rank force. How can Lin Xian and the others be so fast? Duan Ling Xiao and the others had just finished off the third force. Then, they looked again and saw that the 5 forces on Lin Xian's side had already been finished off. Previously, they had only been left behind by 1 force. After the battle, they were left behind by 2 forces. Previously, it could be explained that they were left behind by 1 force. However, in this battle, they had already finished off 5 forces, and there were even 2 SS rank forces. Instead, they were left behind by 1 more force? There was no other way. Lin Xian, Murong Yu, and Wang Xintong's combined strength was too brainless. The virtuous stage seemed very powerful. Then, Wang Xintong's domain increased, while Lin Xian's domain decreased. They directly broke the law and started fighting. It was too brainless. Unless the virtuous stage's star level was relatively high. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to withstand a beating. It's too fast. However, by the time they rush over to our side, we have already taken down this place. They will have to waste a lot of time again. We can still be on par with them. Duan Ling Xiao said, "Wait, look at their route." Suddenly, Xiao Yun frowned. Then, they looked at the route Lin Xian and the others were taking. Because Lin Xian had directly released a space attribute, a space jump of tens of kilometers, causing their position to change very obviously on the phone's map. They originally thought that after Lin Xian and the others had finished off the 5 forces here, the best choice left for them was to go left. If they didn't want to compete with them, they could choose to return to the other direction. However, no matter what, it would waste a lot of time for Lin Xian and the others. However, the direction they're going is the sea. Seeing this scene, Feng Ling and the others were shocked. In this direction, there are only 2 SSS rank forces in this region of the sea. They are going to the SSS rank forces? Although an SSS rank organization was one of their mission objectives, under normal circumstances, only their team and Lin Xian's team had the qualifications to challenge an SSS rank organization. However, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't choose to challenge an SSS rank organization. Even if you had the spatial attribute and could run, you would still lose your life if you weren't careful. There was a high chance that you would be putting yourself in danger. Even if you managed to escape, you would be wasting a lot of time and energy. Therefore, Wenqim and the others would never choose an SSS rank faction. However, when they saw Lin Xian's choice, they went straight to an SSS rank faction. Wasn't this fucking scary? They actually chose to join an SSS rank organization. This was something they hadn't expected. Isn't this too crazy? An SSS rank force would have at least 5 great ethereal stage martial artists, and there would definitely be at least 1 great ethereal stage 5-star martial artist. How are they going to fight? They're not even on the same level as SS. They're just throwing their lives away. Even though that was what they said, they were still panicking. What if they were to defeat an SSS rank force? If they were defeated, they would be finished. A difference of 200,000 points. If they were to defeat an SSS rank force, they wouldn't be able to make up for the difference by fighting S and SS rank forces normally. This was forcing them to attack an SSS rank force. On the other side, those experts also saw Lin Xian and the others' actions. They're going to join an SSS rank force at the bottom of the sea? Murong Feng and the others frowned. This group of children is really crazy. It's very dangerous, but they shouldn't be impulsive children. Since they're going, They must be confident. They didn't even spend a day to deal with those 5 forces. This is enough to prove their strength. However, an SSS rank force, and an SSS rank force at that, would be a bit difficult. Why was it so difficult to join an SSS rank force at the bottom of the sea? Even if they had taken pills and were walking on water as if it was flat ground, the resistance of the water was the biggest problem in a battle at the bottom of the sea. One must know that those existences at the bottom of the sea had already adapted to it, but it was difficult for them to adapt. With this little bit of resistance, their every step and every attack was different from when they were on the ground. Even the calculation of damage was different. Therefore, the risk factor was very high. However, since we've opened the SSS rank force to the public, aren't we waiting for these children to bring us a surprise? Perhaps they can really bring us a surprise. Lin Xian and the others had already arrived at the seaside. It's getting dark. Should we wait for dawn, or, Xiao Xinyu asked. Let's wait for dusk. Anyway, we're at the bottom of the sea. Dawn and dusk are the same. Lin Xian said. Let's rest for 2 hours and recover. What awaits us is no less dangerous than the few virtuous stage experts we encountered in Tianhua City. Moronu said. Actually, it's indeed dangerous, but there's one good news. It was very dangerous at that time because there was a virtuous stage expert with spatial attribute. At the bottom of the sea, at least we received news that the demon race doesn't have time and space, the 2 most dangerous attributes. For us, it's better to be careful. Lin Xian said. That's true. Also, be careful of the dark attribute power. It might exist. The rest should basically be water attribute power. After all, they live at the bottom of the sea, and most of them are water attribute. Our lightning is more effective against water, especially in water. The effect will be even greater. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Water is conductive. Even our lightning attribute power, which has a very small range, can be expanded by more than 10 times under the sea. This is also good news, but similarly, the other party might also have lightning. Little Yu, you're in charge of protecting them. Moronu nodded. Okay, they had to have someone in charge of protecting them when facing an SSS rank force. It was too dangerous, and the attribute that was best protected was definitely time or space. The protection of these 2 powers was the most direct. I still have little Yuhan. Little Yingying will be in charge of attacking. Little Xintong will protect, and little Xinyue and little Chuxue will control. Okay, they nodded. Then, the 7 of them sat there and rested. Han Chuxue turned on her phone and took a look. We're attacking an SSS rank force. Feng Ling's team will probably attack as well. Their team isn't weak either. They're not much weaker than us when facing an SSS rank force. However, only when we take down an SSS rank force will they be able to attack. Lin Xian. Time slowly passed, and the 7 of them gradually recovered to their peak state. I'm still a bit away from leveling up. Moronu said, and if there's a chance, let little Yu level up first. This way, our strength will increase again. Let's go, let's hurry. So the distance between the 2 SSS rank forces in front of them wasn't far. It was about a few dozen kilometers. The closest one was about 100 kilometers away from the coast. Lin Xian directly released a space attribute to shorten the distance by a few dozen kilometers. Then, they used the aircraft to fly. At the same time, Lin Xian replenished his spiritual energy. Chapter 1338. Soon, they arrived at their destination. They were all celestial venerables and could walk in the air at a faster speed. However, the reason why they had to use aircraft was because walking in the air consumed spiritual power. They needed to be in peak condition for the upcoming battle, so they would rather be slower. It didn't matter. This should be the place, right? They looked at their phones and then landed on the sea. It should be around here. Will our clothes get wet if we go into the water? Wang Xintong shrunk her head. Their clothes would be wet in the water and stick to their bodies. Not only would it be a little revealing, but it would also affect their combat ability. It can't be. This pill seems to be able to condense an aura outside our bodies to isolate us from the water. Lin Xian said. Then they took the pill. Let's go. Splash. Then the 7 of them dived into the water. What made Lin Xian feel that it was quite amazing was that after consuming this pill, they could really breathe in the water. It was as if there was an additional aura around each of their bodies, isolating them from the water. It was a strange feeling. They were clearly in the water, but they did not know how to breathe. Other than some water pressure and resistance, there was nothing else. Even their clothes were not wet, and their phones were fine. They landed at the bottom of the sea, a few thousand meters deep. They looked around. It's so beautiful. Wang Xintong could not help but exclaim. It's really beautiful. They looked around with shining eyes. They, including Lin Xian, rarely came into contact with the sea. It was everyone's first time coming to the bottom of the sea. In the past, they only saw how beautiful the sea was on TV. But now it was really beautiful. All kinds of colorful sea creatures were swimming around. The colorful coral reefs decorated the sea bed beautifully. They did not know where the light came from, but it seemed to be emitted by some reefs. Perhaps it was deliberately made. Anyway, it was shining. Wow, wow, wow. It's so big. It's so big. Ling Ying pointed at a whale in the distance and exclaimed, "That should be a whale. It shouldn't be a monster, right?" "I don't think so. It's so magical." For a moment, they seemed to have forgotten what they were here for. There would always be some fishes circling around them. He was an old pervert. Every girl had some fishes circling around them, but Lin Xian had no fishes around him. "It's kissing me." Wang Xintong stretched out her hand. A fish was kissing her hand. Lin Xian, fuck. "I say, ladies, we're here for serious business." Lin Xian said, "Yes, yes." Then the girls came back to their senses and looked around. Over there, their gazes landed on a location far away. There seemed to be a building there. That's right, it wasn't a reef, but a building. "Maybe. Let's take a look." Then the few of them quietly moved closer to him. "It's so big." They then stared at the palace in shock. That's right, it was a palace at the bottom of the sea. Thinking about it, it was normal. There were so many great virtual realm cultivators, maybe even dozens of heavenly venerables, and countless existences below the heavenly venerables. Wasn't it normal for there to be a majestic palace in a place where they had lived for many years? Yeah, they seemed to be fighting. Everyone hid behind the coral reef and looked at the huge palace. In front of the palace, they could see that there were 2 groups of people. Half of them were in human form, and the other half were demons. One of them was a cyan-colored flood dragon. The bigger ones were tens of meters long, while the smaller ones were over 10 meters long. This was the force in front of the main hall. On the other side, the demons at the back were ocean blue flood dragons. That's right, not a dragon, just a flood dragon. The difference between a flood dragon and a dragon was too big. One side is a green blood flood dragon, and the other blue one should be a blue lightning flood dragon. Moron Yu is extremely knowledgeable and knowledgeable. They seem to be fighting. The 2 strongest factions in this area should be the 2 SSS rank factions we're going to, right? For them to fight, it means that their factions are close. Could it be the 2 SSS rank factions we're going to are fighting each other? Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Seems like it. Wang Xintong opened her mouth. "Damn, that's good. Let them fight. Let's be the fisherman who benefits when the sandpiper and clam fight." "That's good." Lin Xian revealed a smirk. They were also secretly shocked. Damn, wasn't their luck too good? That's right. Their luck was really good. Sure, let's watch slowly. Your Blue Lightning Flood Dragon clan is really ambitious. You actually want to swallow my Green Blood Flood Dragon. An old man angrily pointed at the people in front of him. When things compete, the winner is king, and the weak are eliminated. Your Green Blood Flood Dragon clan is declining, so it's normal for my Blue Lightning Flood Dragon to destroy you. On the other side, a man with lightning wrapped around his hand looked at them with a cold smile. The reason why they were able to fight the Green Blood Flood Dragon was very simple. In this huge area, there were only the kings of the 2 clans. Whoever destroyed them would dominate this area. Not long ago, the strongest member of the Green Blood Flood Dragon clan was on the way to the North Sea Sky region and was swallowed by a powerful demon beast. Now that the strongest member of the Green Blood Flood Dragon clan was gone, how could they not attack? Then let's give it a try. Fight! Then Lin Xian and the others hid there and watched the shocking battle. These two clans should have sent out their strongest fighters, right? There are about 6 or 7 great virtual realm cultivators, more than 50 heavenly venerables, and more than 300 meters of domain. They're really not weak. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. Moreover, one side has lightning, and the other side has darkness. If we fight normally, it'll be quite difficult, Ling Ying said. Who's to blame? It's her fault for fighting, right? Wow, so strong. These two great virtual realm cultivators are probably great virtual realm 7 stars, right? Lin Xian opened his mouth. They were even stronger than he had expected. Terrifying shock waves hit the water, and all the creatures in the surroundings fled. Lin Xian and the others watched the show from behind. Time slowly passed, and the experts of the two clans died one after another. And it was obvious that the cyan blood evil flood dragon died faster. When would the green blood flood dragon be completely destroyed? It was when the great virtual realm 7 stars was destroyed. When the great virtual realm 7 stars was destroyed, it proved that the green blood flood dragon was gone. Plop! The green blood flood dragon transformed into its original form, and then its body was penetrated by a sword. It fell to the ground, bleeding. Damn, we can't waste our experience. Let's do it. Okay, little Yu, I'll leave that to you. Then, Murong Yu released the Law of Destruction, and the green blood flood dragon died before it could say anything. Murong Yu advanced. Whoosh, 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 they rushed over. Who's there? Chapter 1339. The sudden arrival of these people stunned them for a moment. The blue lightning flood dragons didn't know how the strongest expert of the cyan blood evil flood dragon clan died. They originally wanted to trample on him. So how did he die? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian's group of 7 landed in the middle of them. We are friends of the blue blood flood dragons. Lin Xian said. HM. Ling Ying and the others were stunned for a moment. They thought that they would attack directly, but now? Lin Xian's words stunned them for a moment. Then they understood. If they joined as a third party, they might suffer the joint attack of the blue lightning flood dragons and the blue blood flood dragons. But now, Lin Xian cleverly said that they were helpers of the blue blood flood dragons. In this case, they could join forces with the blue blood flood dragons to destroy the blue lightning flood dragons or greatly damage their morale. Wouldn't that be perfect? Why didn't they choose to stand on the side of the blue lightning flood dragons who already had the advantage? It was very simple. The blue lightning flood dragons already had the advantage. If they stood on their side, then the blue blood flood dragons would be easily destroyed and the blue lightning flood dragons would lose very little. At that time, they might have to deal with an SSS rank force with the blue lightning flood dragons at their peak. But if they joined the blue blood flood dragons, although they were at a disadvantage, with their support, they could make up for the gap between the two clans even if they didn't go all out. In this way, the blue blood flood dragons would be weakened and the blue lightning flood dragons would also be weakened. Wouldn't that be perfect? The blue blood flood dragons were stunned for a moment. Their helpers? How come they didn't know that they had helpers? But who cares? They said they were helpers, so they were helping them now. Who cared if they had other aspects? If they didn't have helpers, then the blue blood flood dragons would die. Wasn't it a good thing to have helpers? Thank you, everyone. Another 6 stars of the Great Void Stage looked at Lin Xian and the others and said gratefully, You're welcome, you're welcome. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the blue lightning flood dragons in front of him. TSK, a few heavenly venerables dare to come here to die? The 7 Great Void Stage Patriarch of the Blue Lightning Flood Dragon sneered and looked at Lin Xian and the others. Only an Empyrean? The Cyan Blood Demon Flood Dragon and the others looked at Lin Xian's group. What was the use of 7 Empyreans? However, it was a good thing that someone was willing to help. Really? Is the Empyrean realm useless? Lin Xian smirked. Xian Tong. Got it. Then, Wang Xintong released her domain. Law of Destruction. Lin Xian and Murong Yu released their spells at the same time. Then, over a dozen Empyreans in the blue lightning flood dragon instantly died. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. What kind of power was this? The eyes of the cyan blood evil flood dragon clan widened. This looks very powerful. All clansmen, heed my command. Counterattack. Yes. Blue lightning flood dragon clan, kill them. Let's kill those 7 people first. Yes. A great battle was about to break out. Lin Xian's group of 7 maintained their formation and cooperated with each other, causing quite a bit of trouble for the Blue Lightning Flood Dragon clan. You guys go and stop the 6 stars of the Cyan Blood Demon Flood Dragon. Leave these humans to me. The 7 stars of the Great Void Stage Blue Lightning Flood Dragon charged toward Lin Xian and the others. Truth be told, Lin Xian and the others would have a hard time fighting a 7 stars Great Void Stage Cultivator. It was not impossible, but there was clearly a 6 stars Great Void Stage Cultivator beside them. Why do they have to fight a 7 stars Great Void Stage Cultivator? Leave this 6 stars of the Great Void Stage to us. You go and fight a 7 stars of the Great Void Stage. Lin Xian shouted to the Cyan Blood Demon Flood Dragon Powerhouse. Okay, if 7 Empyreans could stop a 6 stars of the Great Void Stage, it would be very useful. Then, they would exchange opponents. Realm Reduction Domain. Following that, Lin Xian directly released his domain on the 6 stars of the Great Void Stage Powerhouse. His realm was known to 3 stars of the Great Void Stage. As for Lin Xian, under the amplification of Wang Xintong, he was in 9 stars of the Empyrean realm. The gap between them wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. However, they could still fight. That was because everyone had been buffed. Begin. Whoosh! Time slowly passed, and more people from both sides died. Although Lin Xian and the others helped, the Cyan Blood Demon Flood Dragon clan was still losing. That was because Lin Xian and the others didn't use their full strength at all. Lin Xian and the others' goal was to narrow the gap between the 2 sides. Only then would the Blue Lightning Flood Dragon be unable to crush the Cyan Blood Demon Flood Dragon. In this way, both sides would be able to exhaust the other side's strength to the greatest extent. When the time came, Lin Xian and the others would have to spend less effort and reduce the difficulty. On the other hand, the 6 stars of the Great Void Stage that Lin Xian and the others were facing didn't kill him. If they wanted to kill him, they would have done so long ago. However, Lin Xian and the others didn't need to. The 7 of them used Lin Xian and Murong Yu's space to stall for time. To the Cyan Blood Demon Flood Dragon clan, they were extremely satisfied that these people who appeared out of nowhere could stall a powerful 6 stars of the Great Void Stage for them. They even dared to say that if no one could stall this 6 stars of the Great Void Stage, they would have already lost. Bang! In the end, the 6 stars of the Great Void Stage was finally heavily injured by the 7 stars of the Blue Lightning Flood Dragon and fell to the ground. Lin Xian glanced at them. It seemed like both sides were almost dead. It wasn't that easy for the 7 stars of the Blue Lightning Flood Dragon to kill a 6 stars of the Great Void Stage. He probably didn't have much spiritual power left. "Or die for me," the Blue Lightning Flood Dragon clan leader roared. His aura surged, and lightning instantly engulfed several Great Void Stage Cyan Blood Demon Flood Dragons, causing them to be severely injured and sent flying. "Attack!" Lin Xian ordered. "Roger." In the next instant, they activated their amplification domain and Lin Xian's realm reduction domain again. After that, Lin Xian created a law to amplify Murong Yu's spatial lock. Ling Ying and Wu Yuhan directly condensed the power of darkness and instantly killed the 6 stars of the Great Void Stage that they had exhausted all of their spiritual power. Meanwhile, Lin Xian directly rushed to the 6 stars of the Cyan Blood Demon Flood Dragon and directly killed him. What? Following that, Lin Xian's Aura Sword. 7 stars of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Those from the Blue Lightning Flood Dragon clan were dumbfounded. Those from the Cyan Blood Demon Flood Dragon clan were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Weren't they here to help them? Why did they attack their own people? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Following that, he released the Law of Destruction. Those heavily injured cyan blood demon flood dragons were instantly killed by Lin Xian's law of destruction. 8 stars of the heavenly venerable realm. That's right, Lin Xian was already close to advancing. After killing a 6 stars of the Great Void Stage, 7 or 8 5-stars of the Great Void Stage, and a heavenly venerable who had just reached the heavenly venerable realm, it wasn't difficult for him to advance to the 8 stars of the heavenly venerable realm. Realm reduction, 10,000 lightning heavenly prison. Strength doubled. Amplification of the law of creation. Boom. 8 stars of the heavenly venerable realm. With Wang Xintong's 3 stars amplification, Lin Xian's cultivation was close to the Great Void Stage. Of course, Wang Xintong's strength didn't increase by 3 stars, but Lin Xian's strength doubled. That was definitely the Great Void Stage. Chapter 1340. The Blue Lightning Flood Dragon Patriarch was at the 7 stars of the Great Void Stage. He was only at the 4 stars of the Great Void Stage. Lin Xian had the cultivation of the Great Void Stage. With the enhancement of a divine rank martial skill, wasn't it easy to severely injure a 4 stars of the Great Void Stage? The Blue Lightning Flood Dragon Patriarch's pupils suddenly constricted. However, he couldn't dodge at all. This was in the water. He couldn't make it in time. Puff! The terrifying thunder and lightning sent him, along with many of the surrounding Blue Lightning Flood Dragons, flying. Those with lower realms were instantly killed, and those with higher realms were directly injured. Law of destruction. Bang! In the next moment, the heart of the Tier 7 expert exploded. Instant kill. This was the opportunity Lin Xian had been waiting for. Run, run. When the remaining Blue Lightning Flood Dragons saw their patriarch die so inexplicably, they scattered and fled. The Cyan Blood Flood Dragon behind them stared at Lin Xian and the others in shock. Let's deal with this place first. Okay. 3 hours later, the 7 of them lay on an island on the sea to rest. They were exhausted. They were really exhausted. If these 2 forces hadn't just started fighting, it would have been very tiring for us to fight. Xiao Xinyue said, "It's okay. It's mainly because we've been releasing our spirit energy to act." Lin Xian, "That's true, but it's really difficult. Even if that Tier 7 Great Void Stage expert wasn't in his peak state and you found an opportunity to instantly kill him, the remaining ones were also very difficult for us to fight." Lin Xian nodded. After all, a few heavenly venerables fighting a few Great Void Stage experts was really not bragging. It was very, very difficult. However, these were not the top Great Void Stage experts, so they could fight. I'll go mark the map. Lin Xian sat up and marked the information of destroying these 2 SSS rank forces. When this information was marked, the others were stunned when they saw the map. What? They destroyed the 2 SSS rank forces here? Duan Ling Xiao and the others took a look and were almost scared to death. They're all destroyed? They came over to take a look. Could it be fake? Impossible, unless they want to be eliminated. Duan Ling Xiao frowned. 2 SSS rank organizations. That's 400,000 points. 400,000 points. Ka, they clenched their fists tightly. Go. Let's go to an SSS rank organization as well. Feng Ling said decisively. Are you really going? Of course. Otherwise, how could he catch up with 400,000 points? If they can fight, why can't we? Good. Let's go. Go directly to an SSS rank organization. Otherwise, the 7 of them will directly pass this round and obtain the qualifications to enter the God's Awakening Door. On the other side, the experts were also shocked when they saw the news. When they saw Lin Xian and the others heading towards the SSS rank faction, they were quite surprised. Then, they marked the SSS rank faction and destroyed both of them? What the fuck? They definitely wouldn't think that this was fake news because fake news would be disqualified. Master, far away in the heavenly palace of the Northern Sea region, a woman knelt respectfully before another woman. This place was the 2nd demon god temple of the demon god temple. This was an island in the sky far away in the Northern Sea region, which was also the sea region. This island was too big and too bright. Sometimes, It felt like the sun rising from the north. Although the first demon god temple and the 10th demon god temple weren't ranked in terms of strength, the second demon god temple was indeed a very strong demon god temple. Among the 10 demon god temples, it should be ranked in the top 3. Irenbing's demon god temple couldn't be compared to the second demon god temple. Of course, in terms of demon god strength, Irenbing wasn't much weaker. After all, she was a dragon, and she was a legitimate dragon. However, the demon god of the second demon god temple also had a bloodline that wasn't inferior to dragons. Dark Phoenix. The Phoenix was a bloodline that was on par with dragons, and the Dark Phoenix was also a type of phoenix, just like how the Night Shadow Dragon was a type of dragon. It was the same principle, just that the phoenix had fewer branches. The second demon god temple was isolated from the rest of the world and had been slowly developing. Moreover, it didn't attack the human race. Therefore, after so many years, the second demon god temple's power was unimaginable. It had been developing without any consumption, so it was definitely unimaginable. Speak. On the fiery red throne, a woman in a white and pink dress sat with her legs crossed. Her elbows rested on the edge of the throne, and she rested her chin on her hand. In terms of temperament, she was definitely an explosive beauty. In terms of appearance, she was comparable to Yi Renbing and Ling Longshui. In terms of figure, she was indescribably beautiful. Great. Another top-grade beauty, especially her legs. With boots, they were simply invincible. As for her eyes, when they were open, they were a normal color, but occasionally, her pupils would turn fiery red. The human race is wantonly killing several hundred of our demon race's forces in the North Pole. We just received news that the Cyan Blood Flood Dragon and Blue Lightning Flood Dragon in the sea have been exterminated. Oh, her lips didn't move, but her ethereal voice was heard. Are the human race so impudent now? No, they're holding the human race's Sky Martial Assembly. This is a test. Huffed, she sneered. Using the demon race's various clans as a test? The human race is really something. Also, the Myriad Demon Alliance's third elder sent a message, indicating that Master must do something. The woman slowly stood up. Do I need them to tell me what to do? Her tone was completely aloof, as if she despised the world. It was even more disdainful than Irenbing. Then, Master means... The woman waved her hand, and a mirror image appeared in front of her. The image showed 2 groups of people, Lin Xian's group and Duan Lingxiao's group. One side was wantonly slaughtering, while the other side was sitting there roasting meat and eating seafood. When her gaze fell on Lin Xian's face, her pupils suddenly shrank. Her calm expression revealed her emotions. He is. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian, who was surrounded by beauties. Lin Xian, the main culprit who obstructed the demon god temple's operations many times. Even the 10th demon god, Yi Renbing of the demon god temple, turned to the human race because of him and began to oppose the Myriad Demon Alliance. The woman's beautiful eyes were fixed on him, her pupils flashing violently. Her emotions seemed to be a bit unstable. Master, the woman came back to her senses. What about the people next to him? They seem to be his women. Kill them all for this sovereign. The woman said indifferently, then sat back down. What about Lin Xian? Bring him back. Yes. Wait. She held the woman in her mouth. Master, what are your orders? Don't kill them. Destroy their faces. This subordinate understands. Chapter 1341. Lin Xian and the 6 girls were lying on the beach, resting and chatting. Let's rest here for a day. Lin Xian said. Are you sure? Lin Xian smiled and said, we killed 2 SSS rank factions. Isn't that enough for us to rest for a day? Feng Ling's team also went to the SSS rank faction. Moronu glanced at her phone and said, if they want to go, let them be. Do you think they can be faster than us? Don't be careless and lose. I won't. Lin Xian shrugged. Then you can't go to the next place without recovering your spiritual power, right? Moreover, after dealing with these 2 SSS rank factions, We can go to the SSS rank factions. There won't be so much pressure, Lin Xian said. And that's true. We have to see the situation of the other team. In any case, we're definitely far ahead. We've already made up for Xintong's points. Xiao Xinyue said, I'm sorry for dragging everyone down. Wang Xintong stuck out her tongue. What are you talking about? We're a team. If it weren't for your powerful domain, we wouldn't have the capital to attack the SSS rank factions. Ling Ying said, Yes, you're an indispensable member of our team. Lin Xian pinched Wang Xintong's pink cheeks, causing her to blush. Hey, the lobster is cooked. Lin Xian, give me some vinegar. Ling Ying suddenly said. Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and a bowl of vinegar appeared. Then, they surrounded the lobster and ate happily. Logically speaking, they might be under great pressure, but they were eating seafood so comfortably. There's no one else like them. Time slowly passed. They lay there and waited for dawn. Lin Xian, what kind of world do you think the God's awakening door will be? Ling Ying lay beside Lin Xian and looked up at the stars. How would I know? It definitely won't be simple. Wu Yuhan said indifferently. I'm just letting you imagine. Let's use your intelligence. Since we're bored, let's brag, right? Ling Ying said with a smile. Lin Xian looked up at the stars. I think that since this world hid the God's awakening door so well, it must be a world that will shock everyone. Combined with our previous challenges, the lightning resistance test and strength test, it might be related to the God's awakening door. Who knows? There might have a lot of heavenly punishment lightning there, and we might even have to withstand it. That makes sense. It might be a small world. Morong, you said. It must be a small world. This small world might even have some sort of laws and rules. These rules are definitely different from the world we are in right now. Since there are so many opportunities and spiritual items there, it proves that there must be life there. Chen Feng was shocked. Han Chushua said, but I heard that the world in the God's awakening door might even allow people to obtain new attributes, or even laws, or even domains. Laws and domains might be explainable. It's also possible for you to comprehend a twin laws. But attributes? Why would you obtain new attributes? It's even possible for time and space. This doesn't make sense. Wang Xintong said softly. That's true. Attributes are innate and can only increase the purity. It's impossible to obtain new attributes. Even if you have the lightning attribute and absorb a large amount of fire attribute spiritual items, it can only increase your realm. You won't be able to obtain the ability to release fire. Other than poison, no one can obtain new attributes. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Lin Xian was able to obtain attributes because of the system, but it was impossible for everyone who entered the God's awakening door to have a heaven-defying system like him. Right? That was impossible. That was true. How could one obtain new attributes? There must be something inside that will give people a huge shock. I'm looking forward to it, Wu Yuhan said with a slight smirk. Obviously, his sister had come out. After resting for another hour, the sun had risen. Let's go. We should go to the next place. Lin Xian looked at the time. Where are we going? Lin Xian said with a smile. Go back the way we came. Damn, we have to walk so much again. Ling Ying shrunk his head. There's no other way. We're already so far ahead. It's best if we don't clash with Feng Ling's team. Moreover, it's disadvantageous for us to head north. We should choose the safest way and avoid them. This way, they won't be able to catch up with us. Lin Xian said with a smile. All right, let's go back the way we came. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the rest sat on the back of a mountain and ate delicious food. It's good to have the creation attribute. You can create whatever you want to eat. I want 2 mutton skewers. Ling Ying extended his hand to Lin Xian. Here you go. Lin Xian decisively created 2 mutton skewers for her. Needless to say, the creation attribute was really useful. Lin Xian took a look at his phone. They've defeated an SSS-ranked organization. We've defeated 2. They've defeated 5 SSS-ranked organizations. We've defeated 7. They've defeated a total of 19 SSS-ranked organizations. We've defeated 23. Now, we're leading by a lot. That's right. Ever since Lin Xian and the others had defeated 2 SSS-ranked factions, They had not gone looking for another SSS rank faction. On the other hand, Winshim and the others had only defeated an SSS rank faction to test the waters. It wasn't that they couldn't fight SSS-ranked organizations anymore. They just needed to fight weaker ones to recuperate. Of course, they could see how big the gap was between them and Lin Xian's team. Although it didn't indicate which team defeated which organization, they were paying attention to Lin Xian's team's whereabouts. They also roughly knew how many points they were behind Lin Xian's team in this round. It wasn't that they didn't have a chance. It was only 4 days. There were still 11 days left. They couldn't be anxious. Once they were anxious, if any of the 9 of them lost their ability to fight or needed to recuperate for a period of time, it would be devastating. If they really couldn't do it, they could fight another SSS-ranked organization. That way, the gap between them would be very, very small. Feng Ling, we should go to Lin Xian's team. Duan Ling Xiao said. That's right. At this rate, the gap between us will only remain the same or even grow bigger. Unless we can stop Lin Xian's group, the possibility of us turning the tables is not high. Alternatively, we can continue to attack SSS rank organizations, but the difficulty will be even higher. Qi Tianqing said. Feng Ling looked at the gap between them. Let's go. Let's go to Lin Xian's team and clear out the other organizations along the way. Okay. Chapter 1342. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were lying there, chatting leisurely. The cooperation of the 7 of them. How should one describe it? They were really stronger than the 9 people on Feng Ling's side. There was a deep tacit understanding between the 7 of them, and they trusted each other very much. They did not have any vigilance against anyone, nor did they need to. However, it was different for Feng Ling's side. Although they were all teammates, God knows what your teammate was thinking. What were they afraid of? They were afraid that they would deliberately kill someone during the battle. In that case, they would be able to split the points from 9 people to 8 people, or even 7 people. There was no other way. This was reality. This was where the difference between the 2 teams lay. In the battles over the past few days, Lin Xian was an 8-star Heavenly Venerable. The others were at least 6-star Heavenly Venerable. Only Wang Xintong was a 6-star Heavenly Venerable. As for the others, Wu Yuhan and Han Chuxue were 8-star Heavenly Venerable. The others were 7-star Heavenly Venerable. They had all improved. Otherwise, Murong Yu's cultivation should have been the highest. However, because she hadn't cultivated with Lin Xian for half a year in the Divine Realm, her cultivation had fallen behind. However, because she had been desperately trying to improve herself during this period, she was now a 7 stars Heavenly Venerate. That wasn't low. As for Lin Xian, his luck was better. He had a cheat, so he improved faster than Murongyu. I'm almost at the 8-star Heavenly Venerable realm. Maybe after 15 days of this assessment, I can advance to the Great Void realm. Ling Ying said excitedly. Don't think about it. The 10-star Heavenly Venerable realm and the Great Void realm have too much experience. It's probably not something that can be improved during this assessment. Lin Xian poured cold water on her. I don't need you to say that. I'm just looking forward to it, can't I? Ling Ying rolled her eyes. Really, time passed so quickly. When she met Lin Xian, he was still at the Mystic Heaven realm. At that time, Lin Xian was even weaker. What about now? In such a short period of time, each of them had almost reached the absolute void stage. Lin Xian had also become more powerful than them. Unless we keep fighting SSS rank forces and kill more great void stage cultivators, the possibility is not high. Han Chuxue said indifferently. Patter. Lin Xian lit a cigarette. Smoking. You're still smoking. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. In the past, this guy didn't smoke at all. When did he start smoking? Although the frequency wasn't high, he didn't like men who smoked. Don't you think I look cool when I smoke? Tue. They rolled their eyes. Little Xintong, go ahead. Smoking is bad for your health. Lin Xian, I'm already a celestial venerable. Why would it harm my health? At this moment, Lin Xian and the others' eyes suddenly narrowed. Then they all stood up subconsciously and stared into the distance. They didn't see anyone, but they felt that something was wrong. Moreover, they all sensed the aura that was revealed in that instant. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone took out their own spirit artifacts and stood there, back to back, looking in all directions. Their tacit understanding was very deep. In the next instant, a force enveloped them. Lin Xian and Murong, you had spatial attributes, so they could instantly sense that this was a spatial attribute spatial seal. Moreover, this realm was at least 6 stars of the Great Void Stage. A 6-star Great Void Stage enemy attacked them? Who was it? Really, Lin Xian couldn't think of who would attack them. The Evil Fiend Hall? They were all members of the Evil Fiend Hall now. How could it be the Evil Fiend Hall? Demons? It couldn't be, right? He provoked the demons in Tianhua City and Lin City. The demons here were also arranged? Who are you? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he asked. Really, to him, he wasn't afraid of the opponent's realm being high. He was only afraid of the opponent's spatial and temporal attributes. If he encountered an opponent with these two attributes, no matter how high his realm was, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. It would be difficult for him to die. Perhaps he couldn't sense it because he was spatial or temporal, but when his opponent was of these two attributes, he would understand how terrifying these two attributes were. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a woman, and she was wearing a veil. Lin Xian subconsciously used his Eye of Cave spirit to investigate. Indeed, according to the degree of spatial power released just now, her realm was at least 6 stars of the Great Void Stage. Sending a 6-star Great Void Stage spatial warrior to kill him was considered a big deal. Don't just look at how many Great Void Stage experts they killed. There were even 7 stars of the Great Void Stage, but those Great Void Stage demonic beasts weren't important. As for these 6 stars of the Great Void Stage, they definitely had a high status in the entire demonic race. As they were too rare, and at 6-star Great Void Stage, they weren't far from the heavenly Tao realm. The 7 of them stared at the woman. She was a demon, so they could sense her aura. Unfortunately, they couldn't escape because she was spatial. She had directly released a spatial seal, giving them no chance to escape. They couldn't use teleportation crystals either. Which demon god temple are you from? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he asked. She didn't speak. Lin Xian and Ling Ying exchanged glances. Begin. All right. Shua, Wang Xintong instantly released her domain, raising their realms. As for Lin Xian, he was an 8-star heavenly venerable, raising his strength to near the Great Void Stage. Lin Xian's strength doubled, his aura reaching the Great Void Stage. The woman suddenly frowned. Indeed, you are an existence that can pose a threat to the demon race. Just a mere heavenly venerable can augment the strength of an entire group. As for you, an 8-star heavenly venerable, you can augment your cultivation to the Great Void Stage. The woman looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Damn it, there's more. Realm Reduction Domain. Lin Xian roared as he released his domain. The woman's cultivation level was reduced by 3 stars, leaving her with a cultivation level of the Great Void Stage. Her pupils suddenly constricted. Then, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It's no wonder you heavenly venerables can kill a Great Void Stage 7-star. So that's how it is. She was enlightened. Do you think you can escape with just a 2-star difference? Lin Xian sneered as his aura surged. Spatial seal. Lin Xian directly released a spatial seal on the woman. Then, do you think you can seal me? She then released her aura, and in the next moment, the calmness on her face disappeared. Why couldn't she break through the spatial seal released by this person? It was very simple. The realm was just a 2-star difference. Lin Xian's spatial purity was definitely not something she could compare to. Coupled with the augmentation of Lin Xian's nomological laws, she couldn't compare. You came here without investigating anything. Should I say you're stupid or stupid? Myriad Thunder, Heavenly Prison. Huh. Chapter 1343. The 6 stars of the Great Void Stage was too powerful. However, she definitely didn't even investigate Lin Xian and the others, or rather, she didn't put much effort into it. She only thought that they were in the celestial venerable realm, and perhaps slightly more powerful celestial venerable realm cultivators. So what if they killed level 6 or level 7 great virtual realm cultivators? As long as they sent out a slightly more powerful great void stage cultivator, they should be fine, right? In fact, that was indeed the case. Under normal circumstances, if this woman made a move, Lin Xian and the others might be instantly killed. However, she didn't have any killing intent towards them. She was ordered to come and take Lin Xian away, and then destroy the faces of these women while she was at it. In fact, sometimes killing someone was easier than hurting them. For example, she came over and directly released a spatial seal, and then a spatial explosion. Most likely, other than Lin Xian, everyone else present might be instantly killed, and Lin Xian and the others might not even have time to release any power. However, she underestimated Lin Xian and the others, and she didn't have absolute killing intent, but no matter what, she had already lost her chance. As long as she released a domain for Lin Xian and Wang Xintong, then at least she would definitely not be able to crush Lin Xian and the others. To Lin Xian, the difference of 2 stars was nothing at all. Boom! Terrifying lightning power bombarded the vicinity of the woman. Moreover, Lin Xian released a spatial seal. In terms of spatial power, Lin Xian, who is now about 1 star of the Great Void stage, was definitely not weaker than this woman who had already reached 3 stars of the Great Void stage. Therefore, she couldn't break free from Lin Xian's spatial seal in a short time. Then, the power of a divine rank martial skill landed firmly on her body just like that. The dust slowly dispersed, and the woman half knelt there with blood at the corner of her mouth. Whoosh! At the same time, a saint-rank spirit weapon appeared in Lin Xian's hand, and he directly appeared beside the woman with a flash, and then placed his sword across her neck. At the same time, another woman appeared in the distance. No matter how careless they were, they couldn't have just sent a Great Void Stage 6-star, even if it was a space. Somewhat interesting. The woman's mouth curved slightly, and then she appeared beside them. Following that, her aura surged, and spatial power was released, once again enveloping everyone together. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. Fuck! Another space? 9 stars of the Great Void Stage. Is this a fight? Is she determined to kill them? Chi. Lin Xian held his sword horizontally, and a trace of blood appeared on the woman's neck. She's your companion? Let us go, or I'll kill her. Lin Xian glared viciously at the woman. Who do you think I'm faster kill? With a wave of her hand, Murong Yu and the others suddenly broke through Lin Xian's spatial energy and appeared in front of the woman. Then 6 daggers flew out and hovered next to their faces. However, these 6-kill Void Stage experts, kill them? Kill, so what? Even if they couldn't fight, they wouldn't yell and scream in this situation. Either they believed in Lin Xian, or they would all die together. What was the point? It was better than yelling here and making Lin Xian lose his composure, right? You can try, and don't even think about using space to take her away. Although your cultivation is high, you might not be able to beat me in terms of space. Do you believe me? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the woman. Do it. The woman controlled by Lin Xian frowned slightly, then shouted. The woman controlling Murong Yu and the others also frowned slightly. Hurry up. Don't fucking scream. Lin Xian gave the woman a tight slap. Her cultivation was higher than Lin Xian's, but her life was in Lin Xian's hands. Moreover, Lin Xian would definitely be faster than her if he attacked, because this sword that could take her life at any time had already caused her neck to bleed. Let's take a step back. I won't kill them, so you let her go. The woman looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. He could tell that the relationship between these 2 women was pretty good. Even if they weren't sisters, they should have been friends for many years. Bai Luo. The woman controlled by Lin Xian frowned suddenly. The demon god had ordered them to destroy their faces. If she couldn't do it for her life, then both of them might. Let her go, Lin Xian said. Then she withdrew her space power. Murong Yu and the others' auras surged as they landed beside Lin Xian. You can let her go now. She looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Heavily injure yourself. Lin Xian said. The woman laughed. Then she gathered a force in her right hand and slammed it on her chest without any hesitation. Puff! She spat out a mouthful of blood. Then she staggered and half-knelt on the ground. It wasn't a problem for her to be heavily injured. Lin Xian and the others wouldn't kill her. At most, they would fail the mission and escape. But she couldn't die. The woman controlled by Lin Xian gritted her teeth. Lin Xian was speechless. How ruthless. All right, I only have one question now. Which demon god temple are you from? Lin Xian looked at them. You'll know when you come with me. The woman said. Do you take me for a fool? Tell me. Aren't you going back on your word? You should first, cough cough, let her go. The woman looked at Lin Xian with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Tell me. Lin Xian said coldly. She clenched her fists. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. Lin Xian raised his head to take a look, and his pupils shrank abruptly. This wasn't a fucking heavenly Dao realm? What the hell? What the hell was this? The woman in the void raised her hand. Then, under Lin Xian's control, the heavily injured woman vanished. Following that, he appeared beside her. Incompetent and indecisive. To be threatened by a few Empyreans, you have truly embarrassed the demon god. The two women lowered their heads. Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and company subconsciously approached Lin Xian. Lin Xian clenched his fists. System. System. Was there anything in his system? Apparently, there wasn't. At the next instant, the woman raised her hand and sent Murong Yu and company flying. When the snowstorm in front of Murong Yu and company vanished, they realized that Lin Xian had vanished. Lin Xian. They searched for Lin Xian with all their might, but they could not find any trace of him. What do we do? Contact the three factions. All right. They did not know why, but clearly they did not want to kill Lin Xian. This was because if they wanted to kill Lin Xian, they could have done so directly. He was at the heavenly Dao realm. They could easily die. Therefore, Lin Xian should be fine for the time being, right? Chapter 1344. At that moment, Lin Xian was sitting on a beautiful snow bird as he sped through the sky. Beside him were the three women. Lin Xian was impressed. Which faction was this? Even the heavenly Dao realm was mobilized. What the hell? Furthermore, this direction was very far. They were not heading inland, but somewhere even more remote. The North Pole was already the northernmost part of the continent. It was the northernmost place humans could come into contact with. But now, where was the place further north? Lin Xian was completely clueless about this. He had no idea. Furthermore, the three women did not control him at all. They did not even tie him up. But on second thought, it made no difference whether he was tied up or not. There was a heavenly Dao here, so he could not stir up any trouble. Where are you taking me? Lin Xian asked with a frown. The second Fei God Temple. The heavenly Dao realm woman said indifferently. It was different if the two women did not say anything in the past. Now that Lin Xian was in their hands, there was no need to hide certain matters. The second Fei God Temple. Lin Xian knitted his brows tightly. Fuck, this second Fei God Temple. He did not have any hostile relationship with it, right? Could it be that the SSS-ranked faction they destroyed was from the second Fei God Temple? That was not right either. They should have killed him directly. Why would they bring him to the second Fei God Temple? Lin Xian took out his cell phone. Shua. The next instant, his cell phone appeared in the heavenly Dao realm woman's hand. I'm only sending a message to my women. Lin Xian said. The woman did not say a word, nor did she pass the cell phone to Lin Xian. Left Protector, the mission His Excellency the Fei God gave us. That's your mission. My mission is to keep you alive and take Lin Xian away. Your mission has not been completed, so how His Excellency deals with you is your own business. The woman said indifferently. We understand. Lin Xian frowned. Is your Fei God a woman? Lin Xian asked. They looked at Lin Xian. Lord Demon God didn't let us touch you, so you don't have to worry about your safety for now. The woman of the heavenly law said indifferently, I'm not worried about my own safety. Women? Could it be that between them, maybe? Although the possibility was low, Lin Xian was not afraid of women. If worse comes to worst, I'll teach you a lesson with my pink spray. Hey, Lin Xian looked at the heavenly Tao woman. Since you won't send it to me, then help me send a message to my women. Tell them that I'm fine and ask them to continue doing what they should be doing. Lin Xian said. The woman didn't give Lin Xian any reaction. Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you believe that I'm friends with your demon god? Lin Xian said arrogantly. The woman glanced at Lin Xian. Then he decisively turned back. Lin Xian, fine. Lin Xian closed his eyes and released the law of creation. How could he forget about his law of creation? Then he directly released the law of creation, typed a message, and sent it out with his phone. Although the phone was in the woman's hands, Lin Xian's law of creation was omnipotent. The woman frowned as she felt a force. Then she looked at Lin Xian and asked, What did you do? Nothing. I just sent a message to my women. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. The woman glanced at Lin Xian's phone and threw it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian had an intuition that he should be fine. If something really happened, they would have already done it. It should be because he was valuable to them that they spared his life. What did Lin Xian discover? These people didn't do anything to him, and their attitude seemed pretty good. On the other side, Moron, you received a message from Lin Xian. Lin Xian wants us to continue with the assessment. What? They all gathered around and saw the message Lin Xian sent them. That means Lin Xian will be fine? Possibly. Moron, you nodded. Then let's believe in him. Xiao Xinyue said. Moron, you glanced at the women and said, Okay, since Lin Xian isn't here, we'll add his share and complete the third round of assessment. They'll be fine. They chose to believe in Lin Xian. If Lin Xian didn't say this, they would be very worried. But since Lin Xian said it, they chose to believe in him. Time slowly passed, and the sky slowly darkened. A huge island in the sky appeared in front of Lin Xian. This island in the sky was much bigger than Yirenbing's. Moreover, it was actually flickering with a fiery red light in the dark night. This island was above the sea, and the flickering light shone on the surface of the sea, making it sparkle. I say, why are you looking for me? I'm just a puny heavenly venerable. There's nothing that you can set your eyes on. Moreover, I'm still participating in the Tianwu conference. Can't you let me go earlier? Lin Xian sat there helplessly. The woman from heavenly law frowned. It was true. Along the way, his mouth hadn't stopped. He had been blabbering all the way. If it weren't for the fact that her demon god seemed to be interested in this Lin Xian, she would have already made a move on him. Moreover, her demon god had specially instructed her not to hurt this person called Lin Xian. Therefore, it was obvious that her demon god valued him. She ignored Lin Xian. Whoosh, following which, they landed on the huge island in the sky. Lin Xian looked around. It was a very beautiful place. Their demon god was definitely a woman, because everyone that Lin Xian could see was a woman. Just like Yirenbing's 10th demon god temple, a place where women lived didn't like men here. Or this demon god was a man. He was an old pervert. Therefore, the entire island was filled with women. They were all his women. This was also possible. However, if it was a man, Lin Xian felt that he was finished. Follow me. The woman from heavenly law glanced at Lin Xian and said indifferently. Lin Xian helplessly followed behind her. Then, they entered a very large and luxurious hall. Lin Xian looked at the huge hall and was secretly speechless. Panic? Lin Xian didn't understand why. This was clearly a very nerve-wracking situation. A human being caught alone in the demon god temple should be very nervous, right? However, Lin Xian inexplicably didn't panic. He also didn't understand why. At that moment, in front of Lin Xian was a throne. A tall and slender woman was standing there with her back facing him. She was wearing a white dress with cherry blossoms on it. Lord Demon God, I've brought him. The woman from heavenly law bowed respectfully and said. Chapter 1345. Lin Xian was a little dumbfounded. Tell me, why do they capture me and not tie me up or kill me? What do they want to do? To be honest, Lin Xian really didn't know what was going on. Fuck. He was really drunk. He didn't know if this matter would cause them to lose the qualification to enter the God's awakening door. No. He had to choose to believe in Murong Yu and the rest. Even if Lin Xian wasn't there, the 6 of them definitely wouldn't be weak. Moreover, they had the advantage, and Feng Ling's team needed 9 people to share the experience. All of you can leave. It was a very charming, very noble, and somewhat ethereal voice that came from the void. It felt as if the person was right in front of you, but the voice seemed to come from all directions. Of course, Lin Xian knew that some very powerful people could be like this. Lin Xian was really drunk. Yes. Then, the few women left and slowly closed the door of the hall. Lin Xian frowned and raised his head to look at the noble woman in the white and cherry pink dress in front of him. This woman's waist was simply too devilish. It was even slimmer than Xiao Linglong and the rest's waists. But how should he put it? It couldn't be said that her figure was better than Xiao Linglong and the rest. It could only be said that this person was slightly slimmer and very tall. Although it was only the back view, it was definitely an extremely beautiful woman. In front of him, the woman slowly turned around and casually sat on the throne. She crossed her legs, revealing a pair of extremely beautiful long legs. Then, she leaned her elbows on the edge of the throne and supported her cheeks. Those ordinary eyes turned fiery red when she saw Lin Xian, as if they were burning with flames. Lin Xian, so beautiful. Really, Lin Xian was used to all kinds of top-quality women. His immunity to beautiful women was still very high. But in the end, he still lost. Her beautiful hair was as soft as feathers. Her green eyes were like the waves of the night sea. There was a faint but enchanting white mist, which made her even more charming. Cherry lips, willowy eyebrows, white skin, and a delicate oval face. She was as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a painting. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like a human at all. You couldn't say that this woman was as beautiful as Linglong Shui and the rest. It can only be said that each had their own merits. Bing Lingyue was cold, but to her friends, she had Lin Ye's gentleness, intelligence, and elegance. Linglong Shui, but she and Bing Lingyue were 2 different temperaments. Bing Lingyue was a good wife and mother, Lingyue goddess. Of course, she was also changing into a good wife and mother. And what about Bing? Elegance and scary. The woman in front of them gave off a different feeling. Her every move was a little like Bing's unrestrained and casual. But she was different from Bing. Her eyes were full of contempt. She had a more arrogant heart than Bing. It was as if everything was as light as a feather in her eyes, not worth mentioning. She might even have a superior attitude. Everything had to submit to her. Bing was very domineering, but she might not just be domineering. She might be right. For example, if Bing asked someone to do something, she would think that it was her order and that it was something that they should do. If you had any opinions, you could raise them. She would think about it. But what about her? Lin Xian felt that when she asked someone to do something, they shouldn't raise any opinions or opinions. They should just do it. She was right. There was no need for anyone to refute her. Anyway, that was what Lin Xian felt when he saw her. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the mission. Mission reward. Unlock all attributes and obtain Dark Evil Fire. Mission time limit. 3 months. Mission punishment. Kill the host. Of course, target's favorability. 0 to 93. Lin Xian, what the hell? Lin Xian wasn't surprised that he triggered the mission. It was normal for such a beautiful woman to trigger the mission. At the same time, triggering the mission meant that he might not be in danger. But that might not be the case. Bing also triggered the mission. But if Lin Xian didn't control it properly and didn't use the pink spray, he would have died. As for the reward, Lin Xian didn't care that much. Because to be honest, Lin Xian realized that other than his cultivation level, he didn't seem to lack anything. However, there was one thing that Lin Xian had never seen before, and that was favorable impression points. What did that mean? Favorability from 0 to 93? What did that mean? Under normal circumstances, wouldn't favorability be fixed at a certain point and then increase or decrease to a certain value. Now, what was the situation with 0 to 93? Favorability of 0 was a very dangerous level. But generally speaking, if there was a threat to one's life, the favorability must be below 0. It was only possible if it was a negative number. A favorability of 0 meant that there wasn't much of a threat to one's life. And what was the level of 93 favorability? Lin Ye's favorability towards Lin Xian was 97. Once the favorability reached 90, what was the level? Life and death together. Simply put, she could even be willing to die with you. If you died, she could even be willing to die with you. She could even be willing to die for you. This was the level of a favorability of 90 and above. There were a few girls around Lin Xian who had already reached 90. Linglong Shui, Bing Lingwei, Linya, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Wang Xintong. They had all reached this level. The other girls all had favorability of 80 and above. With 80 favorability, there was a high chance that they would be willing to die for you. As for Yi Renbing, her favorability towards Lin Xian was slightly lower. After all, they had only known each other for a short time, but she had also reached 89. And this woman's favorability, Lin Xian frowned, 0 to 93. Didn't that mean that her favorability towards him was at least 0 and at most 93? Then why was it like this? How could a favorable impression be so erratic? You're really trash. Huang, she rested her chin on her hand and looked at Lin Xian. She let out a lazy, ethereal, and noble voice. Lin Xian? What the hell? She called him trash the moment they met? Yes, he was indeed trash to a powerhouse of this level. But wasn't it a bit wrong for her to call him trash? May I know why Senior has brought me here? You don't recognize me? The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Xian frowned. We haven't even met before. How can we know each other? She sneered. As expected, a scumbag will always be a scumbag. Even if he's not the previous him, he still can't escape the definition of a scumbag. I think Senior's words are a bit wrong. You can call me a scumbag, but you can't call me a scumbag. There's a difference between a scumbag and a scumbag. Moreover, I'm not a scumbag. Lin Xian indicated that he shouldn't be a scumbag. Of course, in some aspects, he was, but he really intended to be responsible for all the girls around him and not abandon them. Chapter 1346. Huang, she stood up slowly and walked toward Lin Xian step by step. Lin Xian frowned. How should he put it? He couldn't understand what this woman was saying at all. However, Lin Xian felt that he wasn't in any danger. Anyway, that was what he felt. Huang, she walked in front of Lin Xian. The two of them were very close. This woman was so tall that she was almost as tall as Lin Xian. Although she was wearing very special high heels, she was definitely more than 7 meters tall. She had a very special fragrance on her body. Do you know how much I hate you? Her deep pupils were a fiery red, as if they were burning with flames. She stared straight into Lin Xian's eyes, not avoiding his gaze at all. Instead, Lin Xian was a little afraid of her gaze. Lin Xian? Hate me? Big sister. What did I do? Can't you make things clearer? Ridiculous. She saw Lin Xian's evasive gaze and sneered again. Then she walked slowly and said, It's been 800 years. It's been 800 years. It's not a long time. To the demon race, 800 years is just the blink of an eye. But to me, every day is torture. As for you, you coward, you don't know anything. She stopped and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian? No. Senior, did you catch the wrong person? Lin Xian asked in confusion. This had nothing to do with him at all. Did she fucking catch the wrong person? Coward. She sneered. Lin Xian? No. Lin Xian frowned. What the hell was this? Lin Xian frowned. Senior, why did you catch me? If there's really nothing else, I hope you can let me go. I still have very important things to do. I will definitely thank you in the future. Lin Xian cupped his fists. You want to find your woman? Yes. Man. Then a woman appeared beside her. Go get rid of those people. Huang, she said indifferently. Yes. What? Lin Xian shouted. How dare you? Lin Xian's brows furrowed as a vicious aura surged from his body. Huangxi's footsteps paused as she looked at Lin Xian. I don't dare. Do it. Yes. In the next moment, Lin Xian's aura surged. If you dare, I'll fight you to the death. Don't think that you are very powerful just because you are at the heavenly Tao realm. I can similarly kill you at the heavenly Tao realm as a heavenly venerable. Do you believe me? You want to kill me? The woman looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. You try to kill my men first, so I'll definitely kill you. Lin Xian might not have the ability to do so, but he would do it at all costs. When he went crazy, no one could compare to him. All right, I want to see what qualifications you have to make a move. Come on. Huangxi stood in front of Lin Xian. Shua. Lightning coiled around Lin Xian's body. Huangxi extended her hand and flicked it slightly. The lightning around Lin Xian vanished. She shook her head. You want to kill me with just this? What a joke. She returned to her throne and sat down. If there's anything you need me to do, tell me. I only wish that you won't touch anyone around me. You are very strong, but I also have existences around me that aren't weaker than you. If they come, you might not be their match. Lin Xian said as he stared at her. The corners of Huangxi's mouth curled up as she laughed. You may leave. Yes. The woman vanished from her spot. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. You should go and rest as well. Come to the back garden when it's dark. Lin Xian frowned. What was she up to? All right. Lin Xian walked out. Outside, the sky was already bright. When Lin Xian walked out, a young lady brought him to a certain room. Huangxi stood up and gazed into the distance. 800 years ago, when you found out that I was a demon, you despised me for being a demon and left me. In the end, you chose a human empress. I can understand that. After all, in your eyes, the human race and the demon race are on opposite sides. However, her body was surrounded by hostility as her eyes narrowed. Today, 800 years later, you have more than one demon woman by your side. Linimo, you are really a hypocrite. She clenched her fists tightly as her delicate body trembled slightly. There was anger and sadness. Her eyes were actually filled with tears. Previously, she didn't know who he was because she had been staying here. Only when she saw him in the mirror did she know. After knowing, she sent people to investigate, including Linglong Shui, Yiren Bing, and the others she already knew. In these 800 years, I have been here. You can't imagine how long these short 800 years have been. I joined the 10,000 Demon Alliance. I want to make hypocritical creatures like humans disappear from this world. Cowards like humans don't deserve to live on this continent. But later, she found out that she couldn't do it. This was also why in the end, Ice Sea City didn't have a demon god temple to organize millions of demon beasts to attack. She hated this person. She hated him so much that she wanted to kill him. She even wanted to cut him into pieces, but we'll give you one more chance this time. This is the last chance. I hope that this time, you won't disappoint me. She gradually loosened her clenched fists. I want to ask, do you know who I am? Lin Xian followed a beautiful girl in front of him and asked. I don't know. The girl said indifferently. Then why did your demon god capture me? She didn't kill me. She didn't even hit me. Why? I don't know. Lin Xian scratched his head. Then who is she? Lord Demon God. I know it's your Lord Demon God. I want to know why she called me a coward and wanted to kill the women around me. Why? I don't know. Lin Xian, what the hell? We're here. She brought Lin Xian to her room and opened the door for Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked in. This room was very big and beautiful. It was as big as the first floor of a large villa. When did I meet your Lord Demon God? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. Then, the girl closed the door and left. I give up. I really give up. Lin Xian kept pacing in the room. Then, he lay on a huge bed and took out his phone. However, he realized that there was no signal in this place. Following that, Lin Xian released the law of creation in an attempt to create a signal. However, he discovered that there was a force in this huge room that actually isolated his power. Fuck! Lin Xian cursed and then lay on the bed in a daze. What was going on? Did he find the wrong person? She shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake, right? She knew him? When did this happen? Annoying. Chapter 1347. Lin Xian was very helpless. He couldn't even chat with the girls. It was good that he didn't talk. He didn't want to disturb them. He hoped that they would be fine. Then, they could lift him up. Lin Xian felt that he trusted them. He helplessly took a shower. Then, he lay on the bed and watched TV. The TV wasn't connected to the internet. Lin Xian watched cartoons that didn't use the internet. Damn it. Lin Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He walked around the huge island. Fortunately, the girls' attitude towards him was quite good. They didn't force Lin Xian to stay in the room. However, there were always two girls who followed Lin Xian all the time. They told Lin Xian that he couldn't go anywhere. It was beautiful, but Lin Xian wanted to play with his phone. However, they didn't let him play with it. As for Lin Xian's phone, they didn't take it. They knew that this person had the law of creation. They just had to keep an eye on him. This place was very beautiful. Lin Xian could even fish. However, he wasn't in the mood. He just wanted to play with his phone, chat with the girls, and report that he was safe. He couldn't play in that room, but he could do it in other places. However, he couldn't do it at all. The people following him wouldn't let him fish at all. How could he fish? He wasn't in the mood at all. Lin Xian was still worried about Ling Ying. He was also confused here. In the end, Lin Xian went back to his room in anger and fell asleep. Damn it! Can't I sleep? The sky gradually darkened. Tonight, this beautiful island was even more beautiful. It was decorated a little. There were even some ribbons and lights. It was just that there weren't many of them. However, they still decorated this beautiful island. Huangshi walked out. Tonight, she was unbelievably beautiful. She was wearing a light, white dress that looked like a luxurious dress. It was really slim-fitting. Her S-shaped curves were simply invincible. She was wearing high heels, and because one side of her dress was slit, it revealed her straight, slender, and fair legs. You could tell that she had put a lot of effort into dressing up tonight. Her hair, her nails, her skin, and even her face and long eyelashes had all been dolled up carefully. She smelled so good that it was as if he was going to die. Huangshi's beautiful eyes swept over. "Isn't it too much?" She said faintly. "At Master's request, we specially dressed up very little." The girl lowered her head and said, "I said it's too much." After saying that, Huangshi walked forward. "Yes, I understand." Then, she quickly sent people to reduce the number. Then Huangshi took a look. This would make people feel that she didn't specially ask her people to decorate this place, so that it wouldn't appear so exaggerated and deliberate. "Master, is there anything else?" The girl walked by Huang. She sighed respectfully. Huangshi arrived at the exquisite and beautiful back garden. At this moment, there were also some colored ribbons, small colored lanterns, and other things in the back garden. At night, it was extremely beautiful, and it was definitely meticulously arranged. The place made the light of every colored lantern especially perfect. Then, there was a table in the beautiful back garden. On the table, there were delicious dishes that looked one after another. There were even dozens of girls who were busy here. Some were dressing up, and some were just decorating that dish to make it look more beautiful and more appetizing. Huangshi frowned slightly. "There's still too much here." "Yes, reduce the number of dishes here." "Master, do you think this is to your liking?" Huangshi walked over and tasted the dishes. "Is the taste too strong?" Huangshi asked. "No, Master. The taste of the dishes here. I specially sent people to catch a top human chef. According to this top chef, the amount of seasoning is increased according to the common taste of the human race." Huangshi nodded. Even though she didn't care about him and hated him so much from the way she put in so much effort today, it could be seen how high that person's position in her heart was. In the past, would she have considered these things? She slowly stretched out her hand and said lightly, "The wind tonight is a little strong. I'll ask the Great Elder to cast the spell. And the moon tonight, it doesn't look bright enough and there aren't enough stars. I'll ask the Great Elder to solve it." "Okay." Huangshi then sat there and moved her slender index finger slightly. Then, two girls came over and massaged her shoulders. She glanced at them and said, "This wine is also from the human race, right?" "Yes, I specially bought it from the human race at a high price." Huangshi stretched out her hand, and a girl poured a glass of red wine and handed it to Huangshi. Huangshi shook it slightly and took a sip. She couldn't help but frown. She had never drunk such a thing before. She had always drunk wine brewed by her own people, other races, and even the elves. That was what was called wine, but this bottle of wine that cost a human 1,000,000 yuan, why was it so disgusting? Master, is the taste wrong? It said that the rich humans like to drink this red wine. Maybe I'm not used to it. He should like to drink it. Huang, she supported her cheek with one hand and tapped the other rhythmically with her slender and fair fingers. Is the room ready? She asked again. Yes, it's ready. The bath water has always been at room temperature. The 7 colored flower petals are also ready. Also, the pink light that Master ordered has been installed. Huang, she was speechless. She sent people to investigate. Did all the men in the modern era like that kind of style? But it didn't matter. She gave him a chance, and at the same time, she gave herself a chance. She hoped to do her best. These girls didn't know what their demon god wanted to do, but they could guess what it was. Of course, they were shocked. This little human wasn't very handsome, and his cultivation wasn't that heaven-defying. He wasn't that outstanding. So why did their demon god fall in love with such a person? They really didn't understand. But there must be a reason, so they didn't dare to ask. At this time, the wind became weaker, and it was a gentle breeze. It was very comfortable, and the slight dark clouds in the sky disappeared. More and more stars peeked out, and the moon became brighter. It's about time. Huang, she glanced at the height of the moon, and then said lightly, Do you want me to invite young Master Lin? Huang, she shook her head. Let him come. Then time slowly passed. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. Huang, she sat here and waited for 2 hours. She came at 7 in the evening, and now it was already 9. The group of girls beside her just stood there. Damn it, he's not coming? Huang, she frowned. She told him to come at night, but he still didn't come after waiting for so long. Was he purposely angering her to go against her? Bring him here. Huang, she said. Yes. Chapter 1348. And what was Lin Xian doing? Sleeping like a fool. For the past few days, he had been engaged in high-intensity battles every day, so he did not have much rest. Anyway, he did not sleep. At most, he would recover his strength, and then he fell into a deep sleep after this kick. He did not set an alarm, and then he overslept. When the girls walked in and saw him lying there with his arms and legs spread out, they could not help but twitch their mouths. Their demon god had been waiting for him for so long, but he was sleeping here. Heavens! What kind of existence was their demon god? How many people on this continent could make her take the initiative to wait for him for a few hours? Seriously, young master. A girl walked over and gently pushed Lin Xian. Little Ying, don't press down. Heavy girl, young master, it's time to wake up. Lin Xian opened his sleepy eyes and looked at her in confusion. Then he sat up in confusion and looked at the sky outside. Fuck! Lin Xian quickly jumped off the bed. It was dark. Fuck! It was dark outside. It was over. It was over. It was over. That woman told him to go there in the dark. Now, it was already dark, and it looked like it had been dark for quite some time. Why did you only wake me up now? Lin Xian quickly ran out. The girl stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. Big brother, did you tell anyone to wake you up? Huang, she sat there and supported her chin. Then, she heard the running figure behind her. Phew! Lin Xian ran to her side and let out a long sigh of relief. Then, Lin Xian glanced around. Fuck! What was the meaning of this? The back garden was so beautiful, and the table was full of delicious food. This wouldn't be his last meal before he went on his way, right? That shouldn't be the case. Why bother? However, Lin Xian felt that he shouldn't be in any danger. At least for now, he felt strange. Although his freedom was restricted, and he wasn't even given a phone to play with, but they treated him quite well. This place was meticulously decorated. The dishes on the table all looked delicious, and the presentation of the dishes was especially beautiful. Senior, what do you mean? If you have anything to say, just say it to me. You don't have to decorate this place. Lin Xian looked at the woman. Fuck, what was the meaning of this? The way this woman was dressed today, especially when she was wearing a dress with a slit and her legs crossed, that kind of visual impact was simply unbearable. Huang, she frowned slightly. It wasn't set up. It's always been like this. She said faintly. Really? When I came down to play today, I saw that this place wasn't like this. There were even some colored lights. Lin Xian swept a glance over and said, Huang Shi, that's because you didn't see it clearly during the day. You only noticed it now that it's lit up at night. Huang Shi continued to be stubborn. It couldn't be helped. Wasn't this just being tsundere? Really? Lin Xian really didn't care. Sit down and eat. Huang Shi also stood up. Then, she brought along a fragrance that made Lin Xian feel relaxed and happy as she walked to the table and sat down leisurely. Lin Xian frowned slightly. What was this woman trying to do? She didn't kill him or beat him up. She said a bunch of strange things that he didn't understand. Now, she even wanted to treat him to a big meal. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Why did you have to do this? Even Lin Xian was confused. Lin Xian then sat across from her helplessly. Little Qing, you stay. The others can leave, Huang Shi said faintly. Yes, master. Then, the group of beautiful girls respectfully walked away, leaving only a sweet-looking girl who looked very young. Lin Xian glanced over. Great virtual realm. I was worried that you wouldn't be used to some of the food, so now the table is filled with ingredients that are very common to the human race. However, the people who made these dishes are all my people. You can try it. Huang Shi glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said faintly, okay. The confused Lin Xian picked up his chopsticks and then picked up a piece of meat that he didn't know what it was. Huang Shi's beautiful eyes had been watching Lin Xian, paying attention to his reaction. How is it? She asked. Not bad. Huang Shi frowned slightly. Not bad? She wanted to hear that it was delicious, not that it was not bad. Then, Huang Shi tentatively took a bite. Wasn't it delicious? It was indeed not bad. The texture was excellent. To Lin Xian, the so-called texture was not that important. He valued taste more. Lin Xian felt that it was too bland. He liked the kind that had a strong taste. He liked spicy food. Then, Lin Xian glanced at the dishes on the table. He didn't see many dishes with chili. Even if there were chili, it was the kind that wasn't spicy. Try this again. Huang Shi said. Lin Xian tried again. Not bad. Huang Shi frowned. What do you mean by not bad? It means that it's not bad. Huang Shi. She was very unhappy. She wanted to bring out the chef and beat him up. This group of people had been cooking for an entire afternoon, and in exchange, they only got 2 dishes that were not bad, but she felt that it was not bad. Then, Huang Shi let Lin Xian try another dish. It was also not bad. Her frown deepened. This. She pointed at the delicious lobster. She didn't dare to say anything else, but she dared to say that no one could make seafood better than them. They lived on the sea, so they knew what was the best food in the sea. Lin Xian was convinced. What was this woman trying to do? Did she ask him to be her food connoisseur? This is not bad. Lin Xian nodded. Lin Xian didn't ask for spicy seafood. Of course, he needed spicy seafood. But this kind of seafood was more original and delicious. Huang Shi heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Lin Xian's next sentence made her unhappy again. It just feels like ordinary seafood. There's no difference. Huang Shi. Then, she gave the girl beside her a look. That girl quickly poured red wine for Lin Xian and Huang Shi. Young Master Lin, this is the red wine we bought from the human race. It costs 1 million per bottle. Huang Shi heaved a sigh of relief. This should be okay, right? Lin Xian looked at the red wine bottle in the girl's hand and couldn't help but cough. What? Just 1 million per bottle? What's wrong with that? Sister, this red wine can't even be called red wine. It can only be called a beverage. You spent 1 million on something that costs 8 to 10 yuan per bottle? Did you guys get cheated? Really, this was the so-called red wine that cost a few yuan per bottle. It even tasted a little sweet. Huang Shi, she lost her face. She, a demon god, lost all her face. She glanced at the girl, and the girl quickly lowered her head. Despicable humans. So cunning. They lied to her. Chapter 1349. Huang Shi coughed dryly. She felt a little embarrassed. Although it was her subordinate who bought it, she wasn't the one who bought it, so she wasn't the one who was cheated. However, it was her subordinate, so it could be understood that she, as a demon god, might not know. Or maybe her subordinate didn't know, and it was her fault for not managing it properly. Lin Xian was also a little embarrassed. Firstly, he didn't know what this woman wanted him to do. Secondly, it was indeed quite awkward. It looked delicious and was indeed not bad. Many people would like it, but it just didn't suit Lin Xian's taste. For example, some people preferred light food, while others preferred heavy food. Even if light food was delicious, they just couldn't get used to it. Huangshi glanced at the girl, and the girl quickly lowered her head. Maybe it just looks cheap. Huangshi then slightly tidied her hair and said, "How can that be? When I was young, I didn't have money. There were a few special days when I bought this kind of red wine. I even bought it personally. When I was young, it was only 5 yuan a bottle. Now it has risen to 8 or 10 yuan. Lin Xian, Huangshi. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? Couldn't you give me some face? Can't you just say something along the lines of, maybe?" Huangshi was furious. Are these really not delicious? Huangshi felt that she had already put in a lot of effort to get someone to prepare it. It's okay. She didn't want to hear that it was okay, but it was delicious. These are the recipes given by the top human chef. My subordinate made it, so which should suit your human taste. Lin Xian frowned. Suit their human taste? Did she cook this meal for him? But why? Maybe it just doesn't suit my taste. I like spicy food, so no matter what it is, if it's not bad, then it's delicious. Go, ask that person to make another table of spicy food. If it doesn't work this time, kill him. Huangshi slightly waved her slender fingers at the girl, and the girl quickly walked away. Lin Xian, I say, senior, why? We've never met before, have we? You captured me, beat me, scolded me, and imprisoned me. I'll admit it. You even decorated the garden, dressed yourself up, and hired someone to cook for me. Why? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Could it be that she likes me? Yes, these things made Lin Xian feel that she did indeed like him. However, his charm was indeed great, but it couldn't be so great that such a great demon immortal would fall in love with him even though they had never met before, right? Huangshi frowned slightly. This sovereign has already said that I have never specially decorated the garden, nor have I specially hired anyone to cook for you. It is only the sovereign's own people who cooked for you. Normally, this sovereign will also eat these things. Furthermore, this sovereign has never specially dressed up. This is also how it is normally. Huangshi said stubbornly. Lin Xian, all right. I'll eat. You're not allowed to eat. I've eaten all the dishes that were specially prepared for me. Bang! She smashed the table with her palm. I already said that I didn't make it especially for you. Lin Xian, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Okay. He nodded. Huangshi exhaled and then waved her hand. A girl walked over. You have 2 hours. If you can't make 20 dishes, you can be killed. Huangshi said indifferently. Lin Xian, yes. Huangshi glanced at the ground and then looked at Lin Xian. What do you want to eat? This sovereign will let them cook. No, there must be. Lin Xian, then I want to eat beef fried noodles, medium spicy. Huangshi, what else? Seafood noodles, more seafood. What else? Coca-Cola. Bang! Huangshi smashed the edge of the chair she was sitting on and then stood up, scaring Lin Xian. Is that all you want? Huangshi's voice was a little angry. To be precise, it was a little resentful. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment and then shrank his head. He was a little scared and said weakly, No, I like this. Didn't you ask me what I like to eat? Huangshi took a deep breath. Do it. Yes. Another girl who was waiting for orders hurriedly walked away. No, senior, I want to know what you want to do. If you have something to say, just tell me. If I agree, I agree. If I don't agree, I'd rather die than submit. Can we talk frankly? Lin Xian. He felt that she liked him or cared about him. Her favorability was also 0 to 93. However, Lin Xian couldn't be sure. Like? Then why was there a possibility that her favorability was 0? This sovereign just wants to treat you to something. Then why? Shut up. Huangshi shouted. Lin Xian, she's crazy. Then the two of them were silent for a while. That, Lin Xian said weakly. Speak. Are you lusting after my body? Lin Xian asked softly. After saying that, He was already prepared to be beaten. Huangshi was slightly stunned. She didn't say anything. After a while, she looked at the starry sky and said, "The stars have changed. As expected, that slut is still that slut." Ah. Lin Xian scratched his head. "Do you want to remember the past?" Huangshi looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian frowned. "The past? What do you mean?" "The past life." Huangshi said. "Lin Xian, what the hell? The past life?" He knew that things like cultivation were especially mysterious. However, Lin Xian had never come into contact with things like past and present lives. He didn't even know whether such things existed or where people went after death. Lin Xian didn't know all of these. However, if this was the case, Lin Xian might be able to explain some things. Why was it that he didn't know her at all, but she seemed to have a good relationship with him, as if they had known each other for a long time? She even treated him to a big meal and deliberately dressed up. Could it be that he really had past life? Were they lovers in his past life? Lin Xian transmigrated from Earth. Therefore, he had the right to believe in such things, including Lin Xian thought of Bing Lingwei. Didn't this empress also make him feel baffled? It was just that he was here in his past life, then on Earth in his next life, and returned here in this life. Was it like this? Damn, if that was the case, Lin Xian felt that he was somewhat invincible. "You know me in my past life, right?" Lin Xian asked. "Yes." "Then I don't want to remember." Lin Xian shook his head. Huangshi frowned. "Why?" Chapter 1350. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. He was completely at ease. Although he couldn't remember, he was sure that he was fine. Wow. What kind of dog was he in his previous life? What kind of people did he date? One was a demon god, and the other was the empress. Amazing. But thinking about it, it didn't seem that bad now. He had demon gods, goddesses, and so on. Lin Xian smiled and said, "It's very simple. The memories of this life are simply too troublesome. I've only lived for a few years, and I already have so many troubles. If there's another life, won't I be worried to death?" "You're still as smart as ever." Huangshi glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sat on the stone bench and said, "Thank you for the compliment." "You think this lord is complimenting you?" Lin Xian. Huangshi also sat over there. Cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed and looked at Huangshi. Damn it. Lin Xian was originally panicking to death, but now he wasn't panicking at all. Then Lin Xian stretched out his hand and gently pressed on Huangshi's hand. He could clearly feel that Huangshi trembled slightly, but other than that, she didn't have any other reaction. "So, we were lovers before?" Huangshi said faintly, "Yes." Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. "But you abandoned me after having sex with me." Lin Xian, Shua. Lin Xian instantly retracted his hand. What the hell? Does this have to be so fucking exciting? What the hell is she doing? She couldn't have. That. Big sister, listen to me. Either you found the wrong person, or even if it is, it's him, not me. Please don't misunderstand. He is him, and I am me. We're not the same person. That person is a retard, an idiot, a beast. Senior, you abandoned such a beautiful woman. You must be blind. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Damn it. Lin Xian's survival instinct was extremely strong as he cursed. Huangshi frowned slightly. What he said actually made sense. He was himself, and the current Lin Xian was Lin Xian. They were the same person, but not the same person. If his memories could come back, he would want his past memories. Then they would be the same person. But he didn't want that. Huangshi's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian as though she was thinking of a reason. Get up, Huangshi said faintly, then turned around and walked forward. What? Follow me to a place. Lin Xian then followed behind her. Lin Xian didn't panic at first, but when he heard her say that her predecessor had abandoned her, he was really scared to death again. No wonder her favorability towards him was 0 to 93. Lin Xian was afraid that because of his wrong words or something, her favorability would be reduced to 0. Perhaps she would do something crazy. It was really hard to say. Senior. Huangshi walked forward without saying anything. Speaking of which in the past, Ah Pui, not me, but that person in the past. Other than being a blind person, what else was he like? Lin Xian asked. Although he didn't want to know about those memories, he was still quite curious. Lin Xian's question pulled Huangshi's thoughts back to more than 800 years ago. Her footsteps stopped. Huangshi's beautiful eyes looked into the distance. Very talented, very warm, very carefree. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. Sure enough, it was really good. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to pursue such a person. Very heartless. Lin Xian, we're here. Huangshi looked ahead. Lin Xian looked over. It was a stone, a rather large stone. Its surface was very smooth, and it was sitting there. Obviously, Huangshi had moved it over from somewhere. However, it could be seen that this stone was very carefully protected by her. It wouldn't be blown by the wind, nor would it be hit by the rain, nor would it be exposed to the sun. Lin Xian walked over. There were 2 palm prints on the stone. Other than the palm prints, there were also some sore marks. This is the place where we first met, in the immortal ocean. At that time, I was seriously injured, and it was you who saved me. This is also the place where we swore an oath of undying love. At the same time, it was also the place where you left me. It was also the place where you attacked me. Lin Xian, wow. Huangshi turned around and looked at Lin Xian. Then, she raised her hand, and Lin Xian flew over. Following which, his hand directly pressed into the palm prints. When Lin Xian's hand pressed into one of the palm prints, a golden radiance flickered. At the same time, Lin Xian's hair and clothes fluttered wildly. He slowly closed his eyes. 10 seconds later, the golden radiance disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had changed. His aura had also completely changed. Huangshi stood there quietly and looked at him. Lin Xian, no. He withdrew his hand and straightened his body with his back facing Huangshi. What? You don't even want to look at me? Are you feeling guilty or disgusted? Huangshi's cold voice came from behind. However, he could feel that there was a faint tremor in her voice. Lin Mo slowly turned around. He was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was him. It was the same soul, just different memories. It was just that Lin Xian temporarily controlled Lin Xian's body, or rather, his previous body. CC. Lin Mo looked at her. Don't call me that. It's disgusting. Huangshi said coldly. Lin Mo laughed bitterly and self-deprecatingly. So many years have passed. Some things should be put down. I've left long ago. Lin Mo raised his head and looked at his palm. In this life, No, I'm not me. I'm not me anymore. I'm still very weak. Don't tell me you want to kill him. I want to kill him. He's you and you're him. He's not me. The one talking to you now is me. Lin Mo said. Coward. Seeing a coward like you again really disgusts me to the extreme. Huangshi said leisurely. Lin Mo sat on the rock and slowly said, I'm sorry. I don't need you to say that. Seeing you again, I only want to ask you one thing. You want to ask why I chose Ling Yu back then, right? Yes. Back then, you said that you were human and I was a fae. You hated fae and even wanted to kill me. Now, I want to ask you one last time. Is that the case? Lin Mo looked up at her. No. I want to see how you can lie to me. What other sweet nothings can you say? Huangshi sneered coldly. Then, he looked at Huangshi and said, Humans live once every 100 years. Fae live once every 100 years. Even if my talent isn't weak, even if I reach the heavenly Tao realm, can I live for 3,000 years? And 3,000 years is just a snap of a finger to you, who will have a lifespan of at least 100,000 years. If I die, do you want to endure 100,000 years of loneliness? Ling Yu is human too. I can accompany her for a lifetime and leave with her. Huangshi's body trembled. Liar. You're still a liar. You're still lying to me. When Huangshi heard his words, she lost control of her emotions as her eyes turned red. Lin Mo looked at her. I'm very happy to be able to say these words. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I did let you down. However, I'm already in the past. The current me doesn't know what he is like. I don't have any memories of him. I only hope that you won't let him remember what happened in the past. Please don't hurt him. Goodbye, CC. Following that, golden light swirled around his body before it slowly dissipated. Don't go. Huangshi flashed over and hugged Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's eyes changed as he shook his head and looked at Huang, she who was hugging him. Holy shit, what's wrong? Chapter 1351. Lin Xian was really dumbfounded. When he pressed his hand into that handprint, he didn't know anything. It was as if his brain had crashed at that moment. It was as if he had skipped that period of time. Anyway, Lin Xian didn't have any recollection of it. By the time he regained his senses and opened his eyes, the woman was already hugging him. Lin Xian could feel the softness of her body, as well as the invincible fragrance of her body. Damn it, did the heavens have to play with him like this? Lin Xian then raised his hand. His hand wanted to hug this woman in the air, but Yi Qianni hesitated because he didn't dare. In the end, Lin Xian's hand still hugged her waist. Huangshi's delicate body was slightly trembling. Her words just now seemed very cold and ruthless. But was it true? It wasn't true. If she was really ruthless, she wouldn't have waited here for 800 years. She wouldn't have waited for Lin Xian to appear, and she wouldn't have let Lin Xian live. He disappeared. She didn't know if what he said before he left was true or false, but she was willing to treat it as true. In Huangshi's eyes, even if you lied to me, please don't tell me. Please lie to me forever. Huangshi gradually recovered, and then her body slowly moved back. Her hand didn't move away from Lin Xian's body, and Lin Xian's hand didn't move away from her waist. They just stared at each other like this. Lin Xian didn't dare to look at her after glancing at her. Lin Xian was always a little afraid of this woman. Her kind of scaring was different from Yiren Bing. Yiren Bing deliberately scared you, but she might really scare you. To put it simply, after they got to know each other, Yiren Bing might say that she wanted to kill you, but she might really do it. You're crying. Lin Xian looked at Huangshi in shock. Damn, what has happened? Why was she crying? Huangshi let go of Lin Xian's hand and turned her face to the side. No, I was blinded by the wind and sand. She said indifferently. Lin Xian, wow. I've seen this line 10,000 times in 10,000 TV dramas. Huangshi, your hand, she said. Lin Xian quickly let go. Lin Xian coughed dryly and said, I was worried that you would take things too hard and jump down. That's why I grabbed you. Let's go back. The food should be almost ready. Huangshi said indifferently and walked away. Okay. Lin Xian caught up with her. You haven't told me what happened just now. I'm fine. Something must have happened. Scram. Oh, then I won't say anything. Lin Xian immediately cowered. Huangshi also gradually recovered from her earlier emotions. Lin Mo was already in the past. He and Lin Xian were the same person, but also not the same person. If he could obtain Lin Mo's memories, then they would be the same person. However, he had said that he didn't want the current him to remember the past. The current Lin Xian also didn't want to remember the past. To Huangshi, her answer was very clear. The rest was up to her to make her own choice. And wasn't her choice already reflected in her actions? He was Lin Xian. He was also Lin Mo. He was just equivalent to Lin Mo without his memories. He was still him. The two of them returned to the table. The food Lin Xian wanted to eat was on the table. Slurped out, Lin Xian sat there and sucked the noodles crazily. Wow, this beef noodle dish is the most beef noodle dish I've ever eaten in my life. Lin Xian said as he sprinkled chili powder. Huangshi looked at him and then at the noodles in front of him. Was it that delicious? He said all the delicacies were not delicious, but a bowl of noodles was enough to make him eat heartily. Eat it. Lin Xian glanced to Huangshi. Huangshi then took a small bite. You have to eat it in big bites. Eat noodles in big bites. Lin Xian smiled and then got up to sprinkle some chili powder on her. Try again. Huangshi didn't say anything. She stirred it and tasted it. How is it? Lin Xian asked. It's okay. Lin Xian, wow. A reversal of 2 levels? Cough, cough, cough. The taste is different. I like to eat simple things like this. Lin Xian then drank all the soup. Huangshi also gradually finished the bowl of noodles. It's good, it's good. Lin Xian leaned there and touched his stomach. Huangshi gently wiped her red lips. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, can you let me go? I'm still in the Tianwu Conference's trial. It concerns whether I can enter the God's Awakening Door. It's very important. I believe you must have heard of the God's Awakening Door. Lin Xian looked at her and said, No. Huangshi shook her head. Why? Lin Xian frowned and asked. She was a couple with him in his previous life, but that was also a matter of his previous life. Even if he abandoned her in his previous life, she should be able to understand that it had nothing to do with him. Right? She shouldn't be stupid. But why didn't she let him go? Because I don't want to. Lin Xian, but it concerns my future. Why didn't she want to? She didn't want to let him go. Of course, this was also one aspect. She didn't want to let him enter the God's Awakening Door. Why? Because Lin Mo was a very well-behaved person. As his women, they were all willing to serve him with other women. On the contrary, he was the one who wasn't willing. He only wanted to be loyal to one person. Wasn't this infuriating? Was he still a man? Of course, Huangshi now felt that it was just an excuse. It was an excuse to get rid of her and abandon her. He said it passionately, but in reality, he was the most hypocritical person in the world. Back then, he also entered the God's Awakening Door. What happened after that? He never came out again. That's right, he died in the God's Awakening Door. That was what he said to Bing Linghua. He said that he would definitely come back. Then he went to the God's Awakening Door and never came back. Because before that, he had a heavenly fate jewel in Bing Linghua's hands. When the jewel was destroyed, the person was destroyed. After that, Bing Linghua fell into a deep sleep. No time passed. She wanted to see him again. She believed that they would see each other again, but she didn't know how long it would take. With their lifespan, even the heavenly Tao would only let them live for a few thousand years. At most, they could live for 10,000 years. She didn't want to wait for many years to see him again. She was already old. She also believed that the first person she would see when she woke up would be him, because he said so. But Bing Linghua was worried that she might fall into a deep sleep for a long time. When she woke up, her memory of him would be blurred and disappear. There was no concept of time in deep sleep, but the brain could really gradually lose its memory. So, she was willing to use the love flower to make herself fall in love with the first person she saw when she woke up. Because he said so, she believed that the first person she would see when she woke up would be him. What a love-struck woman. Chapter 1352. Humans could be reincarnated after death. Animals could be reincarnated as well. Life could be reincarnated after death. This was a rule that no one could understand. No one knew where to reincarnate or how to reincarnate, but it was a rule that existed. It was possible that some people would reincarnate the next day after death. They might no longer be human and enter another world. It was also possible that they would reincarnate after hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. It was uncertain. Therefore, why did Bing Linghua put him into a slumber? However, Huangshi was different. Her lifespan was destined to be hundreds of thousands of years. Her bloodline and talent were there for all to see. She was willing to wait. In fact, in terms of pain, she was probably in more pain. Huangshi knew that Lin Mo had died inside after entering. Therefore, he could not enter. It's very dangerous inside. It's best you don't enter. I know it's very dangerous. It's more dangerous than you imagine, said Huangshi. Lin Xian frowned. Do you know something about it? Do you know what's inside the door of God's awakening? Lin Xian asked in astonishment. Huangshi shook her head. I don't know. Then, she looked at Lin Xian. She even regretted something. What was she regretting? She would let him know about the past and present. Therefore, Huangshi's petite body released a terrifying force as Lin Xian watched her helplessly. What are you doing? Time. Reversal. Schwa. At the next instant, the scene around the duo changed as they appeared beside the table. The dishes on the table were still the same as before. Lin Xian was sitting there, looking at the lobster. Time reversal is the highest level power of the time attribute. It's normal for you to stop time, but it's really difficult for you to reverse time. For example, could Lin Xian's time attribute reverse time? Yes. A few seconds. Furthermore, the range was only that large. He was the only one in the group. It was too difficult. Without reaching the heavenly Tao realm, there was really no way to truly release time reversal. Huangshi sat there, gasping for breath. She turned back time. Although it wasn't long, it was very difficult. She was a releaser, and she had also gone back in time, but she could still remember those things. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to what was happening. He was truly being pushed back by this force over time. Simply put, reversing time also meant rewriting the future. However, in this short period of time, Lin Xian's future was still fine. Turning back time was only one of the reasons. She regretted telling Lin Xian about her past life. No, to be precise, she only told him that they knew each other in their past lives, which made him realize that there was a past life. She didn't want any more. It's not bad, Lin Xian said after taking a bite of the lobster. Lin Xian frowned. What's wrong with you? You look very tired. Huangshi stood up and took a deep breath. Xiaoqing, go make him some beef noodles and seafood noodles. Add chili in advance. Yes, master. Lin Xian, what the heck? She actually knows what I want to eat? I'm going back to my room to rest first. Someone will bring you there after you finish eating. Lin Xian scratched his head. What the heck? Someone will bring me there after I finish eating? To where? To her room? Is she crazy? One must know that when he turned back time to this place, Lin Xian only experienced the stage where she asked him if the food was delicious, and he said it was not bad. Lin Xian didn't know anything else. At this time, Huangshi didn't tell Lin Xian any words that they knew in their past lives. Therefore, Lin Xian was especially dumbfounded at this moment. This was the power of time. Time and space were known as the two strongest heaven-defying attributes. Wasn't it extracted from this place? If you have the time attribute, and if you control it well enough, then you might really be able to rewrite the future. For example, if someone dies in a car accident and you happen to be beside them, if you want to save him, then you can use time reversal. Generally speaking, no matter how strong a person is, they can only reverse time by less than half an hour. A world had many elements. Life, light, water, air. But a world needed space. It had to have time. Therefore, this was also why these two elements were the strongest. But at present, even if one was at the heavenly Tao realm with 10 stars, how much of the strength of these two elements could they truly produce? Hey, can you give me the phone to play? No, during this time, if I see you secretly chatting with anyone, I will send someone to kill whoever you chat with. Huangshi walked away after saying that. Lin Xian, wah. This woman is crazy. Lin Xian wiped his mouth after eating. Young master, please follow little Qing. Lin Xian stood up. Where are we going? To master's room. Lin Xian, what the heck? Are we really going to her room? Why are we going to her room? This. Little Qing doesn't know either. In short, it's master's orders. Lin Xian scratched his head in confusion. What was the extent of his memories of Huangshi? After their first meeting, he had just woken up. Due to the delay, he came over for a meal. She merely asked him if he was good before leaving. That's right, Lin Xian's memory. No, it wasn't a memory. It was an experience that led him to this place. Do you think she likes me? Lin Xian asked. Perhaps. Little Qing was taken aback for a moment before replying. Right? How can a girl's room? And a Fey God's room at that? Besides, it's so late at night. If she has something to tell me, she could have done it outside. Why would she go to her room? So she might like me, right? It seemed like Lin Xian was asking that girl, but in fact, he was telling himself, yes, that's right. Don't panic. That's right. I don't know. Little Qing shook her head. All right. When they passed by the stone, Lin Xian looked over and frowned. That stone, Little Qing then said, that stone has been there for as long as Little Qing can remember. Master has never allowed us to go there. Young master can't go there either. All right, we're here. Then, Xiaoqing brought Lin Xian to a beautiful big house that looked like a villa. This house was dozens of stories high, and at the top, Lin Xian saw a red light. Master is in the room at the top. Little Qing won't be going. Young master, please. Then, Little Qing opened the door for Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked in a daze. There was only one room at the top. It felt like a hotel hall. There was a huge door. Lin Xian then walked over and gently pushed it open. What entered his eyes was a charming pink light. Chapter 1353. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Because he had been turned back in time, he didn't know anything about the past. What past and present life? It was as if he hadn't experienced anything before. Then she asked him to go to her room. Lin Xian panicked. He didn't know what to do until he saw the pink light. To be honest, there was no other color that could make a man daydream more than this faint pink light. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Damn, what is this for? Pink light, this can't be. Lin Xian then tried knocking on the door that was already open. Senior, I'm here. Can I come in? Lin Xian asked with a bit of fear and uncertainty. Come in. Huangshi's indifferent and slightly lazy voice came from inside. Lin Xian then slowly closed the door and walked in. It was so big. This room was so big that it could be the first floor of the hotel. And he could see so many things. In any case, any luxurious things that one could imagine in a room were placed neatly here. The most exaggerated thing was that Lin Xian saw a wardrobe so big that it made his mouth drop. God, this wardrobe. Are you trying to open a clothing store? This wardrobe could hold all the clothes in a small clothing store, right? This was a demon god. This woman seemed to know how to enjoy life even more than Yiren Bing. What? Where are you? Lin Xian asked. The most exaggerated thing was that he couldn't see anyone after entering this room. How big was this damn room? Moreover, this was just a room. There was no need to open the door. He just had to turn left and right. Behind the screen, Huangshi's voice came again. Lin Xian looked at the fiery red screen in front of him. There was a phoenix pattern on the screen, and it was especially beautiful. Lin Xian walked over helplessly. When Lin Xian went around the screen, he was stunned. Whoosh! Lin Xian abruptly turned around, his back facing Huangshi. Wow! He was convinced. Behind the screen was a round bathtub of about 50 square meters. Lin Xian couldn't see anything else clearly because the bathtub was filled with mist. He could only vaguely see Huangshi's figure leaning against the edge of the bathtub. It seemed like she wasn't wearing anything. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Why did he have to turn around? Because he was afraid. Although there were signs that this woman might be lusting after his body, Lin Xian was really scared. Tell me, a heavenly Tao realm existence captured you and did not say much after capturing you. Then, she invited you over for dinner, but before the meal was over, she left. She did not even say much before asking him to come to her room. Now, she is bathing. Yes, Lin Xian felt the same. As for the reason, he did not know. However, although he felt that it was the case, he found it baffling. He had goddess-like existences by his side. Linglong Shui, the Void Fox, Yiren Bing, the demon god, Bing Lingyue, and Empress. Apart from Bing Lingyue, Lin Xian might have obtained them in a baffling manner. But for Linglong Shui and Yiren Bing, which one of them wasn't obtained by Lin Xian after risking his life and crawling back from the brink of death again and again? He never imagined that there would come a day when an existence at the level of Linglong Shui would seduce him. That's right. She took the initiative to seduce him. That was abnormal. Therefore, Lin Xian was afraid. Huangshi looked through the mist at Lin Xian, who had his back facing her. Hypocrite, she said faintly. Sis, I'm not being hypocritical. I'm just afraid. Lin Xian said helplessly. He was afraid that he would see something he shouldn't see, and then Huangshi would kill him or gouge out his eyes. What? She could obviously kill him and torture him as she pleased. Why would she do this? Who would understand? How could Lin Xian know the thoughts of an expert? What are you afraid of? If I really wanted to kill you, do you think you would still be alive? Huangshi said faintly. Splash. Then, the sound of water flowed into Lin Xian's ears. He couldn't stand it. As a man, he really couldn't stand this kind of sound, especially when the tip of his nose was filled with that kind of fragrance. However, Huangshi's words made Lin Xian's relaxed brows loosen. She said that if she really wanted to kill him, she would have already done so. This sentence actually meant that she wouldn't kill him? Then did that mean she was really seducing him? What? What did he do to deserve this? Come help me wipe it. Huangshi said lightly. Lin Xian gulped. Are you sure you won't hurt me if I wipe it? Stop talking nonsense. All right. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and walked over. Through the mist, Lin Xian saw Huang, she who was sitting in the water and leaning against the edge with her hair draped over her shoulders. Damn it! Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What was the point? She might be wearing something else, but she really wasn't wearing anything. However, Lin Xian couldn't see anything. Why? She was only leaking up to her shoulders. The water was very clear, but there were colorful petals floating on the surface of the water. The petals gathered in that area and blocked Lin Xian's view. Lin Xian couldn't see what was going on under the water. Lin Xian walked behind her. Whiteware? Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked, What do you want to wipe? Huh? I can wipe it up to your shoulders. Lin Xian looked at that fair skin, and his nose was about to bleed. Up to you. Huangshi closed her eyes and leaned against the wall and said lightly, Lin Xian, this woman was seducing him, and now she was hinting at him. Whiteware? Up to you? Wasn't this a blatant declaration? But this was also Lin Xian's guess. This was the heavenly Tao. Lin Xian didn't dare to do it, although he had triggered the mission, but who the fuck could withstand this? Then I'll wipe it. Then, Lin Xian stood behind her and used a towel to wipe her shoulders, neck, and other areas. Don't go to the God's awakening door. Huangshi closed her eyes and leaned against the wall and said lazily, Why? Lin Xian frowned. It's very dangerous. There was no problem going to the God's awakening door, but Huangshi only knew that Lin Xian died in the God's awakening door, and Lin Xian was his reincarnation. Now that Lin Xian wanted to go to the God's awakening door, she didn't have a good feeling. She had a feeling that history might repeat itself. After all, she had experienced it before, so she was afraid. There's no reason. Huangshi said, There must be a reason. Do you know what's inside the God's awakening door? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. I don't know, but you better not go. I have to go. It's not a place where death is certain. Moreover, that place is too important for a martial artist, so I have to go. So, can you let me go? I have to participate in the Tianwu conference. Lin Xian asked. Huangshi's slender hands swam on the water surface, brushing the petals one by one. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she stopped. Then are you going to leave now, or take me? Walala. Huangshi stood up and slowly turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Chapter 1354. Wah. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. This woman, she really wasn't wearing anything. She was standing right in front of him. What the fuck? Huangshi's eyes flashed red. Lin Xian didn't understand what her eyes meant. Under normal circumstances, she had normal eyes, but sometimes her pupils would turn red. It was very strange, but now it didn't matter. Gulp! This wasn't a fucking seduction anymore. She wanted to fuck him. Choose. She looked at Lin Xian. Then, can I choose the second one before choosing the first one? Lin Xian coughed dryly. His eyes didn't move away. One was the mission, the other was little Ying and the God's awakening door. It was so difficult. What was the key? The key was that Lin Xian felt that she was the kind of person who wouldn't be able to complete the first one if she chose the second one. Since she chose to possess you, she couldn't leave. Lin Xian really felt that she was such a person. No. Lin Xian looked up at her. Then I'd better go back. Lin Xian said. Huangshi was stunned. Crack, crack, crack. She gradually clenched her fists, and the fiery red in her eyes became even more intense. Why? Why did he still choose to leave when she was already standing right in front of him? Were those human girls prettier than her, nobler than her, more powerful than her? Why? Why did she have the same feeling as back then? She felt as if she was worthless in front of him. Back then, he could leave without caring about their old relationship. Now, she was standing right in front of him, and he still chose to leave. Wasn't the meaning the same? Lin Xian gulped and looked at her. What was she trying to do? At this moment, Huang Shi's wet hair fluttered and her body was surrounded by a strong aura. Really, Lin Xian was scared to death. Hey, don't be like this. Don't be angry. It's very scary. Lin Xian took 2 steps back. What the hell was this? He didn't do anything to her, and she was angry? How could you be like this? Huang Shi raised her hand, and then her figure flickered and vanished on the spot. After that, she grabbed Lin Xian's neck. In the next instant, both of them appeared by the side of the wall, and Lin Xian was leaning against it. However, she didn't use much strength in her grip on Lin Xian's neck. She merely restrained him. I'll give you one more chance. Lin Xian really hated the feeling of being threatened by others. But this woman's naked. Aren't you embarrassed? Even if she wasn't shy, Lin Xian would already have feelings for her. But choose again. I'll choose the first one. I want to leave. I want to become stronger. I can make you stronger. Huang Shi said coldly. That's different. Huang Shi then let go of Lin Xian. Then you can leave. She turned around. Lin Xian touched his neck. Then, I'm really leaving. And Lin Xian then walked to the door. When you take a step out of here, they will all die. Huang Shi said indifferently. Lin Xian, I say, big sister, what are you doing? Don't make it so difficult for me, okay? Lin Xian went crazy. Huang Shi frowned. You won't be able to find a boyfriend like this. Even if you find a boyfriend, you will definitely force him away. Lin Xian said. Huang Shi's delicate body suddenly trembled. Why? Am I not beautiful enough, or what? Huang Shi slowly turned around and looked at Lin Xian. You're beautiful enough, too beautiful, but what? But you will make men very tired. Huang Shi was stunned. I can understand that you want my body, but we haven't done anything yet, and you're making it so difficult for me. I can't imagine what will happen in the future, so I want to leave. Huang Shi's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she looked at Lin Xian. She understands me better. This was what Lin Emo said at first. She didn't understand what he meant. Understand him better? Understand him better? She also understood him very well. She even dared to say that Bing Lingyue might not understand him as well as she did, so she didn't understand what he meant. Or was it just an excuse from Lin Emo? It was just a lie that he had used to deceive her. But at this moment, the moment Lin Xian said this, she seemed to understand. So this was what he meant when he said understand. It was simple. When he was tired, she would massage his shoulders, pour him a glass of water, make him a meal, comfort him when he was depressed, talk to him when he was lonely. But it wasn't from the beginning to the end. She would only be unruly and follow him around. She didn't want to leave, regardless of the occasion or time. She didn't even ask if he was willing. She understood. Huang Shi laughed. Sure enough, you taught me a lesson. Huang Shi muttered. Lin Xian frowned. What do I mean? That? I'm not saying that you're not good. With your appearance and status, what kind of man can't you get? I'm saying that it's not right for you to say that. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, Okay, I understand. Huang Shi then slowly walked towards Lin Xian. Then I'll give you another chance to choose. The first or the second? Lin Xian, what the fuck? If you choose the second, you can also choose the first. Huang Shi stood in front of Lin Xian and said faintly, Lin Xian, really? Yes. Then choose the second. Huang Shi's eyes returned to normal. Then you can do it. How? How did you do it before? Lin Xian scratched his head and then swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Are you sure? Yes, ding. Prince Charming points plus 300 million. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. All attributes unlocked. You've obtained Dark Fire. Damn. How could he let go of something that was sent to his mouth? But what made Lin Xian feel that it was inconceivable was that this woman was actually her first time. That's right, it was her first time. She had accompanied him for a long time. Actually, it wasn't that long. It was only 2 or 3 years. In these 2 or 3 years, she was very happy. But the last step between them didn't happen. She still didn't understand why. Because there were many times when she took the initiative and he was the one who rejected her. Or, actually, from the beginning, she had been hiding the fact that she was a devil. Did he already know that she was a devil? Then why did he want to be with her? In those 3 years, she really didn't release her power even once. The devil didn't release their power. Plus, her realm wasn't weaker than Linmo's at that time, so he didn't know that she was a devil. One night passed just like that. Chapter 1355. The next morning, in the afternoon, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He didn't care about the reward because last night was too fucking exciting. Ouch, my waist hurts, my waist hurts. Lin Xian supported his waist and sat up. Really, he didn't stop last night. It wasn't that he didn't stop, but that woman didn't stop either. What could Lin Xian do? He was a man. If the woman didn't stop, how could he stop? Then his waist hurt. Do you think it was easy for his waist? Most importantly, this woman was simply too invincible. She was too perfect. Lin Xian couldn't take it anymore. Fuck, if there's a next time, I'm not human. Lin Xian massaged his waist and put on his clothes. That Huang, she had already disappeared, and even the bedsheet had been taken away by her at an unknown time. But this woman's first time, is it true? Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely stunned. He felt that it was unbelievable. It wasn't that she couldn't be a virgin. Look at Linglong Shui and Yi Rinbing. They had lived for so long, but they had never had a boyfriend before. But this Huang Shi, although Lin Xian didn't know, Lin Xian felt that she had a boyfriend before. Even if she didn't have a boyfriend, such a noble woman would take the initiative to do other men after her first time. Would you believe it? So at that time, Lin Xian felt that she might be a prostitute. But this was the first time she broke Lin Xian's guess. But until now, Lin Xian still didn't understand. Why would she fall for him? He really didn't know her. If Huang she didn't use time reversal, Lin Xian would know everything. But now, Lin Xian really didn't know. Lin Xian yawned and jumped off the bed while rubbing his waist. Initially, Lin Xian thought that Huang she had gone somewhere. Then, Lin Xian glanced around and saw that she was actually on the balcony at the side. No, it should be the rooftop. She was wearing loose, fiery red pajamas and sat there with her legs crossed. The wind blew her hair, and she sat there drinking tea. Lin Xian walked over. "Are you hungry?" Huang she didn't turn her head and just asked. I'm okay. The noodles have been made. They'll send it up later." "Thank you." Lin Xian nodded and sat beside her. He wanted to take advantage of her, but Lin Xian's hand inexplicably retracted. This woman was so flirtatious last night. Why was she so cold? She wanted to make sure Lin Xian dare not touch her. Huang she saw Lin Xian's actions from the corner of her eye, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. "Touch me if you want to," she said indifferently. Lin Xian, forget it. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. He wanted to, but her attitude made him afraid. "What's wrong?" Huang she turned her head and glanced at Lin Xian. "Nothing. My waist hurts." Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. "That's right. I don't understand. Why did you choose me? Did something happen between us?" Lin Xian asked. "No need to ask, no need to guess. That's it." "Oh." Lin Xian nodded. Damn it. The more she said this, the more curious he was. "There are some things that Bing Lingyue didn't tell you?" Huang she asked. She only knew that Bing Lingyue sealed herself in ice to wait for Lin Mo to come back. She didn't know anything else. She didn't even know that Bing Lingyue was born. She had been with Lin Xian for a long time, but she still didn't know. Until 2 days ago, when she saw Lin Xian, she knew that he was back. Lin Xian looked at her. "You know Bing Lingyue?" Lin Xian showed a surprised expression. Wait, if it was inexplicable, then Bing Lingyue was similar to her. Bing Lingyue had become his woman out of nowhere. She was the empress of a generation. Huang she was the same. They were similar in this aspect. Coincidentally, they knew each other. "This I know her." Huang she took a sip of tea and then casually crossed her legs on Lin Xian's lap. "She didn't tell me that she lost her memory." "Lost her memory?" Huang she looked at Lin Xian in surprise. "Yes. When I first saw her, it was in an ice palace. I thought she was dead. She suddenly opened her eyes and almost scared me to death." "But what happened?" "You must know." "I know, but I don't want to tell you." Lin Xian, "Then I'll tickle you." "You can try." Huang she said faintly. Then, Lin Xian didn't dare to do it. "All right, He was a coward, all right? Then how is your relationship with her? Like fire and water. Lin Xianhua. His mentality was gone. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed awkwardly. Can't you tell me a little? Lin Xian held her foot in his hand. Huangxi's delicate body trembled slightly, but she didn't pull away. Let's talk about it later. Are you sure you want to go to the God's Awakening door? She asked the question again. Definitely. Huangxi nodded. Let's go after dinner, she said. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Damn. Although this woman was scary, she still kept her word. Okay. Huangxi glanced at him again. Was it going to be so heartless or leave directly? You won't stay for another day? Lin Xian said, I want to stay too. Hypocrite. It's true, but my friends are still fighting at the front line and might even be in danger. But I'm drunk on the fragrance of beauty. I can't get over it, Lin Xian said. Huangxi nodded, then pulled her foot away and walked away. Where are you going? Lin Xian asked. Just go. Then she pushed open the door and walked away. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Wah, he was really a beast. I'll come back after the Tianmu conference ends. Lin Xian let out a sigh and turned his attention to the dark flames. This was his reward. It definitely wasn't bad. Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and a flame condensed in his palm. In Lin Xian's perception, this flame was many times stronger than the flames he released before. Lin Xian rarely used the fire attribute previously because he had the lightning attribute. The lightning attribute's destructive power was stronger, and the fire attribute was useless. But now, this flame was red with a hint of black. This was the first time Lin Xian had seen a flame of this level. What's so special about this dark flame? It shouldn't be as simple as its destructive power and temperature being higher. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Then he carefully sensed it. Dark flame, I understand now. So this dark flame even condenses the power of darkness. In other words, when I release this dark flame, it can directly ignore the opponent's defense. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. In other words, in terms of destructive power, the lightning attribute was still the strongest, but in terms of offensive power, the fire attribute might be stronger. Because the lightning attribute could be blocked, but the fire attribute, the dark flame, you could try blocking it? Chapter 1356. After Lin Xian finished his meal, he stood by the edge of the island. Behind him was the white flying fey beast that brought him here. Where's your demon immortal? Lin Xian asked. The heavenly Dao realm woman who brought Lin Xian here had a completely different attitude towards Lin Xian. She was alarmed. Only the heavens knew that the person she brought was, I don't know. Then, did her demon immortal leave me away to contact her? Lin Xian asked. Young master, do you wish to contact Her Excellency? Lin Xian nodded. Of course. If she didn't leave any, I'll look for her. Lin Xian did not wish to be disconnected from her just like that. Yes. Then, she handed Lin Xian a piece of paper. On it was possible that she had already written a way to contact him, including Huangxi's cell phone number and WeChat ID. She rarely used it, but it was much more convenient than a spirit artifact for communication. Furthermore, it did not cost anything. Therefore, her subordinates naturally used it when reporting matters to her. All right, please send me there. All right. Elsewhere, Murong Yu and company had just defeated an SS rank faction. The 6 girls were lying in the snow, panting. Xintong, how much are we ahead of them? Han Chuxue asked. Wang Xintong took a glance. We're ahead of Fengling's team of 3 S-rank factions, 1 SS rank faction, and 1 SSS rank faction. However, they're slowly catching up to us. Wang Xintong said. Phew. Everyone, let's rest for half an hour before setting off again. Han Chuxue said. All right. Without Lin Xian, they indeed felt that it would be much more difficult. Lin Xian's combat strength, space, time, creation laws, and destruction laws could really increase their strength by a lot. They also realized that they couldn't do without Lin Xian. Thankfully, their abilities were extremely outstanding. They had been competing with Fengling's team over the past few days, but in terms of progress, they had been slightly pulled apart. Therefore, they could only fight even harder. After all, there were 9 of them and only 6 of them. It doesn't matter. There are 9 of them. As long as we can ensure that the number and quality of the forces we defeat in this round is equal to theirs, then we will definitely win. Xiaoxin US said softly. Looking at the progress, it's a bit difficult. Our advantage is the difference of an SSS rank. After all, there are 9 of them, and none of them are weak. Moronu said. In short, everyone, let's do our best. We'll bring along Lin Xian's share as well. Even if we fail, we'll still do our best. Ling Ying said. Sigh, I wonder how Lin Xian is doing. I can't contact him at all. Is he okay? Wang Xintong bit her lip. Wu Yuhan said faintly. If he says it's fine, then it should be fine. For the past 2 days, they had been staring at their phones, hoping that they would suddenly see Lin Xian's signal appear on the map. However, they never saw it, and this matter also attracted the attention of the various forces and powerhouses. Lin Xian had suddenly disappeared from the signal. This made them feel a little strange. There were 2 possibilities. First, he had exceeded the range, so the signal could not be captured. Second, his phone had been destroyed. The second possibility was more likely. It did not matter that his phone was destroyed. He still had the entire team. As long as the entire team had a phone, there would be no problem. Therefore, they did not ask, nor did they panic. They only thought that Lin Xian's phone had been destroyed. This was very normal. It was easy to destroy a phone in a big battle. However, losing a person's signal did not mean that he was dead. This did not match. However, if you were fighting alone and your signal was gone, it meant that you had defeated a force but could not mark it on the map. If you did not mark it, even if you had the monster crystal of that force's boss, it would be useless. No points would be added. You could only return to the North Pole to retrieve your phone again. This would waste a lot of time. As for Feng Ling, she was definitely paying attention to this matter. However, they were a team. It did not matter if Lin Xian's phone was destroyed, but this Lin Xian's phone had lost its signal 2 days ago. They must have experienced a big battle and probably suffered heavy injuries. Duan Ling Xiao said. That's right. Look, after Lin Xian's signal disappeared, their team's speed slowed down a lot. This also means that Lin Xian's combat power should have been greatly affected. It might even be that he won't have much combat power in a short period of time. These 2 days, it should be the other 6 people who have been killing monsters. Xiaoyan nodded and said. Feng Ling's eyebrows slightly knitted. Could it be something happened to him? Is he dead? Su Jiming said. Everyone was stunned for a moment. It was possible. After all, many of the opponents they faced were in the Absolute Void stage. Those in the Absolute Void stage definitely had the ability to kill them. If they were not careful, they could really die. The possibility is not high. He is space and time. How could he die? Feng Qinghao said. That's not right. According to what Brother Feng said, he has space and time. How could he be injured? Even an injury that can't provide him with combat power for 2 days? Don't forget, he has the law of creation. If he is injured, no matter how serious the injury is, they will continue to heal. With his law of creation healing, he will recover very quickly. However, it has been 2 days, and their progress has been gradually surpassed by us. This proves that Lin Xian has almost no combat power. If he is injured, he should recover very quickly. So, he might really be dead. Qin Ming's eyes suddenly lit up as he said. Hearing this, a few of them were in an extremely good mood. The possibility was very high. Feng Ling frowned. No, he would not die. She did not believe it. She was not willing to. She still wanted to defeat Lin Xian. She wanted to prove that Lin Xian could not die. However, she felt that the possibility was quite high. She had the law of creation, so she knew very well how fast and effective the law of creation could heal one's injuries. Lin Xian's signal had disappeared for 2 days, and their progress was so much slower. If it was the law of creation, he should be fine. Therefore, this possibility was there. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Feng Ling said. Are you sure you want to go? Duan Ling Xiao asked. Chui said at this time, it's not a problem to go. Now that our 2 teams are very close, It won't take much time with the space attribute. We can go over and take a look at their situation. If something really happens to Lin Xian, we won't need to go to more dangerous places in the future. Understanding their situation is beneficial for us. Okay, then let's go directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then they disappeared on the spot. Duan Ling Xiao and the rest wished that Lin Xian was dead. Chapter 1357. After Murong Yu and the other girls rested, they went to the nearest SS rank organization. Among the 250 participants, there were very few who could pose a threat to an SS rank organization. There were not many of them. There were only 2 of them, and no more than 3 other teams. However, their 2 teams had the highest chance of defeating an SS rank organization. The others would be difficult. After all, SS rank organizations had absolute void stage experts, and there might even be 2 of them. Heavenly Venerables fighting absolute void stage experts was like licking blood on the tip of a blade. The best were in Lin Xian and Feng Ling's teams. The others would find it difficult to defeat an SS rank organization. What was Zhuge Feng doing now? That's right. He was killing a small organization by himself. He knew that the strong ones were in Feng Ling and Lin Xian's teams. These 2 teams had 16 people, and they only took the top 10. If there were no special circumstances, these 2 teams would definitely be in the top 10. The top 10 would be from these 16 people. Since he did not choose to join any of their teams, it proved that Zhuge Feng must have his own thoughts. His thoughts were simple. He liked someone, mainly because he felt that if he joined, he would definitely join Lin Xian's team. However, that team was too strong. He felt that he could not improve, so he might as well just go by himself. Perhaps many people looked down on the small organizations. Although they had low points, they were easy to kill. Zhuge Feng killed from B, A, and S rank alone. However, he could not do the same for SS rank. Wherever he went, he would attack any organization he encountered. As a result, his points accumulated quite a lot. Time passed slowly, and the sky soon turned dark. This should be the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan. Ling Ying looked at the huge territory in front of them. This was an SS rank organization. Previously, they had seen a few other teams come here and stay for a while before leaving. Some of them fought, and some of them probably left immediately after taking a look. Why? Because the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan was very strong. The Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf was a clan with a higher bloodline. At the same time, their combat strength was definitely the strongest in this area. The Wolf clan was very smart and had outstanding combat strength. What was the most powerful thing about the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf? That was night. The Silver Moon Sirius could borrow the power of the moonlight at night. It might not be able to double their strength, but it was definitely enough to increase their strength. Yes, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan is the only SS rank faction nearby. Morong nodded. Then we have to fight. However, it's better if we fight during the day. The Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan's battle prowess increases greatly at night. Moreover, there's also the Great Virtual Realm. Although we've all reached the 8 or 9 stars of the Heavenly Venerate realm in the past few days, without Lin Xian's domain to lower our realm, and with the fact that it's night, it'll be extremely difficult. Morong said, but the sky has just darkened. There are still 10 hours before dawn. Are we going to waste those 10 hours? There are only a few B-rank organizations left in this area. It's a bit of a loss for us to spend 10 hours just for these few B-rank organizations. Xiao Xinyue said, it's quite a loss. Morong thought for a while and said, if there's no other way, we can only take the risk and try. Hey, look, Fengling's team suddenly came to our side. They were originally tens of kilometers away, but Wang Xintong looked again. They were probably only a few kilometers away from each other. It could be the distance of a few mountains. Are they also coming to attack this place? Wu Yuhan frowned suddenly. Their team had people from the Feng clan and the Chu clan. She had not completely figured out what happened in the past, but at least for now, she was hostile towards these 2 clans. Attacking is one thing, but they're probably also here to harass us. Han Chushua said calmly. Then what should we do? Wang Xintong asked. Morong said, We'll know when they arrive. Anyway, they only needed to know that they could not fight with each other. However, they could attack a certain organization together. As for who the organization belonged to, it would depend on who killed the big boss first and took the demonic crystal. When the demonic crystal fell into the hands of the person who took it, it would prove who the organization belonged to. Moreover, they could not snatch it. If anyone snatched it and reported it, the entire team would be gone. Very quickly, Feng Ling's team of 9 appeared behind them. Whoa! When they saw that there were 6 of them, Duan Ling Xiao and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. 6 people? And there were 6 women. Then Lin Xian, was he really dead? Feng Ling's brows also furrowed suddenly. Was Lin Xian really not with them? Following which, the 9 of them walked over. You guys are progressing really fast. You still haven't let us overtake you. Respectable opponents. Duan Ling Xiao walked over and said with a smile. He liked Murong Yu, but he no longer chose to blindly pursue Murong Yu. If he could get it, he must get it. If he couldn't get it, he would not give up on everything and force it. You guys are the same. You guys are also very fast. Murong Yu said lightly. Where's Lin Xian from your team? Where'd he go? Xiao Yin then asked. How they wished to hear the news that Lin Xian was dead. You guys don't need to worry about where Lin Xian is. Ling Ying said vaguely as he peeled a lollipop and put it in his mouth. They frowned. From the looks of it, Lin Xian didn't seem to be dead. If Lin Xian was dead, they wouldn't be so calm. Was he pretending? To be honest, there was no need to pretend. Could it be, did they have some kind of secret weapon? Could it be that this Lin Xian had gone to do something big? But no matter what he did, he needed a phone. Without a phone, he couldn't get any points. It was really strange. I saw that Lin Xian's signal disappeared 2 days ago. Now that Lin Xian isn't with you guys and your progress has fallen behind a lot, this Lin Xian, could it be that something happened to him? Xiaoyan asked. Of course not. We have some plans, but it's not convenient to tell you guys. Murong Yu said. They had a rough idea in their hearts. Something must have happened to Lin Xian. Otherwise, what could he do without a phone? He was probably seriously injured. Moreover, it was a serious injury that was difficult to recover from in a short period of time. Then, they placed him somewhere to recuperate. In order not to delay their progress, the 6 of them attacked the forces together. The slow progress these few days was enough to explain it. Otherwise, if they had any plans, they would definitely need at least one person to follow Lin Xian and clock in. Their progress couldn't be said to be slow, but it was too fast previously. Now, there is a Silver Moon Wolf SS-ranked force ahead. Everyone, what do you plan to do? Feng Ling glanced at them and said, Lin Xian should be fine. At most, he was seriously injured. Chapter 1358. Murong Yu's gaze landed on the Silver Moon, Heavenly Wolf's territory in the distance. It might not be a bad thing for them to come. If they did not come, the 6 of them would be in a bit of danger. But now that they were here, perhaps the 2 parties could cooperate. As for who this force would end up in, it would depend on their own abilities. Cooperate? Feng Ling asked. She naturally knew about the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf. Could the 9 of them fight it? Of course they could. However, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf in the night was an SS rank force. You might have to treat them as an SSS rank force. They were also a little timid. However, if Murong Yu and the rest of the 6 were included, there would definitely be no problem. As for who the boss would end up in, it would depend on their own abilities. Sure, Murong Yu nodded and said, then let's cooperate. As for what will happen after we enter, who will end up in the hands of the boss, who will kill it, and who will take the monster crystal, it will all depend on our own abilities. But there is one thing that I hope we can all agree on. This battle is very dangerous for all of us. I hope that after we enter, our first priority is to defeat the opponent and not to fight for the monster crystal and give the opponent an opportunity to take advantage of us. It might even lead to a tragedy. We are the opponents, but they are the enemies. Feng Ling looked at Murong Yu and the rest and said, sure. Actually, from her words, one could already tell that Feng Ling was definitely a very righteous person. It was just that she had been bullied by Lin Xian and was spoiled rotten. However, her morals were indeed very righteous. In the face of major issues, she was still very sensible. The 15 of them were divided into two parties. Then, they walked together towards the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf's territory. Leader, there are more than 10 humans rushing towards our territory. Inside the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf's territory, a group of people rushed in front of man. The man had a head of silver hair and looked quite handsome. The main thing was that every one of them in human form had a head of silver hair. Humans. The Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf's leader narrowed his eyes. It had been a few days, so he naturally knew what the humans had been doing recently. He also knew that the humans would definitely attack the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf tribe. To be precise, they were not the first batch. Before them, there were already two batches. One batch was discovered and then ran away. The other batch fought for a while and killed a few weaker Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves. When they couldn't win, they ran away. What a bunch of cowards, a motley crew. The previous two batches were like this. How dare this batch attack my Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan? Furthermore, it's still nighttime. A bunch of trash who don't care about their lives actually dared to come to my Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan's territory at night. Prepare the formation. This time, they will not return. Yes, everyone, gather at the front and get ready for battle. Yes, although the leader's words sounded tough, the latter part of his words made everyone gather together. In fact, it also showed that he was quite cautious. Outside the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf's territory, Murong Yu and the other 15 people stood there. In front of them were over 100 Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf's wolves and over 100 Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf's experts who had already transformed into human form. Those who had transformed into human form were basically domain realm cultivators. Domain realm cultivators were not strong to them, but Heavenly Venerables were not weak. They had fought quite a number of SS rank forces, so they had a rough idea of how big an SS rank force was. They had about 20 to 30 Heavenly Venerables, ranging from 1 star to 10 stars. As for Virtuous Realm experts, they had at least 2. However, what they wanted was the highest grade Great Virtual Realm Demon Crystal. The Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf's combat strength increased greatly at night. Therefore, it was not wrong to regard them as an SSS rank faction. At this moment, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves were looking at them with shining eyes. They were really emitting a scorching light. Wolves could be considered a race that had a greater desire for the opposite sex. Which one of Murong Yu's group wasn't a top-grade beauty? When this group of beauties appeared together in the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf's territory, they felt that these people were courting death. The only problem left was the distribution of these beauties. That's right, they were already considering the distribution of Murong Yu's group of beauties. The leader and deputy leader of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf's group walked out. When they saw Murong Yu's group of beauties, they were stunned for a moment and then sneered. Wow, this human gave us such a big gift. The leader of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf could not help but lick his lips. Open the formation. Quickly open the formation. His subconscious reaction was to not let these people escape. They must not escape. He had lived in this place for his entire life and had never seen such beautiful women. At most, he would go to the human world to catch a few to play with, but most of them could only be said to be good-looking. As for these girls, they were more than just good-looking. It seems that demons are the same as humans. Feng Ling stretched out her hand, and her sword appeared in her palm. Whoosh! A large formation appeared around them. Simply put, this was a barrier that completely trapped them inside. As for its strength, they did not know for now. But they did not panic. 3 spatial attributes were here, and since they were here, and they were even working together, they did not plan to run, and there was no need to run. It was a bit dangerous for one team to fight, but with 2 teams working together, it was really much easier. Then what's there to say? Let's fight. Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf, what a joke. Duan Lingxiao and the others then took out their spirit weapons. A group of Heavenly Venerables? They originally thought that this group of people was very powerful. Why? At first, They thought that these people were ignorant and did not know that they were Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves. But just now, someone said that they were Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves, and now they still did not run. Did they not know how much the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf's combat strength increased at night? Therefore, they thought that they might have a very powerful Great Void stage, but when they released their auras, all 15 of them were Heavenly Venerables, and the strongest was only a 9-star Heavenly Venerables. They were completely relieved. The gap between the Heavenly Venerables and the Great Void stage was not small. Most importantly, it was now night, and they were not ordinary Great Void stage. Although more than 10 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star Heavenly Venerables were indeed a bit scary, they were now at night, and they had the Great Void stage. Everyone, listen up. Don't kill these women. Leave them alive. As for the other men, kill them. The Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf leader licked his lips and said, "Yes." Then dozens of figures rushed at them at the same time. These people were just sending themselves to their deaths. They were tools used by the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf tribe to test their strength. Let's do it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then 15 people rushed forward in unison. Chapter 1359. There were 15 of them, but they were also divided into 2 teams. Murong-Yu's team of 6 had a very high tacit understanding. At the same time, after a few days of practice, Feng Ling's team also had some tacit understanding. It might not be a good thing to mix them up. Law of Destruction. Murong-Yu was merciless. First, the Law of Destruction could easily deal with these domain lords, Heavenly Venerables, and even a large number of Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves below the domain realm. Even if they would become stronger with an absolute realm, the Law of Destruction was simply an invincible existence. Second, although they were teammates with Feng Ling's team now, they were not on the same side. With so many monsters, it would be best for them to keep the experience. That was their own realm. Why should they give it to others? Here, killing these. Murong-Yu did not spend too much spiritual power. Plop. The dozens of Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves that rushed over instantly died. On the other side, Feng Ling's team was facing dozens of Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves with ease, but they were not as brainless as Murong-Yu's team. What? Seeing this scene, the other Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves that did not rush over were dumbfounded. What kind of fucking power was this? Why was it gone? There were also Heavenly Venerables. Why was it gone just like that? Feng Ling and the others glanced at them. They were helpless. This was one of the reasons why the 6 of them could persist and not let them close the distance. This Law of Destruction was simply too brainless. Crescent Heavenly Charge. After seeing this scene, Feng Ling did not show any weakness. She gathered her strength and suddenly slashed at the large number of Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves in front of her. A white crescent rushed over. Law of Creation. In an instant, the white crescent that looked like it was only 3 to 4 meters long instantly expanded to more than 20 meters. Wherever it went, not a single blade of grass was left. Boom! When the dust settled, the nearly 100 Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves that rushed over were all killed easily. However, these Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves were very weak. Most of them were Law Realm, and there were not many Heavenly Venerables. Although there were many of them, it was reasonable for them to easily deal with them. Although it was nighttime, these Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves' cultivation levels were too low. No matter how strong they were no match for them. However, these Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves were nothing more than ghosts sent to test their strength. These people were not simple. They were on a completely different level from the previous 2 batches. All of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf experts had the same thought. But so what? They were only dealing with the weakest group. The strongest among them were dozens of Celestial Venerables and 2 higher void cultivators. Now that it was nighttime, how could they fight? Everyone listen up. The leader of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan shouted. Split into 2 groups. Don't leave them behind. Kill them if you can. Charge with me. The leader shouted. Yes. He had seen their strength and was a little afraid. How could he let these women play with him? He didn't dare to. He was afraid that something would happen. Therefore, if he could stay, he would stay. If he couldn't, then so be it. So. After that, the chief and vice chief led a total of over 40 Empyrean-level Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves and charged towards the two groups. Enchanting, Ling Ying shouted. Roger. Domain open. Wang Xintong's eyes narrowed. Following that, her aura surged and the Six People's realm soared, reaching the 10 stars Empyrean realm. Her domain was not as abnormal as Yi Tianyi's. Even if they were the 9 stars Empyrean realm, the increase of 3 stars should be 1 star of the higher Void realm. However, they couldn't break through and could only remain at the 10 stars domain realm. Still, that was a huge increase. Frost bloodline. Han Chushue's eyes bloomed with a blue light. At that moment, she looked a little like Morongyu. Following that, her beautiful hair danced wildly and a terrifying frost energy surged towards the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves charging over. Frost Blessing. Xiao Xinyue released her own martial skill. She didn't go up herself, but instead used Han Chushue's strength. They already had a tacit understanding of each other. They wouldn't rush up alone to fight for merit or show off. Instead, they were very willing to help each other. This was a team. Boom! The terrifying cold energy instantly froze the 20 or so people who were rushing over. Pong! Several of them were completely frozen, but a dozen of them broke through the ice. In the next moment, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves released a powerful energy that collided with them. You're courting death. The leader's target was Han Chushue's group of 6. Fengling's group was attacking the vice leader. The leader's eyes narrowed and a blood-red energy gathered in his hands, attacking together. Endless dawn, absolute thunder of the 9th heaven. Morongyu's sky blue eyes narrowed. Domain judgment. Pooh. In the next moment, a 10 stars Empyrean Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground dead. That's right. This was Morongyu's domain. It was a very simple effect. If there was only one opponent in the domain and the opponent's realm was not higher than 5 stars, then in the same realm, in simple terms, if Morongyu was a 1-star Empyrean realm and the opponent was a 5-star Empyrean realm, then after activating the Judgment Domain, a terrifying power would choose that person. There was a 50% chance of instant death, a 30% chance of serious injury, and a 20% chance of nothing happening. What if there were many people? 10 Judgment. Pooh. 6 Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves spat out blood. 2 of them were seriously injured, and 4 of them were instantly killed. 4 of them were very lucky to be unharmed. This domain was very powerful, but it could not be used in another realm. For example, if the opponent was in the Great Virtual Realm, then it would not trigger the instant death effect. At most, it would cause serious injury. Furthermore, it would not be too heavy. The leader's eyes narrowed. Moon attraction. Yes. Howl, following which their muscles exploded. Their eyes turned blood red, and their strength increased rapidly. Retreat, Morongyu shouted. Following which, the space was released, and the 6 of them disappeared from their original spot. Boom! A 100-meter-wide pit was formed where they were. If this power landed on them, they would definitely die. Space. Damn it. Space. The leader gritted his teeth. Without this space, they would all die. Domain. Unlimited assassination. Wu Yuhan stomped her foot, and the entire space turned pitch black. Law. Unlimited shadow. Doppelganger. Swish, swish, swish. Then 20 doppelgangers of Wu Yuhan appeared. Kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ah. In an instant, Wu Yuhan's doppelgangers turned into black light and shuttled back and forth at an undetectable speed. Blood spurted out from the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves. This won't do. After the enhancement, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves with slightly higher realms have very strong defenses. They are only suffering from external injuries. Wu Yuhan landed beside them. Dark power ignored defensive spiritual power, but had no effect on the opponent's physique. I'll do it. Law of Light. Wang Xintong's power erupted. In the next instant, light illuminated the darkness. Chapter 1360. What was the effect of Wang Xintong's law? Amplification. She was a support, and her power was indeed leaning toward support. In the law of light, her and her teammates' speed, defense, strength, and spirit would all be greatly enhanced. In an instant, the damage caused by Wu Yuhan's clone increased by a lot. Chu Xue freeze. Murong said. Roger. Domain absolute freeze. Whoosh. In an instant, light, ice, and darkness intertwined. Other than the 9-star and 10-star Heavenly Venerable Realm Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves that had been boosted by you, the rest were all frozen. Boom! Han Chushue's absolute ice domain, no matter how high the opponent cultivation was able to seal them in ice. Even the Heavenly Tao could be frozen. At the very least, they could be frozen for 1 second. However, although this domain was very strong, it did not cover a large area. Otherwise, those people would not be able to escape. I'll deal with the other Silver Moon Wolves first. Destroy the law. Bang! One by one, the Silver Moon Wolves exploded. The fierce battle continued without stopping. The few Heavenly Venerables were actually suppressing their opponents to the point that they could not fight back. Even though it was the Great Void, even though it was night, their cooperation and the power of various top-notch domains were really too strong. On the other side, Feng Ling and the rest were not as fast as them, but they still dominated the battlefield. Damn it, how are these people so strong? The leader's 2-star Great Void stage power erupted. Blood surged and blasted toward Murong Yu, but it was dodged by Murong Yu's space. The Great Void Stage 2-star Heavenly Venerables could not suppress them because they were now under the amplification of Wang Xintong and the Law of Light. They were all 10-star Heavenly Venerables and basically had the combat strength of a half-step into the Great Void Stage. In addition to their own strength, there were 6 Great Void Stage 1-star Heavenly Venerables. Domain, Infinite Rebirth Charge, Ling Ying shouted in a tender voice. The Infinite Regeneration Domain was a top-tier domain. Within this domain, the user and their allies would not feel any pain if they were injured. They would instantly recover from any injuries. For example, if an arm was severed, it would instantly regenerate. Even if one was severed at the waist, as long as one's soul was still intact, they would instantly recover. Even if your heart were to explode, you would still be able to heal it instantly. In short, this could be considered an invincible domain. However, there was a restriction. You had to be in this domain to recover from your injuries. If you were already injured, activating this domain would not heal you. Although the domain was strong, it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. When Ling Ying activated this domain, they had to quickly take down their opponents with absolute power. Once the domain was activated, Han Chushuo and the others knew that their counterattack had arrived. In this domain, they could abandon all defenses and turn them into unlimited attacks. On the other side, Duan Ling Xiao and the others were looking at the battlefield. Not good. They're going to kill the leader. Duan Ling Xiao shouted. Static domain. In the next instant, Xiao Yun activated his domain towards Murong Yu and the others who were caught off guard. The few of them instantly stopped moving. It was a bit like Time Stop, but it was more powerful than Time Stop. The Time Stop of the Time Attribute had little effect on those who were higher in realm. However, this domain could forcefully stop those who were a few stars higher in realm for at least a second. Cheat out in the next instant. The Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf leader, who was at the virtualized realm, was the first to break free from the domain. He directly punched at Ling Ying and penetrated her chest. Puffed out, Ling Ying spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. After landing on the ground, she got up, and her body quickly recovered. Bastard! Bang! Murong Yu also flew over. Her chest was already dyed red with blood. Ling Ying clenched her fist and stared at them. Fortunately, she activated her own domain. Otherwise, they were afraid. What are you doing? When Feng Ling saw this, she shouted at Xiao Yun. They almost killed that Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf. Xiao Yun said. Ka. Feng Ling clenched her fist. This was what made her feel disgusted. If they killed it, then so be it. However, if they died or something happened to them, then wouldn't it be your problem? It was a competition and a demon crystal. It wasn't an absolute score. So what if they took it away? Bastard. Feng Ling gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. Fortunately, their domains were strong. Big brother, quickly retreat. They aren't ordinary warriors. The leader shouted. Yes, even the weakest among them wasn't an ordinary warrior. Wang Xintong's spirit power was exhausted. Ling Ying's spirit power was exhausted. Murong Yu's spirit power was also almost exhausted. Domain closed. Chase. Duan Lingxiao didn't waste his time here. The score was more important. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Other than Feng Ling, the other 8 people directly rushed over. Prison circle. Dark cage. Schwada. The 2 virtualized realm warriors were trapped. Myriad thunder rain. Boom. Duan Lingxiao directly used his god tier martial skill. Plop. The 2 virtualized realm warriors were seriously injured and flew out. Quick! Ling Ying's group of 6 leaned against each other. What should we do? Murong Yu clenched her fist. She subconsciously wanted to attack those people because their team almost caused the deaths of her own people. Fortunately, Ling Ying's domain was there. However, they also released the static spell on the demon beasts. It couldn't be considered as attacking them. Moreover, it didn't cause any harm. Moreover, her power had the ability to cause harm. However, she was unhappy. However, she didn't have much energy to fight. They were fighting very hard and cooperating, but they didn't expect to be tricked by the other team. Space. Murong Yu released the remaining spirit power and teleported the 2 leaders' bodies in front of them. Attack. In the next instant, they were about to attack. Want to snatch it? Have you asked for my permission? Xiao Yun's eyes focused. Space. Shua.Chi. Wu Yu Han stabbed the ground with her sword, and the 2 people disappeared again. Dark shadow cage. Wu Yu Han still had a lot of spirit power left. In an instant, 9 dark cages rose from the bottom of their feet and trapped them on the spot. In the next instant, she disappeared on the spot and charged toward the 2 seriously injured figures, slashing her sword again. Feng Ling stood still. She didn't want to attack. She was disgusted by her teammates. Space lock. Xiao Yun instantly sealed Wu Yu Han. Space lock. In the next instant, Ling Ying and the others were also sealed. It was awkward. 9 people were trapped by Wu Yu Han. 6 people were sealed by Xiao Yun's space lock. And Murong Yu's spirit power was exhausted because she used too much of the law of destruction. The 15 people couldn't move. No one wanted to let go. You guys are really daring. Attacking us is against the rules, isn't it? Duan Lingxiao said. Against the rules? Who was the one who stopped us first and almost killed us? If you guys are fine, then how is it against the rules for Wu Yu Han to trap you there? Ling Ying said angrily. Then let's see who will break free first. Arg! Duan Lingxiao roared angrily. Thunder rumbled, and he broke free from the dark shadow cage with absolute strength. Then, he locked onto the 2 great virtual stage silver moon wolves without hesitation. Whooshed right at this moment, before Duan Lingxiao could reach them, 2 bolts of lightning struck down and killed the 2 men. Wow, I just rushed over and already got 2 great virtual stage bosses experience. Thanks a lot. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 1361. Lin Xian's aura was rising. So comfortable. He had advanced to the 9th star heavenly venerable realm as soon as he arrived. Lin Xian. When the 2 teams saw Lin Xian, one team was pleasantly surprised, while the other team was gnashing their teeth in disappointment. Duan Lingxiao and the rest felt that even if Lin Xian was not dead, he should have suffered serious injuries. Otherwise, why would he not be with them? Then, you fucking snatched the boss the moment you arrived? Fuck you. Lin Xian smirked as he looked at them and smiled. No need to be surprised, no need to be shocked, and no need to say that you love me. Bah! Ling Ying rolled his eyes and could not help but spit. However, when they saw Lin Xian return safely, they were really, really happy. Lin Xian, if you have the guts, don't move. Su Jiming pointed at Lin Xian and shouted angrily. Fuck! They were fighting like this, and then Lin Xian suddenly appeared and snatched the monster? Now that they were all imprisoned, Lin Xian was the only one who could move. I'm an idiot? Why wouldn't I move? Lin Xian took out his sacred sword. Duan Lingxiao's eyes narrowed. Then, he charged directly at Lin Xian. Get lost! Get lost! Lin Xian released his spatial energy and disappeared. Then, he raised his sword and 2 monster crystals fell into Lin Xian's hand. Seeing this, Morong Yu and the rest breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, they were still the victors. Fuck! Seeing this, Xiao Yun and the rest gritted their teeth in hatred. If Lin Xian did not come, there was a high chance that they would be the ones to take the monster crystals, because their only spatial attribute, Morong Yu, was already exhausted. Although she was controlled by Wu Yuhan, Duan Lingxiao used his powerful strength to break free. However, at the crucial moment, Lin Xian actually appeared. Fuck! They even suspected that they were deliberately hiding Lin Xian from the public. He was playing this trick on purpose. Let's all retreat, Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, they withdrew their powers and everyone regained their freedom. Damn it! They gritted their teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Let's go. Feng Ling gritted her teeth and shouted. He left just like that? Qin Ming asked. Not leaving? If you don't want to leave, then why are you staying? What can he do? Feng Ling retorted. She was not angry because the demon crystals had been snatched away. She was angry because at that time, why did her team choose to stop them? Fortunately, it didn't lead to a tragedy. Otherwise, she would feel very guilty. Even if she didn't do it, they were still teammates. Take care, I won't see you out. Lin Xian grinned. It's still early. It's hard to say who will win or lose. Feng Ling Gu snorted coldly. Lin Xian grinned and said, The 9 of you almost lost to the 6 of you. Now that I'm back, you're still saying it's hard to say who will win or lose. If you ask me, you should just leave. Feng Ling snorted again and followed them into the distance. Bang! Linging walked over and slapped Lin Xian's back. Bastard, where have you been these few days? Lin Xian took a deep breath. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xian saw the blood on the girls' chests. What happened to you? Lin Xian showed a panicked expression. It's nothing. We were injured in Ling Ying's territory just now, but we can recover in an instant. Morong Yu said indifferently. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Tell me, where were you taken? Who were they? Why did they take you away? Why did they release you now? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. The other girls also stared at Lin Xian curiously. How should I put it? The demon god of the second demon god temple captured me. As for why, I really have to hand it to her. She actually took a fancy to me. As for why I was released, Lin Xian let out a long sigh and said, after my body was tainted by her, she naturally released me when she got tired of playing with me. The girls, you can scram now. Demon god? If you said it was someone else, we might have believed it. Wu Yuhan laughed coquettishly. Clearly, her sister was in charge now. Fuck. Nowadays, no one will believe the fucking truth. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. He was really telling the truth. Tell me. I'm not talking anymore. Damn it. Morong Yu then said, All right, since Lin Xian is back, let's officially start the battle. Okay, they were just chatting. They were all people who had a good view of the big picture and knew what was more important now. Speaking of which, how much are we in the lead now? Lin Xian asked. How do you know we're in the lead? Xiao Xinyue found it quite interesting. Nonsense, who are you? You're pretty, strong, kind-hearted, and the #1 female hero of this generation. Do you think I don't believe you? Lin Xian grinned. TSK. They rolled their eyes in unison. You must be peeking at the phone. Also, tell me who's the #1 female hero. Lin Xian, wow. These girls are all demons. You. Lin Xian said directly. Since you said you're #1, there must be only one person. You can't say they're tied. Tell me, who is it? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Small fry. Lin Xian, wow. Do you want me to die? It wasn't easy for me to come back from that blissful. to a scary place. None of you asked me if I lost weight, if I suffered, if I was beaten, and if I was tortured. Instead, you guys are here. TSK, TSK. Lin Xian then sniffed. Enough, enough. I won't fall for your tricks. Agreed. Agreed. Little Shintong, you've also learned bad things. Lin Xian glared at Wang Shintong. Wang Shintong stuck out her pink tongue. Lin Xian really didn't look at them. He really felt that even if he wasn't around, they would still be able to maintain their lead. This was Lin Xian's understanding of them. They weren't simple, especially Morongyu. She probably hadn't even used her thousand-eyes pupils yet. How could they fall behind? Where are we going now? Lin Xian asked. Rest, rest. Since you're here, we can go to the SSS rank forces. Other than the two we defeated and the SSS rank forces that Feng Ling and the others defeated, the others haven't been touched. There's still a few more. Ling Ying said. Yes, and now that we're all at 8 or 9 stars of the Heavenly Venerable Realm, we have Lin Xian's and Shintong's domains. If we go to the SSS rank forces this time, although it's still dangerous, it'll be a bigger test for us. Han Chushu nodded. Which one is the closest? Let me see. Lin Xian then took a look. Then they saw Feng Ling and the others heading there. Feng Ling and the others must have seen that you're back and are feeling more pressure. They're heading straight for the SSS rank forces. Let's go around them. This time, if nothing goes wrong, we'll definitely win. Chapter 1362. It had to be said that when Lin Xian joined them, they finally understood who the backbone of the team was. Originally, when Lin Xian was around, they felt that he was strong. They couldn't really tell how strong he was. After Lin Xian left, they could clearly feel how much the team's combat power had weakened. However, when they were almost used to it, when Lin Xian joined them again, they completely felt how much the addition of Lin Xian alone had improved their overall strength. Well, as a man, and this was what he should do. And that's right. If a man wasn't that strong, he wouldn't be worthy of being their man. Why were they thinking about them and not him? Fuck. Among these girls, only Lin Xian hadn't won over Xiao Xinyue. However, Lin Xian felt that it was about time. He just lacked an opportunity to be alone with Xiao Xinyue. If he had this opportunity, Lin Xian felt that he could win her over. After all, they had known each other for so long. Look, Xiao Xinyue wasn't looking for a boyfriend. Wasn't she waiting for Lin Xian to confess? In any case, that was what Lin Xian felt. 5 days passed just like that. Their speed was already very fast. It was so fast that Feng Ling's team had completely lost the confidence to chase after them. Phew, Lin Xian was back. So when they rested, they once again used Lin Xian's law of creation to eat hot pot. Eating hot pot in this world of ice and snow was simply too enjoyable. They still liked it when Lin Xian was around. There was laughter, and it was especially relaxed. Although Lin Xian was the same age as them. No, he was even younger than them, except for Wang Shintong. They inexplicably felt at ease when he was around. Perhaps this was the sense of security. We're already far ahead of them. If this continues, we can definitely get into the top 10. Every one of us can enter. Wang Shintong said excitedly. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. You guys are too strong. Lin Xian said with a smile. Go away, you're so annoying. They rolled their eyes. Lin Xian, fuck. It was so difficult to be a man. If you praised them, they would roll their eyes at you. It was so difficult for him. Wow, the days to come. Sob, 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 however. Lin Xian then changed the topic. He frowned and said, I'm always worried that something unexpected will happen. Lin Xian was already used to the days where no matter what he did, things would not go smoothly. Really, no matter what he did, Lin Xian always felt that there would be an accident. There was no other way. Perhaps this was the life of a protagonist? Could it be that those who were handsome had to go through these trials? But what other accidents can we encounter? Moron, you said with a frown. I don't know either. We also encountered the Evil Fiend Hall. Now, we can be considered members of the Evil Fiend Hall. However, they don't know that you have already developed an antidote for the poison pill that controls our lives. Therefore, the evil fiend hall probably won't attack us. Moron, you said. Then that leaves the Fae. The Fae God Hall? Didn't you say that the people who took you away were from the Fae God Hall? Does that mean we don't have to worry about the Fae God Hall members? Ling Ying said. Although they had said that Lin Xian was bragging, to be honest, they still believed that Lin Xian had indeed been taken away by the Fae God Hall. This was because other than the Great Void Realm, there was also a heavenly Dao Realm expert. That was terrifying. In this place, only the Fae God Hall could produce a heavenly Dao Realm expert. Anyway, they didn't know how Lin Xian could come out alive, but he definitely had his reasons. They didn't ask too much. I don't know either. Besides, the Fae God Halls aren't united. The Myriad Demon Alliance is an organization of the Fae God Hall, but the 10 Fae God Halls are separated. They don't have any contact even if they don't want to. Just because one Fae God Hall doesn't deal with me doesn't mean that the other Fae God Halls won't. Although this place is thousands of miles away, it's still easy for the Fae God Halls to come here. Lin Xian said. Besides, what else was he worried about? Zhao Mingwei, that idiot. Lin Xian had always been afraid of this woman. The main reason was that she was shameless to a certain extent. However, on second thought, she was probably trying her best to gather the 12 demon gods. She probably didn't have the time to deal with him. Besides, Feng Ling's team didn't seem to be able to beat them, so what else was there to worry about? Forget it. Let's not think about it. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry too much. There's still us. Han Shushue said in a soft voice, although none of them admitted it, which girl didn't know in her heart. It was likely that any girl they saw beside Lin Xian, as long as they were slightly prettier, had been slept with by Lin Xian. There was no other way. He was a scumbag. However, the strange thing was that this Lin Xian wasn't that handsome. They disliked him a lot and couldn't leave him. They were even bullied by him. So annoying. How much are we leading now? Lin Xian asked. A few 100,000 points. Xiao Xinyue's casual words made Lin Xian not want to ask anymore. A few 100,000 points. That's right. This was the last round of the assessment. The points difference was so terrifying. Why was there such a big gap? Actually, it was very simple. The gap was due to the SSS rank forces. An SSS rank force was 200,000 points. In the past 5 days, they had been attacking SSS rank forces, and on the way, they didn't even bother with the SSS rank forces on the way. The other party was also desperately fighting over SSS rank forces. After all, if they didn't fight, they wouldn't be able to win. However, in terms of speed, they were completely left behind by Lin Xian's team. As for the points, they estimated it based on the forces on both sides' maps. We've already lost. Late at night, Feng Ling's team rested for 1 or 2 hours. A few of them lay there. A few of them ate or chatted. Xiao Yun and Duan Ling. Xiao came to the edge of the snowy cliff to smoke. We've already lost. Duan Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he said, No, we haven't lost yet. Xiaoyan said, Haven't lost yet? A few 100,000 points difference. We can't make up for it. Moreover, this difference will only get bigger and bigger. The 7 of them have already occupied the top 7. Among the 9 of us, if the other teams don't have higher points than us, 3 of us can still advance. Duan Ling Xiao said, I've already found someone. Xiaoyan's eyes focused. Xiaoyan said, So what if Lin Xian had joined the evil divine shrine? He had to go to the God's awakening door. He definitely couldn't let this Lin Xian go. Otherwise, he would never be able to catch up. Chapter 1363. Between Lin Xian and Xiao Yun, or even the Xiao family, which one was more beneficial to the evil fiend temple? Without a doubt, it was Lin Xian. What did the Xiao family have? Experts. Money. What did Lin Xian have? Everyone could see his limitless future in the terrifying Yixian group. As for experts, did he have fewer experts than the Xiao family? Just the Azura Palace. How many experts did the Yixian group attract? Without a doubt, Lin Xian's value was much higher than the Xiao family's. Therefore, Xiao Yun naturally wouldn't ask the evil fiend temple to kill Lin Xian. They couldn't kill Lin Xian even if they wanted to kill Xiao Yun. Therefore, who did he ask? The Xiao family. The Xiao family would definitely consider the problem from the Xiao family's point of view. By killing Lin Xian and stopping them, Xiao Yun would have a chance to enter the God's awakening door. At the same time, they would have one less strong opponent. Once Lin Xian joined the Evil Fiend sect, there would only be one outcome for the Xiao family. The Evil Fiend sect would pay less and less attention to the Xiao family and support Lin Xian and the Yixian group. At that time, the Xiao family would be nothing in front of Lin Xian. They might even be sacrificed. As for Lin Xian, they already had a grudge. If he had a higher position in the Evil Fiend Temple, it would be hard for the Xiao family. Therefore, the Xiao family was naturally willing to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with Lin Xian. If he came out of the God's awakening door later, he would definitely be in the absolute void stage. The space, time, creation, destruction of the absolute void stage. How could they have a chance to kill him? You're from the Xiao family? Duan Lingxiao asked. Yes. The Xiao family sent no less than 5 absolute void stage experts this time. What's the use of absolute void stage? They've already defeated so many SSS-ranked forces. Absolute void stage experts are nothing in front of them, Duan Lingxiao said. At the very least, he felt that the 5 stars of the Great Void Stage were useless. Even if there were 5 Great Void Stage experts, they could not even compare to an SSS-ranked force. Don't worry. This time, not only does the Xiao clan have a spatial realm cultivator, but they also have a rank 8 Great Void Stage cultivator. I don't believe that a rank 8 Great Void Stage cultivator can't deal with them. 8th level of the Great Void Stage. Duan Lingxiao frowned. Was the 8th level of the Great Void Stage really enough? After all, the SSS rank force they were fighting also had experts at the 6th level of the Great Void Stage. The 8th level of the Great Void Stage was 2 levels higher than the 6th level. Although the 8th level of the Great Void Stage was much stronger than the 6th level, he didn't think that Lin Xian and the others would use their full strength. That's right, the 8th level of the Great Void Stage was almost 10 levels higher than them. However, Duan Lingxiao still felt that it was not safe. This was enough to show how strong Lin Xian was in his heart. Although he didn't want to admit that he was strong, he had to admit that he was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost to Lin Xian so many times. Not enough. Duan Lingxiao sighed. Still not enough. Only those at the Heavenly Dao realm are safe. I really feel that the 8th level is not enough. If it was in the past, it would have been enough. But now, their cultivation realms should generally be at the 9th level of the Empyrean realm. 9 stars of the Empyrean realm. The people we sent are at the 8th level of the Great Void Stage. Isn't that enough? Xiaoyan said. Then why were they able to defeat an SSS rank force? An SSS rank force should have existences at the 6th or 7th level of the Great Void Stage, right? But the Fey race doesn't have laws or domains. Xiaoyan said. This, Duan Ling Xiao pondered for a moment. This was also reasonable. If a warrior's laws or domains were strong, it was a completely different concept. The Fey race had strong physiques, but only the top ones had laws and domains. As for humans, as long as they could comprehend them, they would have them. Furthermore, their 5 Great Void Stage laws and domains are definitely enough to kill Lin Xian. I hope so. Time slowly passed. Another 2 days passed. Lin Xian and company continued to lead with an absolute advantage. Although the experts from the 3 factions could not see it, they could see the map of the factions' territories. That gave them a rough idea of the gap between them. Lin Xian's team has far exceeded Fengling's team. If nothing unexpected happens, with a difference of hundreds of thousands, Lin Xian's team of 7 should be the final winners. The other 3 spots should normally be given to Fengling's team. Morong Feng pondered for a moment before saying, the gap is rather obvious. That punk, Lin Xian, is indeed strong. That's right. It's not only Lin Xian who is strong. Lin Xian's team of 7 is generally stronger than Fengling's team. That's not right. It's hard to say. Fengling's team has quite a number of strong people. Look at you. Xiao Zun looked at his eldest daughter and could not help but criticize her. Xiao Runing was ultimately innocent. She was sitting there playing with her cell phone and eating snacks. Why did her father come over and criticize her? I say, Dad, what's the matter? Are you being bullied by Mom again? Don't vent your anger on me. Xiao Runing said helplessly. I just came back from the Temple Master's place and saw the current situation. How is it? Xiao Runing hurriedly asked. Right now, Lin Xian's team is leading by a large margin. The 7 of them should be able to enter the God's awakening door. Like I said, they definitely won't have a problem. Xiao Runing ate a potato chip. You're still eating? You're almost not good enough for Lin Xian. Xiao Zun glared at his eldest daughter. Xiao Runing, this was really a fucking sad story. Anyway, he doesn't need me. Xiao Runing mumbled. Xiao Zun then sat beside her and asked, I say, this Lin Xian has quite a few girlfriends, right? What? Are you jealous? Xiao Zun, how can you talk to your dad like that? If you really like him, your mom and I won't reject him. After all, it's normal for a capable person to have multiple wives. And the fact is, this Lin Xian is indeed very capable. But don't be wronged. If you don't want to, then break up. I know. On the other side, Lin Xian's team was walking in the snow. At this moment, a rare storm had erupted in the North Pole. This storm was so terrifying that if they didn't release their spiritual energy, it would be difficult for them to move forward. In any case, they couldn't open their eyes. The wind and snow were a little painful when it hit their faces. The visibility was only 4 to 5 meters. The wind and snow were too strong. This is so annoying. Lin Xian, hurry up and release your space to send us away. This place is too uncomfortable. Ling Ying pulled Lin Xian's clothes and shouted, It's no use. This is a storm in the North Pole. Once the storm starts, the entire North Pole will be covered in this kind of snow. It's the same no matter where we go. Murong Yu then said, Let's find a place to take shelter from the wind. It might last for 2 or 3 days. The girls, then what should we do? 2 or 3 days. If this was the case, then the journey would be extremely difficult. There's a way. We can attack a certain force and take shelter from the wind and snow. At this moment, the Xiao family was very uncomfortable. Chapter 1364. Why do they feel so uncomfortable? Xiao Yun had secretly provided them with Lin Xian's location, and they knew his approximate location on the map. Then this fucking blizzard came. In such a blizzard, they might not be able to discover each other, even if they were dozens of meters apart. That's right, they were really 100 meters apart, and it was even a flat ground. Then they brushed past each other. There was no other way. Even if they spoke, they wouldn't be able to hear it. It was too noisy. Their ears were filled with the sound of the blizzard. Even if they released their divine senses, under such circumstances, their divine senses would be completely disrupted. Hey, wait. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? A few girls gathered around Lin Xian. They were wearing down jackets and hats. Some of them were wearing their own hats, little white bunny hats, and bear hats. To be honest, they were so cute. He really wanted to have sex with them. Footprints. Lin Xian looked in front of him. Although the blizzard was very strong, it wasn't to the extent of covering 10 or 10 centimeters of footprints in a few seconds. The main reason was that the strong wind made the heavy snow especially uncomfortable. Aren't footprints very normal? Ling Ying said. That's why people say that you have big boobs, but no brains. These are the footprints just now. Look at the map again. Lin Xian rolled his eyes and said. Han Shushua held her phone and said, The map shows that there's no one around us. Because they could see the position of every contestant, Han Shushua subconsciously looked at her phone when she saw the footprints. However, she found that there were no other teams around them. So, the people in front of us, they're not contestants. Lin Xian said. Hearing Lin Xian's words, they suddenly frowned. Because one had to know, how could there be people in such a place under normal circumstances? They were extremely deep in the North Pole. This was in the North Pole near the edge of a city. They were so deep in the North Pole, and from the footprints, they could even tell that there were 5 people. Moreover, In the midst of a blizzard, they didn't choose to hide from the snow. As participants, Lin Xian and the others didn't hide from the snow because they didn't want to waste time. They were fighting for the points, but these people weren't right. In such a deep place, it was impossible to find any martial artists who came out to train. That was impossible. This place was thousands of kilometers away from Ice Snow City. That was definitely a place with few people. Furthermore, it was a world of ice and snow, and there weren't many demonic beasts. It was different from the outside of Tianhua City. Come out to train? Impossible. Could it be that the demon clan has transformed into a human? Xiao Xinyue said. Lin Xian nodded. It's possible, but it's also possible that they're here to look for us. Lin Xian had long felt that things wouldn't go so smoothly. Moreover, he was already used to being targeted. Because of this habit, whenever something went smoothly, he would feel that something was wrong. It was only right that things didn't go smoothly. Then what should we do now? Wang Xintong moved to Lin Xian's side and shrunk her little head that was wearing a furry rabbit hat. They're probably only a few hundred meters away from us. They didn't discover us because of this huge blizzard. We're all 8 or 9 stars heavenly venerables. Our divine senses are also very clear. In such an environment, it's completely useless. Therefore, their divine senses are probably the same as ours. In such an environment, it's useless. However, we need to figure out who they are first. Lin Xian stood in the same spot and muttered to himself. Do you suspect that some participants used their phones to find out our location and then sent people to attack us? Moron Yu asked. Little Yu, you're smart and big-chested, unlike a certain someone. Ling Ying, damn it. She wanted to bite him to death. It's possible. In such a big place, we could even brush past each other in this blizzard. This place is also so remote. They're not participants yet. Perhaps they're looking for us, but the map can't accurately pinpoint our location. The coordinates are only a few kilometers away. It's because of the blizzard that they're unable to find us. Morong Yu muttered. Could it be Xiao Yun and the others? Lin Xian nodded. There's a high chance that they can only stop us from gaining points if we die. Only then can they enter the God's awakening door. However, it shouldn't be all of them. It's just a few of them. Then what should we do now? Lin Xian said. Now we just need to appear in front of them to know who they are. If they attacked or had the intention to attack, then they were definitely enemies. Lin Xian could even see if they were from the devil race or the human race. No, it's too dangerous. Let's go together. There are 5 of them. If they're enemies, they'll definitely know that we have the spatial attribute. They'll definitely send a spatial attribute cultivator. Moron, you said. If we go together, how can we ambush them? If they're enemies, since they know that we have the spatial attribute, they'll definitely know that there are 7 of us together. They'll definitely send a force that can kill us. There's still a week's time. If we don't deal with them, we'll definitely encounter them. Lin Xian said. But it's too dangerous. Lin Xian said with a smile, it's fine. Don't forget that I have the law of creation. Now, the enemies are in the open while we're in the dark. Give me time, and I'll be able to use the law of creation to create a spatial energy that'll be enough for me to escape. I'll condense it in advance. All right. Hearing Lin Xian's words, they were relieved. The law of creation wasn't just for show. Also, let's find a location. When the time comes, I'll lure them over and kill them directly. How do we kill them? Sisters, we have a pile of spiritual tools, some top-grade tools, and the law of destruction. Give us time, and we'll be able to condense a force that can kill them, right? Lin Xian rolled his eyes and said, Understood, and let's hide. If they're looking for us, they can only be within a radius of a few kilometers. It's not big, but it's not small either. In this weather, we have an advantage. Don't wander around, lest you expose our footprints to them. Lin Xian said. Okay. After that, they found a place with a lot of wind and snow. They could not go to the back of the mountain, as the back of the mountain would be easily discovered. Then, the few of them created an array formation there, condensing the cold energy, dark energy, thunder, and destruction that they were constantly releasing. As Lin Xian helped them create, He also created a bead for himself. This bead, Lin Xian continuously condensed his spatial energy. Time slowly passed, and they didn't even know if the other party was still there. "I'm going," Lin Xian said to the girls. "Be careful." Chapter 1365. The snowstorm continued, and those people continued to search for Lin Xian and the rest. This young master clearly gave us a location nearby, and they haven't left for more than an hour. But this snowstorm is too big. We really can't find them. The five of them walked in the snowstorm. Search. Since they're nearby, then we can definitely find them. Right now, the entire North Pole is covered in snow. It's a good thing that they're not moving. It's easier to find them than them wandering around. An old man said indifferently, "Although they're not moving, our visibility is only 3 to 4 meters, and our divine senses are completely disrupted in this environment. It's not easy to find them. If they can go to a demon clan faction to attack, then it'll be easy to find them." It was difficult to find people in such an environment, but it was easy to find a faction. This was also why Lin Xian and the others chose to set up an ambush in such a place instead of going to faction and taking it down while they were at it, because they were sure that if they were enemies, there would definitely be warriors with spatial attributes. Their speed would definitely be very fast. They would definitely find a faction even faster. They couldn't find Lin Xian, but it was easy for Lin Xian to find them. Although Lin Xian had already lost their footprints, but at least Lin Xian knew where they went. And since Lin Xian wanted to lure them here, there were many ways to do so. I hope it's an enemy. Not far from them, about 300 meters away, there was a snow slope between them. Lin Xian was there. And why did Lin Xian hope it was an enemy? If they were enemies, then Lin Xian could be at ease. He knew that things wouldn't go so smoothly. If they didn't meet any enemies, Lin Xian would always be on tenterhooks. Myriad lightning heavenly prison. Boom. Lin Xian directly released a divine rank martial skill on the spot. In this noisy environment, it attracted everyone's attention. The release of a divine rank martial skill, no matter if it was power or movement, would definitely cover up the snowstorm here. There's someone. The 5 people from the Xiao family suddenly felt a powerful force and sound. They all looked to the left. It's on the left. There should only be us and Lin Xian's team here. That might is a lightning-attributed martial skill. I'm afraid it was released by Lin Xian. Go. So. Then the 5 of them sped away. When they arrived, the snowstorm was too strong, so they still couldn't see Lin Xian, even though Lin Xian was only a few dozen meters in front of them. Third brother. Got it. Following this, a man released a powerful wind attribute power, changing the surrounding wind. The wind and snow flew in another direction, and the visibility in front of them increased by a lot. At the same time, they saw Lin Xian's figure. Then why didn't they use this method to find people? It was simple. They thought that they were in the dark, so how could they expose themselves? But now, they were extremely confident that the people in front of them were definitely Lin Xian and the others, so they released their power. It's Lin Xian. After seeing Lin Xian, the 5 of their eyes suddenly lit up. And what was Lin Xian doing at this moment? In front of him was a very large demonic beast. It was already dead and covered in blood. This demonic beast wasn't killed by Lin Xian, but was created by Lin Xian using the law of creation. Lin Xian didn't have the ability to create a life that required his own divine rank martial skill to kill. Creating life, especially animals, was the most difficult part of the law of creation. Lin Xian couldn't do it. Even if Lin Xian wanted to create a kitten or a dog now, he would probably have to be in the absolute void stage to do it, because that was a life. However, creating a corpse was much simpler. Lin Xian did this for the sake of putting on a good show. Otherwise, if he used a divine rank martial skill to attract them over, but didn't have anything to show that he needed to use a divine rank martial skill, then it would be too suspicious. Now that there was a demonic beast corpse here, in the eyes of others, Lin Xian didn't use the divine rank martial skill for no reason. Naturally, there would be no doubt that he used the divine rank martial skill to kill the demonic beast. This was very reasonable. Wait, the other 6 people aren't here. They're all in this area. Other than killing Lin Xian, it's best to kill everyone else except for Morongyu. This way, the young master and the others can successfully advance. This Lin Xian doesn't know us, so let's not alert him first. Let's attack directly and approach him first. The 8 stars of the Absolute Void stage, Old Man said. Okay. Then, they walked towards Lin Xian. You are. Lin Xian didn't know whether they were friend or foe, so he wouldn't expose himself first and suspect that they were enemies. The 5 of us are warriors from IC City. We came here from afar to collect the Tianshan Ice Lotus and see if there are any demonic beast forces that we can eliminate. We didn't expect to encounter this snowstorm and delay our journey. Little friend, why did you come here at such a young age? This place is too far away from the human territory. It's too dangerous. The 8 stars of the Absolute Void stage, Old Man, looked at Lin Xian and said with an amiable expression. Although they had to kill Lin Xian, they couldn't kill just one Lin Xian. It was definitely not enough. They even had to kill at least 2 of the other 6 people. Therefore, it was best to find out some information from Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. There didn't seem to be any flaws in his words. Sky Martial Conference. Lin Xian said, I see. So you're participants of the Sky Martial Conference. This snowstorm has affected your progress. It's okay. If we're affected, others will be affected too. Lin Xian said, That's true. The old man nodded. It wasn't good to continue. If they continued, it would be easy to be exposed. Although killing just one Lin Xian was already very profitable, and this was also their young master's order to kill Lin Xian, Lin Xian's death was not enough. It might be difficult for them to kill everyone, but killing 2 or 3 shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xian then said, Then I won't disturb you anymore. We're not going the same way. Goodbye. After saying that, Lin Xian cupped his fists and looked like he was about to leave. If they insisted on following him, or found some excuse to follow him, then they were definitely enemies, because there was no benefit for them to follow him. In terms of strength, Lin Xian glanced at them. They were at least 4 stars of the Absolute Void stage. As a heavenly venerable, it was impossible for him to help them. Ha ha ha, meeting is fate. Why don't we go together? If we reach a place on the way, we can help you. What do you think? But at the same time, if we find the Tianshan Ice Lotus, we hope that you can help us pick it. The old man smiled. Lin Xian was delighted. He had already broken down. Where? You. That's right. It was the word you that he didn't care about. Chapter 1366. How did they know that Lin Xian was with a group and not alone? Or was it just an accidental grammatical mistake? Lin Xian did not think so. First of all, he wanted to follow him and help him. This was not normal. Although he said later that this was a mutually beneficial matter, Lin Xian and the rest would help them find the Tianshan Ice Lotus if he helped them. Lin Xian and the rest had to help them find it. There seemed to be no problem. However, with the addition of the word you, Lin Xian had already decided. 5 higher void stage cultivators, what the hell? However, Lin Xian naturally had to beat them at their own game. This isn't too good, right? Lin Xian seemed to be particularly hesitant. There's nothing bad about it. It's just a mutually beneficial matter. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, the 3 major forces probably don't have the ability to see your every move, right? The old man said, That's not impossible. With the ability of the 3 major forces, it might really be possible. Lin Xian, don't worry. This place is so big and so far away. None of you have any surveillance cameras, so they won't be able to see you. We just hope that the more people there are, the more likely we'll be able to find the extremely rare Tianshan Ice Lotus. However, this place is very dangerous, so ordinary warriors won't dare to come with us. The old man said, If that's the case, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. If we can get the help of the seniors, we won't even have much pressure to attack an SSS rank force. I just hope that the 5 of you can be trusted. Don't worry, we've met by chance. A few people have already cooperated with us, and we've also helped them a little. As for who they are, we won't even ask for their names. We'll only be with you for a day. How many points we can bring you in this day will depend on you." The old man said. Lin Xian smiled at his heart. They had completely broken down. "Yes, this place is very dangerous. It makes sense that you didn't bring a large number of people here, but what are you 5 higher void stage cultivators afraid of? Since you're looking for something, can't you 5 higher void stage cultivators search separately? Must they be together?" Therefore, Lin Xian had already determined that they were enemies. The rest was to beat them at their own game and lead them to the ambush location. "All right, I still have a few teammates. Now, I'll bring you 5 seniors to look for my teammates. I'll also talk to them. Since it's a cooperation, it's a win-win situation. Let's go. I'll bring you seniors to look for my teammates," Lin Xian said. They nodded. "That's great, but don't waste too much time. Our time is very precious," the old man said. He didn't know that he had already broken down and was still pretending to be them. "Naturally, our time is also very precious," Lin Xian nodded. Then, Lin Xian led them to the ambush area. On the other side, Xiao Yun and the others had just finished a battle. At this moment, they were hiding from the wind and snow in the territory of their original force while resting. At this moment, Xiao Yun took a look at his phone. Hooked. This was a message from the old man. Xiao Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he quickly found Duan Ling Xiao and gave him a look. Duan Ling Xiao roughly understood and followed him out. Feng Ling frowned as she looked at the 2 people who walked out. This was not the first time she had seen the 2 of them whispering. What could the 2 men not say in front of each other? Why did they have to do it in secret? It was definitely something shameful. However, because she wasn't familiar with the 2 of them, Feng Ling definitely didn't know what they were planning. Originally, she wanted to eavesdrop, but after thinking about it, she was so strong. What do they plan? So, she didn't go. They've taken the bait, Xiaoyan said. Really? Xiaoyan nodded. They've eliminated at least 3 people, including Lin Xian. Don't worry, Moron, you won't die. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue won't die either. The only ones that will die will be Lin Xian, Wang Xintong, Wu Yuhan, or Xiao Xinyue. So what if Qin Ming likes Xiao Xinyue? Be careful. If Qin Ming guesses it, if the one who dies is Xiao Xinyue, he might turn hostile. And it's okay, don't worry. Just wait for the good news. Okay. The corner of Duan Ling Zhao's mouth curled up slightly. On the other side, Lin Xian brought the 5 absolute void stage cultivators to the ambush area. Ling Ying and the others pretended that nothing had happened and sat there eating hot pot. When they took a look and saw Lin Xian bringing people over, they already knew that these people were enemies. However, they really didn't expect that Lin Xian would bring them over in such a peaceful way. They originally thought that there was a high chance that they were chasing after Lin Xian and Lin Xian escaped here and lured them over. However, when the 5 people saw that Ling Ying and the other girls were still eating hot pot as if they didn't notice and were on guard, they were even more relieved. Come, girls. Let me introduce you to a few people. Lin Xian shouted, and the girls stood up. What about them? Lin Xian then circled around the 5 absolute void stage cultivators as he spoke. The 5 absolute void stage cultivators were waiting for an instant to make their move. They could make their move now, but they were transmitting their voices to each other. They were preparing to make their move at the same time. The 5 of them cooperated extremely well, so that they wouldn't be able to react in time and get rid of few of them. These are the seniors who are here to help us. As Lin Xian spoke, he had already circled behind them. As for them, they'll be dead soon. The pupils of those people suddenly shrank. In the next instant, Lin Xian's lightning struck them. At the same time, they who were already well-coordinated instantly released the shadow prison. In the next instant, Han Chuxue and Xiao Xinyue opened the cold force domain that they released. In the next instant, Wang Xintong opened the space seal that she had prepared beforehand. Following that, Moron Yu released the space seal and brought the 7 of them away. All of this happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, The 7 of them completed all of their cooperation. What's going on? The 5 absolute void stage cultivators crawled up and realized that they were actually in an unknown large formation. This large formation had an extremely strong space seal ability. At the same time, the shadow prison imprisoned them. After that, a terrifying cold force hit them in the face. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were already covered in frost. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the others were standing tens of meters away, smiling as they looked at the 5 of them. Little friend, what's the meaning of this? Little friend? Don't call me that. I can't accept it. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Their pupils constricted. Had they been discovered? But when had they been discovered? It couldn't have been just now, right? With their strength, this large formation had definitely been condensed for more than a moment. Release the space. One of them shouted, "It's useless. There's an even stronger space seal here." What? What realm are they at? You're at the 7 stars of the absolute void stage. You can't break through? They've been prepared for a long time. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Start attacking. Let them feel what despair is. Lin Xian condensed his lightning and prepared to attack. Linging bent down and rubbed a snowball. Then he asked, "Will the snowball hit them?" Lin Xian then smiled and said, "Yes, torture them. Damn it. How dare they mess with me?" Snowball. Chapter 1367. Of course, the snowballs couldn't kill them. They were all at the great virtual realm. Even an avalanche couldn't kill them. But the truly powerful thing about this formation was that it could imprison them in space and the terrifying cold power. The snowballs were just something that made their minds explode. Then, the 7 of them sat there and ate hot pot, throwing snowballs, competing to see who could throw them accurately. Of course, by casually injecting their own spirit energy into the snowballs, the simple snowballs became anti-aircraft cannons. They were extremely powerful. I say, little Ying, you can't do it. You only hit 1 out of 5? Lin Xian mocked. Fisk, that's the great virtual realm, okay? It's already good enough to hit it. Yeah, I hit it again. Wang Xintong made a victory pose. These were enemies who wanted to kill them. No matter what, they couldn't be merciful. The 5 of them miserably kept dodging the powerful snowballs thrown at them, but the space had completely sealed them. The terrifying cold power was freezing them. Their bodies were getting colder and colder. Their movements were getting slower and slower, and the frost on their bodies was getting thicker and thicker. Little friend, what do you mean by this? I want to help you. Why do you still want to kill us? The old man still refused to give up and was still pretending. Yo, you're still pretending. Lin Xian looked at them with a smile. Stop pretending. Even if you continue to pretend, you will die without a doubt. Even if you're not enemies, I'm sorry. We are from the Evil Fiend Hall. Isn't it normal for people from the Evil Fiend Hall to kill people? Lin Xian grinned. What? You are from the Evil Fiend Hall? They continued to pretend there. It was as if they didn't know that they were from the Evil Fiend Hall, because they had already tried it with their powerful strength. Damn, it was really strange. Why couldn't they break through the formation set up by a few Empyreans? They had forgotten the law of creation. Or rather, they didn't know it all. Stop pretending, it's a headache. Lin Xian shook his head. The old man's eyes narrowed. Everyone, release your full strength and break through the seal. Huff, boom. However, it was completely useless. Let's settle it. Little Xintong, take care of them. Lin Xian said. Wang Xintong was stunned. Among them, Wang Xintong's realm was 8 stars, while the others were 9 stars. It was estimated that after this round, all of them would be 10 stars. However, in terms of talent, Wang Xintong was indeed slightly inferior to everyone else. With less talent, there would be less experience. To put it simply, if they killed the same demon beast, they would get 1,000 experience points, but Wang Xintong would only get 900. This was because of her talent. Although there was a system, and everyone leveled up by killing monsters, if one's talent was not enough, they would not be able to reach a higher level. It doesn't matter how many powerful monsters you kill. The 5 people inside were frozen in place, unable to move at all. Even the absolute void stage couldn't do anything about it. Our realms have to be unified. Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks. She was getting bolder. In the past, Lin Xian didn't dare to do this in front of other girls, but now, everyone knew. It was just that the girls might roll their eyes at him. At most, they would roll their eyes at Ling Ying. After all, the girls' personalities were there for all to see. Okay. Although Wang Xintong was a little embarrassed, she was so familiar with everyone, so there was no need to be pretentious. Holy light burst. Water dragon pulse. 5 dragons emerged from water. Boom. Wang Xintong continuously released big moves, instantly killing the 5 powerless virtuality realm cultivators. Then her aura rose. Aren't you worried that we kill the wrong people? Han Shushua walked to Lin Xian's side and asked, because until now, they weren't completely sure that these 5 people were really enemies. Because until they died, they didn't say anything else. They didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. I'm worried. If we kill the wrong people, then so be it. What else can we do? Lin Xian shrugged. You don't really think of yourself as someone from the evil fiend temple, do you? Lin Xian shook his head. No, of course I'm aware of that. Actually, we shouldn't have made a move if we weren't 100% sure. Although I heard what you said just now, and I basically felt that they were enemies, but there's really no proof. Ling Ying said. I'm worried too, but we'll know once we take a look. Lin Xian then walked to the side of their corpses and found their phones. There were no other goods in the spatial ring. It seemed that they had all been emptied before they came, and there was nothing that could identify them at all. This made them feel that these people were here to complete a mission, and it was a shameful mission. There was a high chance that they were here to kill them. There was only one, and only the old man had one. Then, Lin Xian used the law of creation to create a new password and unlock the phone. There was only one contact in the phone. It could be seen that both the phone and the number were new. This already showed that they had come with a target, because they were very careful in order not to expose anything. The only friend was also a smurf, and their chat records have been deleted. They're quite careful. Lin Xian, do you want to say something? Wu Yuhan frowned slightly and asked. No, it's easy to expose ourselves by replying. Let's wait for them to find us. Let's take a break first. It should be soon. All right. Sure enough, about 30 minutes later, the phone vibrated. Lin Xian then glanced at it. That person had sent a message. How is it? A few of the girls quickly gathered around Lin Xian and gave him advice. What's going on? He's asking how it is. Is he asking if they killed us? But until now, we're not 100% sure that they're looking for us. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. It should be. Although I'm not 100% sure. I'm 90% sure. After about 10 minutes, Lin Xian replied, It's done. On the other side, Xiao Yun almost jumped up. Beautiful. Is Lin Xian dead? When they saw the message, they were completely sure. Damn, how many people are trying to kill me? Lin Xian was convinced. He's dead. Lin Xian then replied. What about the others? Which 2 did you kill? Xiao Yun quickly asked. When the sentence came out, the girls looked at each other. They all understood. It was Feng Ling's team. Why? There were many people who killed Lin Xian, and it was hard to determine who it was. But why did they kill 2 of them? It was for the assessment ranking. If they only killed Lin Xian, it might be a personal grudge, but it wouldn't stop them from entering the top 10. But if they killed 2 or 3 more of them, Feng Ling's team would directly advance. Chapter 1368. Although it was just a guess, they knew it in their hearts. Of course, they knew that it was definitely not the intention of all 9 of them. It could only be done secretly by one of them. As for who it was, Lin Xian had a rough idea. Xiao Yun, Duan Ling Xiao, Su Jiming, Qin Ming. Among the 4 of them, it was most likely Xiao Yun and Duan Ling Xiao. But there was no evidence. Lin Xian thought for a while. If it was Xiao Yun and Duan Ling Xiao, who would they hope to not die? Ling Ying and Murong Yu, then Wang Xintong and Wu Yuhan. The others ran away, and Lin Xian tried to be the hero. Lin Xian replied, "Well done. You should go back quickly to avoid being exposed." "Wait, where are their corpses?" "They were just destroyed." Lin Xian sent a message. "What a pity. I wanted to see what Lin Xian's corpse looked like. So what if it was destroyed? Go back quickly. Let's not contact each other anymore." Then, his friend request was deleted. He didn't know who it was, and he couldn't ask. He couldn't talk too much. Let him be happy for now. Lin Xian glanced at the girls. "It's someone from Feng Ling's team. It's a guy, and a guy who hates you." Ling Ying said. "Xiao Yun and Duan Ling Xiao are the most likely." Lin Xian. Murong Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "I'll tell father." Lin Xian. "Just send this message to your father. You don't have to do anything else. Let them know what's going on." "Okay, I got it." "That's despicable." Wang Xintong clenched her fists. They never wanted to harm anyone, nor did they want to use underhanded means to win the competition. However, there would always be people who would harm them or even kill them. There's nothing we can do about it. This is reality. This is the human heart. Lin Xian said. "So now let him be happy for a few days first. Little Xintong, destroy the mobile phone that you gave out when you competed with me. Let them think that you are really dead. Little Yuhan, don't destroy your mobile phone. Just leave it where it is. After all, a dead person's mobile phone might not necessarily be broken. I really want to see how he will react when he sees that we are still alive. It will definitely be fun." Lin Xian smirked. "It's so bad. It didn't matter if the phone was destroyed. They were a team. As long as one of them had it would be fine. Let's go. Let's hurry up and show them how happy we are when we're already dozens of kilometers away." Shua. On the other side, Xiao Yun looked at his phone. Ling Ying, Han Xuxue, Xiao Xinyue, and Murong Yu were already dozens of kilometers away. As for the other three, two of them had already lost their signals. Only Wu Yuhan's signal was left at its original position. Xiao Yun secretly gave Duan Ling Xiao a look. Duan Ling Xiao felt that it was unbelievable. Lin Xian died just like that. He felt that this person was really hard to kill. However, Xiao Yun's headquarters wouldn't give him such fake news, right? Duan Ling Xiao nodded and looked at his mobile phone. Sure enough, their signal had disappeared. That's great. At this time, Feng Ling looked at her mobile phone and couldn't help but frown. Previously, Lin Xian's signal had disappeared and then returned. However, why did it disappear again this time? Wang Xintong's signal was also gone. Wu Yuhan's signal was dozens of kilometers away from theirs. This was obviously not right. What happened? Everyone, take advantage of this snowstorm. We can't waste time. Let's go to the next place and catch up with Lin Xian's team as soon as possible. Duan Ling Xiao stood up and said, "Okay, hey, why did two of their signals disappear? And one of them fell behind?" Su Jiming said doubtfully. "Maybe they just encountered a big battle." Xiao Yun said. Feng Ling's beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Yun and didn't say anything. She felt that it was a little strange. Was it related to her and Duan Ling Zhao's whispers just now? She didn't want to think about it. With Lin Xian's strength, there shouldn't be any problems. Let's go. Next. 2 days later, something's not right. Duan Ling Xiao walked to Xiao Yun's side. 2 days have passed. Logically speaking, they should only be left with 4 people. Why is it that their speed of conquering didn't slow down at all? Duan Ling Xiao said with a frown. That's fine. Look at the forces they've been fighting for the past 2 days. They're all S and SS rank. They're no longer going to SSS rank forces. Previously, they desperately went to SSS rank forces. This proves that they no longer have the capital to go to SSS rank forces. Now, there are only 3 SSS rank forces left, and they will all be ours. Adding up the 600,000 points, we can make up for the difference. Xiao Yun said, "This makes sense. Of the remaining 3 SSS rank forces, 2 were in the northernmost region and 1 was in the westernmost region. They were currently heading to the northernmost region to take down those 2 SSS rank forces and then go to the westernmost region. How are we going to fight?" Lin Xian's group was hiding in an S-rank force that they had just conquered. The snowstorm outside had yet to stop. They still have 5 days. They went to the northernmost 2 SSS rank forces. After that, they'll need at least 3 days to go to the westernmost region. We'll fight nearby first and let them have a comfortable time. On the third day, we'll take down the SSS rank force in the westernmost region. We'll win for sure. All right. 3 days later, they finished off the 2 SSS rank forces and thought that victory was in their hands. Then they took a look. Not good. Lin Xian's group went to the last SSS rank force. Chu said with a frown, if they take down this SSS rank force, we won't have any hope of turning the tables. Enchanting said. Xiao Yun sneered in disdain. It could be seen that they were anxious. They only had 4 people left, and they still wanted to go to the SSS rank force. Wasn't that courting death? They were anxious. They also knew that if they couldn't take down this SSS rank force, they would be turned around. However, he definitely couldn't tell them not to worry. Otherwise, they would be exposed. Let's go. We'll go there at full speed. It'll probably take a day to get there. They're definitely done. We might as well not waste this day and go to the other SSS rank forces. Maybe we can fight them. Chu said. Go. We must go. Xiao Yun said. It'll be a waste of time if we go. Do you think they can't take down this SSS rank force? Then why didn't they go to that SSS rank force during these 3 days? Why do they have to wait until we're done before going? Xiao Yun said. He definitely couldn't tell them that Murong Yu's group was desperate. There's only one reason. That SSS rank force is very difficult to fight. They had no choice but to go after seeing that we're done. Xiao Yun said. All right, then let's go. Chapter 1369. There were only a few days left. It was about time for Lin Xian and the others to take down that SSS rank organization. If they took down this SSS rank organization and added on to their own lead, the 7 of them would definitely advance to the next round of the God's Awakening Door. Moreover, Feng Ling's team had 9 people to share the points, while they only had 7 people. Their total points were higher, so they had more points. Therefore, even if this SSS rank force was given to them, Lin Xian and the rest would definitely advance under normal circumstances. It was just that it was safer to take it down. Moreover, if they didn't want free experience points, why should they give it to them? On the other side, Feng Ling's team was rushing towards Lin Xian's team as fast as they could. Duan Ling Xiao and Xiao Yun, the 2 insiders, were actually not worried. After all, from their point of view, that team only had 4 people left. They were also staking everything on one throw, fighting with their backs against the wall. They couldn't die and fail to qualify for the God's Awakening Door, right? However, they couldn't show that they weren't worried. Otherwise, they would be exposed. One day later, when they arrived, Lin Xian and the rest had already taken down that SSS rank force and were already yo-yoing. What? When they saw that the SSS rank force had been marked with Murong Yu's mark on their phone, they were both dumbfounded. It couldn't be right. There were only 4 of them. How could they have taken care of an SSS rank force? Unless they had advanced to the absolute void stage. Was that possible? It was possible, because the quality of the demonic beasts they fought was higher than theirs. However, was it really so easy to break through to the absolute void stage? This time we're done. Su Jiming sighed and said, Feng Ling, what do you think we should do now? Xiao Yun looked at Feng Ling and asked. Although Lin Xian was dead and his biggest problem was gone, he felt very comfortable. However, they probably wouldn't be able to enter the God's Awakening Door. No, that wasn't right. Not necessarily. Why? If there were only 4 people left in Lin Xian's team, they would only be in the top 4. As for the remaining 6 spots, 6 out of the 9 of them would advance to the next round. When the time came, they would split their points evenly. Whoever had the highest points would advance to the next round. Duan Ling Xiao, Feng Ling, Qi Tianqing, Chu He, and Feng Qinghao would definitely advance. The one with the highest score should be him, Xiao Yun. That was right. If they wanted to advance, it would be the 6 of them. Although they were in the same team, the other people's scores in the first 2 rounds were not as high as theirs, so when he thought of this, Xiao Yun felt more comfortable. Duan Ling, Xiao didn't panic from the beginning to the end. He was only pretending to see if Xiao Yun could deal with Lin Xian. Because even if Lin Xian and the rest of the team had 7 people, Duan Ling Zhao's score would still be the best in this team. Only Feng Ling and Chu Yi's score would be higher than him. No matter how bad he was still ranked 10th. He was just worried. There's no other way. There's no chance to surpass them. Feng Ling said. Therefore, the remaining 3 spots should be chosen from among us. Feng Ling said. She would definitely advance. Chu Yi's score was higher than Duan Ling Zhao's, but lower than hers. Chu Yi should also advance. Then, there was only 1 spot left. This last spot should be Duan Ling Zhao's, but as for the others, there were more than 200 people. They also had experts. Although the possibility of them having a higher score than them wasn't high, this wasn't something Feng Ling considered. They were indeed a team, but she had tried her best. All of this was cruel. Then, are we still fighting? Fight! Continue fighting. 2 days later, they were already rushing to the top of the North Pole. Those who could see the division of their forces were only some people from the 3 major forces. Some families could go over to take a look, but they couldn't do so too many times. Some people already had an idea in their hearts. One team after another had already rushed over. In fact, many people had already given up halfway through their journey. They saw that Lin Xian and Feng Ling's teams had even defeated an SSS-ranked force. What else could they persevere for? This SSS-ranked force had 200,000 points. Even if it was divided equally among 10 people, that would be 20,000 points per person. More often than not, they would treat this as an opportunity to grind for levels. Those experts and those families had really waited here for half a month. Some might have left midway and gone to the next city to rest for a few days, but they were definitely here today. Feng Ling and the others came at midnight. After they returned, their phones were taken away. They could only wait here. Duan Ling Xiao and Xiao Yun sat at the edge, waiting for Lin Xian. No, Lin Xian was already dead. They were waiting for Murong Yu and the others to arrive. What were Lin Xian and the others doing at this moment? That's right. They were sleeping. They were probably at a location about 100 kilometers away from the North Pole. Then, Lin Xian created a small house to shelter them from the wind. The few of them hid inside and rested. They knew in their hearts that they had already advanced. They would definitely win. All that was left was to see who Feng Ling's team was. When they saw that they were still alive, it was as if they had seen a ghost. After half a month of fighting and running around, they really didn't sleep for half a month. At most, they only rested for 1 or 2 hours. Even if they were Sky Venerables, they were really tired. Why didn't they directly go to the North Pole to rest? They couldn't rest there. They would ask all sorts of questions and exchange all sorts of pleasantries. It was better to rest here. Moreover, Lin Xian could be together with the 6 girls. He didn't know whose breasts he would pinch when he fell asleep. In any case, it was very comfortable. They just had to set a time. They would arrive at the North Pole at 6. When they woke up at 5, Lin Xian and Murong Yu Space would arrive directly. They haven't returned yet. It was already 5 in the morning. Duan Ling Xiao and Xiao Yun sat there smoking. Could it be that they didn't make it in time? They wouldn't make such a mistake. Duan Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "What if?" Actually, they had another way to turn the tables. That was to take advantage of the current situation to find them and stop them. They wouldn't be able to come to the North Pole before 6. That would also be considered as being eliminated. However, there was no other way. They couldn't do it. Xiao Yin didn't panic. There were only 4 people left. 6 of the 9 people in his team had advanced. He would definitely advance. No, it wasn't inevitable. He would also advance to 10th place. What if something went wrong? But the possibility shouldn't be high. What team could be better than them? On the other side, Lin Xian was kicked open in his sleep. Lin Xian rubbed his eyes with his fragrant hand. Then, he sat up in a daze and looked at Ling Ying, who was sitting there. "Why did you kick me?" Lin Xian asked in a daze. "Where did you reach out your hand just now?" Lin Xian, fuck. We're already an old couple. Can't you reach out a little? I'm talking about Murong Yu. Lin Xian, Chapter 1370. Lin Xian looked down in confusion. Morong Yu was sleeping soundly. He had even dug out her and exposed her penis. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xian quickly coughed dryly. Morong Yu had been very tired these days. Plus, she had gotten used to it. After half a year, she had been pinched to sleep by Lin Xian many times. She had gotten used to it. Otherwise, no matter how tired she would have woken up after being pinched for an entire night. Bastard! Ling Ying gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. As expected, even Morong Yu had been ruined by this scumbag. So annoying. Cough, cough, shoo. Lin Xian quickly tidied up Morong Yu's clothes. If you weren't leaning on me, I wouldn't have touched her. I would have touched you. I swear. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and said, Scram. Scumbag. Ling Ying rolled her eyes. Fine. She was used to it. Actually, she had already prepared herself for every pretty girl around Lin Xian to be Lin Xian's woman. No matter how outstanding the girl was, but just looking at it made her unhappy. Wrong, I was wrong. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Wang Xintong rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. What are you guys talking about? No, nothing. It's time to get up. We should get going. I'll go wash up. Then, she yawned and walked out. The other girls were also woken up by them. 10 minutes later, everyone was ready to go. Let's go. It's 5:10. Then, Lin Xian released his space. After landing, Morong Yu also released her space. They arrived at the bottom of the North Pole and started climbing. If only they couldn't come. Xiaoyan sighed. Even if Ling Ying died, he was still willing. If he had known earlier, he would have ordered his men to kill all of them, not leaving a single one alive. Only the heavens knew that with only 4 people left, they could still destroy an SSS rank organization. However, at this moment, the figures of 7 people gradually appeared in their sight. Xiao Yun and Duan Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed. Lin Xian. It's Lin Xian. Xiao Yun stood up, his face full of disbelief. Duan Ling Xiao frowned. From the moment Xiao Yun said that Lin Xian was already dead, he actually felt that it was somewhat inconceivable and felt that it wasn't too real. He felt that Lin Xian was like a sticky candy that he could not shake off no matter how hard he tried. It would not be easy to kill him. As expected, the accident still happened. He's back. Lin Xian and the others came in front of Xiao Yun and Duan Ling Xiao. Xiao Yun tried his best to control himself so that he would not reveal any clues. Good morning to the 2 of you. Are the results out? Lin Xian said with a smile. Not yet. Duan Ling Xiao replied indifferently. I wish the 2 of you good results. Then we'll go over first. Then, Lin Xian and the others walked away. Xiao Yun clenched his fist tightly. Didn't you say that they're dead? Duan Ling Xiao then looked at Xiao Yun and said coldly. Xiao Yun was the most uncomfortable. They didn't die, which meant that there were 7 of them. 7 people. Only 3 spots were left for them, and Xiao Yun was definitely not one of these 3 spots. Duan Ling Xiao was also very uncomfortable. 7 people, 3 spots, he should be in 10th place. The only ones in front of him were Feng Ling and Chu He, but he was always afraid that something bad would happen. From the moment he saw Lin Xian, he was especially uneasy. How would I know? Xiao Yun's mentality exploded. Not only could he not enter the God's awakening door, but Lin Xian was also not dead. Wait a minute. Xiao Yun suddenly realized something. If Lin Xian and the rest are not dead, then the one who sent me the message is... Xiao Yun frowned. It's Lin Xian. Duan Ling Xiao said. Xiao Yun's heart was suddenly shocked. Wait. He didn't say anything wrong, right? He recalled carefully. No, absolutely not. He definitely didn't say anything wrong. At most, he suspected one of the 9 of them, but he couldn't be sure which one it was. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun let out a long sigh of relief. Wait a minute. Could it be that his men had a slip of the tongue? Lin Xian didn't ask, and he was too lazy to ask. He was afraid that asking would cause more trouble, so he simply didn't ask. Anyway, it was fine as long as he had a rough idea. You're on your own now, Duan Ling Xiao said. Damn it. Xiaoyan clenched his fists tightly. Is it them? Morong Yu asked. Lin Xian nodded. Seems like it. I think so too. Han Chushua said. But it's just a suspicion. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, they can't cause any trouble. After we advance to the absolute void stage, we don't have to worry too much. There was a big gap between domain and Empyrean. The gap between Empyrean and absolute void was even bigger. Moreover, whether it was time or space attributes, they would get a qualitative upgrade in the absolute void stage. Oh, good morning. Lin Xian saw Feng Ling and greeted her with a smile. Feng Ling nodded. Morning. Lin Xian froze for a moment. Oh, this chick actually replied to him? That was a bit strange. Why did Feng Ling reply to Lin Xian? She was still very unhappy with Lin Xian, but she was a person who was convinced. Lin Xian was worthy of her admiration. She couldn't beat Lin Xian, so she was convinced by Lin Xian, but this didn't mean that she was happy with Lin Xian. Attack everyone to advance. Feng Ling looked at Lin Xian and the others and said, Then congratulations on advancing. Lin Xian said with a smile. Feng Ling nodded and walked away. They knew in their hearts whether or not they would advance. Lin Xian and the others, including Feng Ling, would definitely advance. There definitely wouldn't be any other accidents. However, it wasn't certain who the next two rankings would be. Little Ling, Little Xian. Ling Ying's father, Ling Hai, walked over with a smile. Xiao Runing and Xiao Zun also walked over, including Murong Yu's father, Murong Feng, and Han Chushua's father, Han Guang. They all walked over. Only Wang Xintong and Wu Yuhan were left. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They were used to it. This was because they no longer had any relatives in this world. They were indeed very envious of Ling Ying and the others. Even if it was Lin Xian, he still had a sister, Xintong. At this moment, a figure came over. Wang Xintong glanced over. Uncle Qin. Then, she ran over happily. That's right, it was Qin Feng. Qin Feng had adopted Wang Xintong as his goddaughter. A lot of Wang Xintong's combat skills were learned from Qin Feng. Seeing him come, Wang Xintong was really happy. Ha, you've grown a lot in this period of time. Very good. Qin Feng smiled and rubbed Wang Xintong's hair. I have to thank Uncle Qin and everyone. Wu Yuhan smiled as she looked at this scene. Sister, if our family is still here, they would be here too. Wu Yuhan's sister, Wu Yunuo, was talking to Wu Yuhan's soul in her heart. Yes. Chapter 1371. Lin Xian exchanged pleasantries with him for a while, and then Ling Hai urged Lin Xian to quickly give birth to a baby. Lin Xian was stunned. By the side, Ling Ying was dumbfounded. Dad, what are you talking about? Ling Ying blushed. Thankfully, there was no one around them. How old are you? Your mom and I should have a grandchild by now, right? Ling Hai said as he took a puff of his cigarette. Dad, didn't I tell you? Lin Xian and I still need to improve ourselves. We don't have the time. That was not wrong. This was a very important period for them. They were about to break through to the Great Void Realm. Once they reached the Great Void Realm, they would begin charging towards the Heavenly Dao Realm. Although the Heavenly Dao Realm was extremely difficult, they were still young. Furthermore, Ling Ying really did not want to have a baby. He felt that it would be a disaster. You and Lin Xian don't need to take care of it. Your mom and I will. Ling Hai said. That won't do. Ling Ying shook his head. Needless to say, the moment he mentioned a baby, Lin Xian missed his little Shir and little Tianny. They had not seen each other for half a month. No, it had been 20 days. It had almost been a month. He really missed them. You child. Ling Hai glared at Ling Ying. What was the main reason? Firstly, they didn't want a grandchild. Secondly, they were worried about Ling Ying's Shura consciousness. Whether or not the Shura would take over her soul and control her was still unknown. Since Ling Hai had handed Ling Ying to Lin Xian, he should trust Lin Xian. Yes, he had always trusted Lin Xian, but trust and reality were two different things. In fact, they were already mentally prepared for their daughter's death. There was no other way. It had been the same for generations. They would be filled with infinite hope, but at the same time, they would be prepared for the worst. There was still 1 year. That's right. There was only 1 year left. If she could leave him a grandchild this year, that would be a good thing. At least it would give them something to remember and give Lin Xian something to remember. That was what the Ling Hai couple thought anyway. Of course, he hoped that his daughter would be fine. Even if he did not want his grandchildren, he still hoped that his daughter would be fine. But what if? Uncle, this kind of thing has to wait until little Ying and I are relaxed, right? Right now, we're probably going to the God's Awakening door soon. Don't tell me we're going to leave her pregnant at the God's Awakening door? Wouldn't that be suicide? Lin Xian said helplessly. At most, I won't go. Anyway, I heard that the God's Awakening door is very dangerous. But that's also a very important opportunity for us to improve our cultivation, Lin Xian said. So I forget it. Ling Hai sighed. You youngsters should think about your own matters, but Lin Xian, that matter. Lin Xian knew what Ling Hai was talking about, and he also knew why he kept urging him. He did not want his Ling family to have no descendants. Of course, he could choose to have another child with his wife, but they were afraid. When they gave birth to Ling Ying, they knew that such a day would come. They could have aborted Ling Ying long ago to prevent her from being born, but they could not bear to do so. That was their flesh and blood. That was their life. They chose to keep it. What if they had another child and it was a girl? Give birth? Abort? There was no end to it. The best outcome was that Lin Xian could really find a way. Lin Xian nodded. Uncle, I know. Okay, you guys talk. I'll go see when the rankings are out. The spirit then walked out of the tent. My dad told you about my spirit, right? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. Ling Hai did not know that Ling Ying already knew about this matter. She had heard it that day. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying. Yeah, if there's really no other way, I'll leave before the deadline. Ling Ying lowered her head and said as she silently unwrapped a lollipop and placed it in her mouth. What are you saying? I know so many experts, including those at the Heavenly Tao realm. I don't believe there's no other way. Don't worry. No matter how powerful that Shura is, he only existed in the past. Didn't he still die? There's always a way. Yeah, let's go out as well. The results will probably be out soon. All right. Following that, Lin Xian and Ling Ying walked out. Outside, the people were already gathered there. The experts of the individual family clans had a rough idea of the situation after the faction's attack. After those people returned, they had a rough idea of what had happened. They only said that they were waiting for a miracle, or rather, they had to finish watching before leaving. That was the complete process. After this matter is over, I'll make a trip to the Wind Nation with you. Lin Xian walked to Wu Yuhan's side and secretly pinched her buttocks. Wu Yuhan gritted her teeth. Bastard, why did he use so much force? Clearly, his sister was in charge of the body now. Sorry to trouble you. Wu Yuhan said lightly as she removed Lin Xian's hand. I'm your man. What's the trouble? Lin Xian said with a smile. Wu Yuhan had been investigating the grudges of her family clan all these years. As Lin Xian's woman, Lin Xian would naturally help her. Instead, Lin Xian would be worried if she went alone, even though her realm was not low. After settling Wu Yuhan's matter, Lin Xian wanted to see if there was a chance to find Linya before heading to the door of God's Awakening. After all, that senior had told Lin Xian that Linya would be fine. Instead, it was her good fortune. Hence, in Lin Xian's eyes, Zhao Mengyue was just a tool to raise Linya's realm. However, without Linya by his side, Lin Xian felt uneasy. There was one more thing waiting for Lin Xian. That was to reconstruct the physical body. Wu Yuhan and her sister, Wu Yunuo, could not possibly share the same body forever, right? They were two different people. Reconstructing the physical body did exist. It only required a specific method. When the time came, Lin Xian would have to ask Xiao Linglong and the rest. All right, the most important reason was the twin sisters. The twin sisters, poo. That was not the most important thing. At this moment, the people from the three factions were calculating everyone's points. Combining the demon crystals that had been handed in and the map of the faction's territories, this was not a small task. It needed to be very meticulous. This concerned their future. Other than the Door of God's Awakening, the 11th to 20th place could also go to a place. That place did not have as many opportunities as the Door of God's Awakening, but it was also much less dangerous. There were opportunities as well. After a while, Murong Feng and the rest walked out of the tent. Everyone's gaze fell on them. Xiaoyan clenched his fists. Actually, he already knew the ranking in his heart. He was really unwilling to accept it. Even his own people had been killed by Lin Xian. How'd he do it? Chapter 1372. Murong Feng and the rest glanced at the crowd. Then, Murong Feng coughed dryly and said, "Cough, cough. Now, let me announce the final results of the Sky Martial Assembly." Everyone looked at him. "We will not announce the final results. Everyone, please rest assured that the results were calculated by dozens of people from the three major forces. There will not be any mistakes. Of course, if you feel that there might be any mistakes, you can tell us." Murong Feng glanced at Duan Ling Xiao, Xiao Yun, and the rest. Of course, he only glanced at them briefly. He had received the chat records from Murong Yu and understood what had happened. It was reasonable. After all, the hardest thing to understand in this world was the human heart. However, he did not have any evidence. He could only keep it a secret. He only hoped that the higher-ups of the three major forces would not interfere in this matter. Otherwise, he would have to worry about the rise and fall of the human race. Now, I will announce the names of the 11th to 20th place who will enter the land of heavenly wrath. The land of heavenly wrath was the place where the top 10 people would go. I will start from the lowest to the highest. Those who have advanced to the next round, please come to the magistrate to receive your honor badge. Please take good care of your honor badge. Also, if you have any doubts, you can tell us. Murong Feng glanced at the name list and said, 20th place, Zuyang. Then, a man walked out in surprise and took the badge of honor. No one was more surprised than him. 20th place, just right. This might be the lowest threshold. Maybe the rest of the people would have the same number of points as him. Although he was confident in his own strength, there were too many martial artists. Therefore, he was very lucky to be able to get 20th place. He was satisfied. He did not even think about getting into the top 10. 19th place, Zhang Yang. 18th place, Lu Chao. 17th place, Feng Qingyu. Feng Qingyu walked out with a face full of surprise. Although he was in Wen Qim's team and got a lot of points, his previous results were not that good. Under normal circumstances, he would not even be in the top 20. However, he was pulled up by the points he got from the third round. He directly rushed to the 16th place. He was satisfied. Feng Qingyang nodded with satisfaction. This son of his did not ask to be in the top 10. He would be satisfied if he could be in the top 20. This scene caused some people to frown tightly. Why? Logically speaking, Lin Xian's team and Wen Qim's team should be in the top 16. Although they were evenly split, they had killed too many factions. Yes, it seemed like there would always be someone among the other 200-plus people who could enter the top 16, but looking at the number of people they occupied, it was basically impossible. However, this Feng Qingyu was ranked 17th. This meant that the remaining people had either gone solo or joined other teams. Their score was higher than Lin Xian and Feng Ling's team of 16 people. Who could it be? Lin Xian thought for a moment. There were other strong ones, but the possibility was not high. The most likely one was Zhuge Feng. Lin Xian glanced at Zhuge Feng, who was standing in front of the Zhuge family. It should be him. Lin Xian did not pay much attention to Zhuge Feng. Zhuge Feng was doing this alone, so he did not know how high he could get. It would be difficult for him to get into the top 10. Number 16, Su Jiming. Su Jiming sighed helplessly. At least he could go to the land of heavenly wrath. He did not want to get into the top 10 anymore. Number 15, Qin Ming. Number 14, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun clenched his fist. Fuck. Number 13, Qi Tianqing. Qi Tianqing walked out. This Qi Tianqing is only at number 13. There's no other way. Lin Xian's team of 7 will probably get into the top 10, so Qi Tianqing was eliminated. Number 12, Feng Qinghao. Feng Qinghao was also helpless, but it was still okay. Number 12. Number 11, Duan Lingxiao. Everyone had an expression of disbelief when they heard it. Duan Lingxiao. Number 11? It should not be. His results in the previous 2 rounds were very good. How could he be number 11? Duan Tianming frowned too. He felt that his son would definitely get into the top 10, but he was eliminated? Duan Ling Xiao was also completely stunned. How could he be number 11? He had calculated it. Normally, he should be number 10. However, what he was worried about really happened. It just so happened that someone had beaten him. Who was it? Apart from the 2 teams, who else had scored more points than him? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Amazing. This Zhuge Feng was amazing. He actually rushed into the top 10 alone. Feng Ling was also somewhat confused. Why? Although they weren't as strong as Lin Xian's team, logically speaking, Duan Ling Xiao shouldn't have been pushed down after defeating several SSS rank forces, right? But it did not matter. It had nothing to do with her. Feng Ling, all right. Next, let's ask these 10 people to prepare their identities and enter the land of heavenly wrath together. Wait. Duan Ling Xiao stood up at this time. He did not accept it. Lin Xian could enter the God's Awakening door, but he must also enter. Or else, why would he not be in the top 10? Do you have any doubts? Murong Feng asked. Duan Ling Xiao said, I think I should be in the top 10, but I have some doubts. It's normal to have doubts. Then, come over and take a look at the total score. If you have any doubts, we will calculate it for you on the spot. Duan Ling Xiao then walked over and saw the name of number 10. Zhuge Feng. Ka. He clenched his fist tightly. Zhuge Feng. How could he have forgotten about this Zhuge Feng? But shouldn't be. My team defeated several SSS rank forces. Logically speaking, my score should not fall out of the top 10. Murong Feng nodded. Indeed, but although the 10th place did not defeat an SSS rank force, he defeated enough forces. His total score is indeed higher than yours by 1,800 points. Duan Ling Xiao clenched his fists. Any more questions? None. Then, he clenched his teeth and walked away. Then, I will now announce the top 10. 10th place, Zhuge Feng. Everyone's doubts were answered at this moment. So it was him. The one who rushed into the top 16 was him. He even rushed into the top 10. Zhuge Feng had indeed done it alone, but he did not need to split the points equally. Moreover, he had defeated more forces than anyone else. B rank, A rank, countless of them, and even SS rank. Thus, his personal score barely surpassed Duan Ling Xiao's. Lin Xian laughed. Damn! The most despicable one was Zhuge Feng. He did the opposite and got 10th place. Amazing. Defeating the trashiest force, an unwanted force, and getting the highest ranking. Amazing. Chapter 1373. Zhuge Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that he was in 10th place. Actually, when he wasn't in the top 20, he felt that he should be in the top 10. However, he was still worried. Now he was completely relieved. Zhuge Feng smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded at him. Wow, this Zhuge Feng actually made it to 10th place. Ling Ying couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Xian nodded, very fierce. Bastard. What a bastard. Ha! Now that Duan Ling Xiao is feeling terrible. He's really going to die from anger. Ling Ying said with extreme satisfaction. That's right. People like Xiao Yun and Su Zhiming had already accepted their fate. However, Duan Ling Xiao, who was in 11th place, was feeling terrible. Right, Xiao Yu, why didn't your cousin participate? Lin Xian asked. Murong Yu said, he didn't participate. Although he's strong, it's hard for him to get into the top 10. So he didn't come. That's a bit of foresight. This Murong Yin was ranked 4th in the Martial Arts Academy. Murong Yu, Qi Tianqing, Duan Ling Xiao, and Murong Yin. However, it was a good choice that he didn't come. Even if he came, he wouldn't be able to get into the top 10. although he was very strong. However, this guy was an Xian's admirer. They were engaged when they were children. Although he was taught a lesson by Lin Xian last time, Lin Xian didn't think that he would give up just like that. He didn't even come. Was he preparing for something? That's right. During this period, he frequently appeared at an Xian's place. However, an Xian and the others kept rejecting him. If it was only an Xian would be embarrassed to reject him. However, there was also Miao Xiao Miao, Zhao Yunqi, and the others. Even if they went out, they would be accompanied by the girls. Ninth place, Chu He. Chu He sighed in relief. The corner of his mouth curled up as he went over to pick up his badge. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Morong Fong smiled and nodded. Morong Fong was actually quite happy in his heart. Of the three major powers, only his daughter had entered the top 10. The other two didn't enter. He was simply too comfortable. From now on, Duan Ling Xiao and Qi Tianqing might not even be able to compare to his daughter. After his daughter returned from the God's awakening door, she would definitely be able to leave them behind. The situation had changed. In the past, they were the top existences, but in the future, Lin Xian and the others would be the top existences. 8th place, Feng Ling. Feng Ling then walked up. Thank you. Good luck. Morong Feng smiled and nodded. Feng Ling had also become number 1 after Lin Xian and the others. He had to admit that she was indeed strong. Actually, whether she was strong or not could be seen from her laws. She had 2 laws and also created. In this aspect, she was stronger than Morongyu. In this world, creation and destruction were the top laws. Up until now, Lin Xian had only seen 3 people, including himself, who had these 2 laws. But in the end, there was no one else who had these 2 laws. There must be. Perhaps they hadn't matured yet. Perhaps they had matured but kept a low profile. Perhaps they hadn't even participated in the World Conference. Today, those standing here were the continent's top geniuses of this generation. However, it couldn't be said that this continent only had these top geniuses. It couldn't be said that the strongest were all here. 7th place, Wang Xintong. Wang Xintong then happily ran over. Qin Feng smiled and looked at her from afar. He remembered the first time he saw her. She was too weak. In the blink of an eye, this group of children had become the continent's future saviors. There was also Lin Xian. Qin Feng looked at Lin Xian. He was the one who introduced Wang Xintong to him and troubled him to teach her. Lin Xian wasn't strong at that time. Along the way, he had created one miracle after another. The number of beautiful girls by his side had also increased. This was within reason. Although he wasn't a very handsome man, he was strong and charming. It was enough to attract the attention of girls. Wang Xintong happily held the badge. She knew that this was all due to everyone's efforts. If it wasn't for everyone, how could she have gotten into the top 10? Even the top 20 would have been very difficult. However, although this was the truth, she had also brought great benefits to everyone. Her laws, her domain, and even the main reason why Lin Xian could survive the enemy's attacks time and time again. Without the increase of 3 stars, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to defeat his opponent even if he lowered his opponent's 3 stars. 6th place, Ling Ying. The difference in points between them was very, very small. In the first 2 rounds, the difference wasn't that big. At most, it was 1,000 points. No, Lin Xian, that bastard, had crushed her in points in the first 2 rounds. 5th place, Xiao Xinyue. 4th place, Wu Yuhan. 3rd place, Han Chuxiua. 2nd place, Morong Yu. 1st place, Lin Xian. His that actually, everyone knew this ranking in their hearts. However, when they saw it, they still felt that the world was unpredictable. Previously, in a martial arts academy, Lin Xian's ranking was very low. He only managed to rise up later. However, he actually managed to maintain his 1st place under such circumstances. Morong Yu was also suppressed by him. Morong Feng nodded in satisfaction. Beside him, Duan Tianming and the others weren't so happy. Their son didn't even get into the top 10. Most importantly, they should have been able to get in under normal circumstances. However, only God knew that the other 5 people in Lin Xian's team were also so strong. Furthermore, They had joined Lin Xian's team. This was fate. Even if you casually took the last place of 250 people and put them in a Lin Xian's team, making it 8 people, the last place would still be able to get into the top 10, right? There was no other way. This wasn't luck. This was a person's destiny. Then why couldn't you join Lin Xian's team? Don't say things like you don't know Lin Xian and don't have a good relationship. Then why don't you know him? Then why don't you have a good relationship? This was a person's good fortune. Sometimes, meeting a person could really change a person. Ling Hai, Xiao Zun, Han Guang, and the others were also looking at their daughter and future son-in-law with satisfaction. Look at you. Your sister has already gone to the God's awakening door. Xiao Zun couldn't help but say to Xiao Runing, "Aye, Dad. I will work hard to raise my realm. I'm already an Empyrean now." Then your sister is almost at the virtual realm. Xiao Zun said, if Xiao Runing didn't become a teacher, she would definitely be at the virtual realm now. I know. I will go back and raise my realm properly. Xiao Runing shook her head. However, she was truly happy for them. All right. Murong Feng then looked at everyone. The Sky Martial Assembly has ended. The top 20 have all been decided. And there's nothing else to say. I wish everyone can go further in the future. Chapter 1374. Some people were happy while others were sad. Lin Xian and the others were undoubtedly the final victors. Murong Feng then said, regarding the time to enter the land of heavenly wrath and the God's awakening door, there is no need to be anxious. It will take at least half a month, and at most a month. At the same time, we will give everyone some time to rest. When the time comes, we will use some methods to contact you in advance. Lin Xian then asked, I wonder if we can get some information about the God's awakening door in advance, so that we can prepare in advance. Murong Feng shook his head. All right. However, we'll discuss the details again. We will not talk about it here. Murong Feng said, everyone, it is already late. Let's go back. Finally, I wish everyone can go further. The future of the human race belongs to you. We need to rely on you. You are the future of the human race. Do your best. After that, Lin Xian and the others dispersed. The Heavenly Martial Assembly did not have any rewards. The only rewards were the land of heavenly wrath and the God's awakening door. However, when Lin Xian asked Murong Feng about the God's awakening door, he did not say anything. Was it because he did not know, or because he did not want to talk about it in front of so many people? Both were possible. The crowd dispersed one after another. Some of them left directly. The end of the Tianwu assembly meant that the competition between them during their youth had come to an end. However, it was worth mentioning that the quality of martial artists in this era was much, much stronger than before. It could be said that this era was the golden age of the human race. Therefore, the young people of this generation would become the mainstay of the human race against the demon race. They could not miss this golden age. It was impossible for the demon race and the human race to coexist peacefully. At least, the demon race's demon god temple and the Myriad Demon Alliance had stated that it was impossible. Therefore, for the human tribe, if they wanted to live better in the future, they had to at least get rid of the Myriad Demon Alliance of the demon tribe. Otherwise, the human tribe and the demon tribe would never be at peace, and the human tribe would always be worried about being destroyed. This was impossible. Even if the Myriad Demon Alliance and the evil Divine Palace were gone, it would still be impossible for them to be at peace. Even if the demon clan did not attack the human clan might still attack the demon clan, because everyone had ambition. However, if the 10,000 Demon Alliance was gone, things would be much more peaceful. After all, the organization of the demon race was gone. However, even if the Myriad Demon Alliance was gone, the demon race would definitely create a new organization. When humans fought against demon beasts, the main idea of the demon race was already in line with the idea of the humans. When the demon race fought against the humans, the main idea of the demon race was also in line with the idea of the demon race. This time, The rankings were not broadcasted live, so no one knew what their final results were, and no one knew who would enter the top 10. Xiaoying, aren't you going home for a few days after the fight? Ling Hai asked as he rubbed Ling Ying's head. No, I'll go back during the new year. Ling Ying said. Girl, you haven't been home for a year. It seems like a grown girl can't be kept at home. You're still talking about your family's Ling Ying. My daughter hasn't been home for a year. Can you believe it? Han Guang walked over and said helplessly. In the past, their upbringing of Han Chuxue was simply too strict. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to raise such a well-behaved Han Chuxue. It was a pity that she was ruined by that scumbag Lin Xian. There was nothing they could do. At that time, Lin Xian happened to save Han Chuxue outside, which had a huge impact on her state of mind. Otherwise, without that incident, Lin Xian really wouldn't know how to pursue this girl. However, Linging also helped a lot. That's all for now. We're going back. You guys should also go back and rest. After fighting for half a month, you guys should be very tired. Go back and rest early. Ling Hai said with a smile. Okay. Then, Lin Xian and the others stepped on the road back to the city. They first returned to Bing Hai City, stayed there for a day, rested for a day, and then took a plane back to Lin City. Babies, I'm back. Lin Xian went to the Bounty Hunter Guild. Zichiyue and Exent, Miao Xiaomiao, Lu Yufan, Zhao Yunqi, and Yi Yi were sitting there playing cards. Lin Xian's women were basically divided into 3 or 4 circles. Ling Ying, Mu Rongyu, and the others were one circle, while Lu Yufan and the others were a full-time group. After Zichiyue, the heavenly consort, left the entertainment circle, she would play with them every day. She was so happy that she almost forgot about home. After so many years, Zichiyue actually felt more relaxed than ever. The other circle should be by Xuanxuan's circle. The last one was Linglong, Shui, and the others. Perhaps most of them knew each other, but those who were often together were called circles. Lin Xian originally wanted to see Linglong, Shui, and the others, but Lin Xian just happened to pass by the Bounty Hunter Guild, so he naturally came here first. The bad guy is back. Everyone, let's fight. Lu Yufan then ran to Lin Xian. Then, she looked back and saw that no one was following her. Although I really want to beat him up with you. After all, he just came back. We still have to give him some face. Miao Xiaomiao said. That's true. Then, Lu Yufan returned to her seat and sat down. Heavenly concubine, you're still following them. Lin Xian smiled and sat next to Zichiyue. She hadn't taken down this place yet. Yi hadn't been taken down yet. She had to find an opportunity to take action. We're all very good friends, and I just left the entertainment circle. It's very fun to play with everyone. Zichiyue smiled. Have you decided to stay here temporarily? Lin Xian asked. Yes, I probably won't leave here for the time being. Also, I have to go out with everyone to improve my realm. Zichiyue smiled slightly. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and asked, how was the competition? They had asked yesterday, but Lin Xian kept them in suspense. Yeah, Lin Xian, how did you do with the competition? Yi asked. Zhao Yunqi also looked at Lin Xian nervously. Although she knew that he would definitely be fine, it was inevitable that she was nervous. First place, Lin Xian said with a smile. TCH, bragging. There are so many experts, and you're first. I believe that you're in the top 10, but first place? Lu Yufan rolled her eyes. I'm really first. Aren't you going to treat us to a meal to celebrate? Miao Xiaomiao asked. Of course. Tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Zhao Yunqi asked in confusion. Shoo, Chi-Chi, you don't understand. He has a lot of girls outside. He definitely has to accompany other girls. Lu Yufan whispered. Lin Xian, wow. They all knew it in their hearts. However, even if they knew it in their hearts, no one had ever said anything like leaving Lin Xian. Perhaps this was the benefit of this era. There were so many martial artists in this era. Although there were rules and laws, strength was indeed very important. With strength and ability, you could make girls fall in love with you. Moreover, compared to Earth, which might be a more ordinary world because there were warriors and martial arts here, The girls might be more accepting of men having multiple wives and concubines. Chapter 1375. Lin Xian was also very embarrassed. He had never confessed to any of them that he had more than one girlfriend. He guessed that only Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others. They all knew in their hearts. It was really embarrassing. However, Lin Xian truly felt that he was very lucky. Every girl was really nice and tolerant. Cough, 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 no, no. Lin Xian said awkwardly. TCH, the girls rolled their eyes at him. Zichua also felt that it was very interesting. She had also paid some attention to the girls around Lin Xian, and then she was shocked. If they were compared to ordinary girls, it would be reasonable if they were willing. However, she found that none of the girls around Lin Xian were ordinary. Let's talk about the most ordinary girls like Lu Yufan and Yi Yi. They were also school beauties, had rich families, and had many suitors. It was just that they might not be as talented as Ling Ying and the others. But now, they were extremely hardworking. It was very strange. This Lin Xian really had a kind of magical power. She even had an inexplicable good impression of Lin Xian. But where did her good impression of Lin Xian come from? Was it because Lin Xian was talented and wrote good songs? Maybe. It was because his songs resonated with her a lot. Moreover, he was such a powerful martial artist. Damn, he was the champion of the continent's Tianwu conference, and he could write such good songs. How'd he come to be like this? Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Sisters, I just arrived. Give me some face. Hey, where's that girl Lan Xingxing? Lin Xian thought of Lan Xingxing. Logically speaking, this little glutton should be with them. She seemed to have been called away by Grandpa for something. She just left yesterday. I see. Okay. Right, when will Sister Linya come back? Lu Yufan asked. Lin Xian paused for a moment. It shouldn't take too long, Lin Xian said with uncertainty. To be honest, he really didn't know. He didn't even know when he would be able to see Linya. He really wanted to tell this news to Linya. From the trash of the past, he was now the top warrior of the entire continent. He was about to break through to the great virtual realm. He really wanted to tell Linya. I miss Big Sister Linya. Hey. Shouldn't we be talking about me today? Shouldn't you give me, the first place winner, some sort of reward? Lin Xian grinned at them. Come on, you didn't even treat us to a meal, and you want us to express our gratitude? Go. Miao Xiao Miao rolled her eyes. Let's go. Come find us when you treat us to a meal. Miao Xiao Miao pushed Lin Xian. Of course, they didn't want to let Lin Xian go, but they knew that Lin Xian must have other things to do. Otherwise, why wouldn't he treat them to a meal today? He must be looking for other girls. They understood. So, Miao Xiao Miao pushed Lin Xian away. Then I'll go first. I'll treat you to a big meal tomorrow. Let's go. Seeing you annoys me to death. Yeah, let's go. An Xin chimed in from the side. Lin Xian then walked away resentfully. Zichua looked at these girls with a smile. She was very smart. How could she not know what they were thinking? This Lin Xian's charm was really great. He could even make girls have this kind of awareness. Amazing. The representative of scumbags. Let's go shopping, Yi suggested. Yes. Lin Xian won't treat us to a big meal today. Let's go eat by ourselves. I want to eat seafood. Mantis shrimps, hairy crabs, and prawns. Lu Yufan's beautiful eyes lit up. Let's go. It's my treat. I haven't eaten seafood in a long time. Zichua also said with a smile. On the other side, Lin Xian came to the Yixian group. His girls were relatively gathered. It was lunchtime in the Yixian group. All the employees gathered in the cafeteria to eat. The treatment in the Yixian group was really good. This cafeteria was the type of buffet. It was equivalent to eating buffet every day. Therefore, ever since the employees came to the Yixian group, as long as they went to work, they would never order takeout or go out to eat. Luo Chenxi and Murong Qing sat in a corner and ate their lunch facing each other. At this time, Lin Xian walked over and sat beside Luo Chenxi. He secretly pinched her thigh. The two beautiful and mature women looked at Lin Xian. You're back? Morong Qing wiped her mouth. The corners of her mouth lifted as she looked at Lin Xian. I just came back. The first thing I did was to meet you. Let me guess. Before you said this, you must have met no less than 4 or 5 girls, right? Morong Qing said with a smile. Lin Xian, wow. Did these women know him so well? Luo Qinzi drank a mouthful of soup and wiped her mouth. She said, probably more. Don't be like this. Lin Xian said awkwardly. Wow, this group of women had quite a lot of resentment toward him. I heard from Morong Yu that you won first place. Morong Qing asked. Yes. Finally, they talked about something that Lin Xian was proud of. Luo Qinzi looked at Lin Xian again. She also knew what this Tianwu conference represented. She also knew what it meant to win first place in this Tianwu conference. That was quite impressive. Not bad. Morong Qing looked at Lin Xian. Then, would you like to have a boyfriend that you think is very good? Lin Xian asked Morong Qing with a smile. Cough, cough. Luo Qinzi drank a mouthful of soup and coughed. Bastard. Fine. This bastard was really a scumbag. In front of her, he actually wow. Old scumbag. Morong Qing was stunned for a moment. Then, the corners of her mouth lifted. You're too young. You've seen it before? I'm not talking about there. I'm talking about there. I'm done eating. You guys talk. Luo Qinzi shook her head helplessly. Hey. Let's talk together. Get lost, scumbag. Luo Qinzi said. Lin Xian, wow. TSK. Morong Qing looked at Lin Xian and smiled. When are you going to the God's Awakening door? She stood up. Half a month to a month. Okay, good luck. When you return, you should be at the virtuality realm. The little trash in my eyes in the past is now at the same level as me. Morong Qing said with emotion. And can I pursue you? Lin Xian smiled. Morong Qing rolled her eyes. Get lost. Go find other girls. I won't accompany you anymore. I'm going to work. Morong Qing clapped her hands and walked away. Lin Xian had a headache. This Morong Qing still couldn't find an opportunity to pursue him. Although her favorability had already reached 50, to be honest, Lin Xian had never deliberately increased her favorability. 50 was actually not low. Sigh, let's talk about it later. Lin Xian sighed. There are too many chicks. How troublesome. How troublesome. Chapter 1376. On this side, Lin Xian went to buy Xuan's Azura Palace. Seriously, Lin Xian's background was now managed by this group of girls. They had saved Lin Xian a lot of trouble. Lin and City was basically Lin Xian's territory now. He was still acquiring and expanding. Because of the Xian group, Lin and City's development was like the sun in the sky. How should one put it? A policy implemented by the Xian group would sweep through the entire continent. This was because the Xian group was too big, and their reputation was simply too good. Therefore, the development of the Xian group was unstoppable. Originally, many people had already given up on Lin and City, which was on the edge of the city. One after another, they moved inland. Many people were even willing to sell their businesses to the Xian group. Later, they found out that the Xian group had unnaturally turned the entire Lin and City into their territory. This was very strange. For a city on the edge, doing this might cause it to return to its original state. What if the demonic beasts attacked Lin and City? However, the Xian group continued to do this. This made many people feel that no one didn't know this logic. The higher-ups of the Xian group weren't fools. Did they have some kind of confidence? Therefore, many entrepreneurs came back. Or rather, many people who originally planned to leave Lin and City chose to stay. Don't be too tired. In the Azura Palace, Lin Xian and Bai Xianxian were strolling and chatting. This isn't tiring. Bai Xianxian shook her head. Each of them was doing their best to help Lin Xian take care of his background. You've worked hard. Bai Xuan's beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Xian. Why do I feel like you're about to die? Bai Xianxian tapped her cheeks, then thought for a while and said, It's like I'm about to die. It's like I'm about to go to the battlefield, and I feel like I won't be able to come back. Don't tell me you've discovered a terminal illness? Lin Xian, what? I was worried about you. But you actually cursed me like this. Do you want me to die quickly and find a wild man? Lin Xian pinched her butt. Bai Xuan's beautiful face slightly blushed. I saw your child. Bai Xian suddenly said. Ah. Lin Xian was stunned. A few days ago, I saw a few people in the group called Linglong Shui carrying a baby out for a meal. They're carrying a baby. That must be your child, right? Bai Xian glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian nodded awkwardly. Seriously, you already have a baby. Why didn't you say anything? How? How would I dare to say it? Xian said helplessly. It's okay. Since everyone is willing to follow you, who would care about this? Said of the said of the s, said of the said. Use. S-use. Use. Said by said s's. S buys. S. Is there something wrong with your head? Bai Xian was stunned. Which man would like to be controlled by a woman? Wouldn't a normal man want a woman to not care about him? And he wanted a woman to control him? Lin Xian really wanted a woman to control him. Maybe it was because he missed Linya too much. In the past, Linya was the one who controlled him. Later on, when Lin Xian grew up, she didn't need to control him anymore. Then, all the women around Lin Xian were obedient to him. Lin Xian really missed the feeling of being controlled. Maybe this was called not appreciating one's good fortune. Cough, cough, cough. Really, I hope to be controlled by a girl. Do you want me to control you? If you're willing, I can help you. Bai Xian smiled. And you have to be home before 10 p.m. You're not allowed to smoke at home. You can't talk when eating or sleeping. You're not allowed to bring girls home to spend the night. You have to reply to any messages within seconds, and stop. Forget it. Lin Xian pulled his head back. Who could stand this? Bai Xuan's lips curled up as she looked at Lin Xian. Hypocritical man. Bai Xian said indifferently. I think you're asking for a slap. Lin Xian said fiercely. Come on. Bai Xian gave Lin Xian a provocative look. Lin Xian, don't force me. I've accumulated quite a bit of anger in this half a month. I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Lin Xian. Bai Xian. It seemed a little scary. Forget it. I think you're in a hurry to see your baby. Go ahead. Bai Xian said. Bai Xian understood Lin Xian very well. Normally, Lin Xian wouldn't talk nonsense and would have dragged her to the room. He must be thinking of going to see his baby. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, they already had child. Lin Xian really missed them dearly. He missed Xiao Linglong and the rest more than little Shi and little Tianny. Then I'll go. Lin Xian smiled and gave her a peck on the cheek. Go ahead, hypocritical man. Bai Xian said. Go. I'll deal with you when I have time. Bai Xian smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Fine. I'll remember this expression of yours. Just you wait. Lin Xian said fiercely. Fisk. Bai Xian rolled her eyes. Lin Xian, I'm going. Lin Xian waved his hand and walked away. Bai Xian shook her head helplessly. What a playboy. Perhaps this was what a scumbag was. Lin Xian was helpless. This Bai Xian, I have to teach her a lesson. But now, it's more important to see his two babies. Hello, babies, I'm back. Lin Xian released his spatial energy and arrived at Linglong Shui and the rest residents. Then, all of them turned to look at Lin Xian with their beautiful eyes. Big brother. Little Dragoni happily flew to Lin Xian's shoulder and kissed Lin Xian's face. Fuck. Lin Xian then looked at the people inside with a dumbfounded expression. Linglong Shui, Linglong Yu, Bing Ling Yue, little Shi, little Tianny, Yiren Bing, it doesn't seem to be anything wrong. But why the fuck is there another person? Lin Xian was stunned when he saw the person. Huang Shi. Isn't this fucking Huang Shi? She's the demon god from the second demon god palace. The one Lin Xian fucked during the Tianwu conference. Fuck. Why is she here? Huang Shi looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and the corners of her mouth curved up slightly. Gulped out. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Originally, he came in high spirits and was very excited. Then he saw this woman. This woman is actually nothing special. But why is she here? Why? Cough, cough. You. Why are you here? Lin Xian looked at Huang. She awkwardly. Chapter 1377. Lin Xian didn't find it strange that Huang, she was able to find this place. With her ability, this is simply a simple matter. But why did she come here? And from the looks of it, she seems to be getting along well with Xiao Linglong and Xian. It seems to be okay. The corner of Huang Xi's mouth curled up slightly, and she let out a soft oomph. It was only coming from her nose, and almost no other sound could be heard. She then looked at Lin Xian and said, "Let's play." Lin Xian. The more it's like this, the more Lin Xian panicked. Xiao Longer, what is he doing here? Lin Xian whispered to Xiao Longer in his arms. Woo! Xiao Longer shook her little head. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Fuck! Who cares what she's doing here? Lin Xian is not afraid of her. Lin Xian's worry isn't because he's afraid of her. Fuck! Why should I be afraid of her? Lin Xian has already ridden this woman before. Why should I be afraid of her? Lin Xian's worry is that she's here to say bad things. What if Xiao Linglong and Xi misunderstand? Also, if I do her, will Xiao Linglong and Xi be unhappy? Lin Xian was panicking about this and nothing else. It was true. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Then under the gaze of the women, he sat down next to Linglong Shui. When Lin Xian sat next to her, he felt a comfortable feeling. It's very safe. Sob, sob, sob. I like this feeling of being protected. Don't look at me. What made Lin Xian most uncomfortable was that this group of unbelievably beautiful women were all looking at him with their beautiful eyes. Who else should we look at if not you? Yiren Bing said with a slight smile. Hey, if you look at me, I'll feel guilty. That's because you already have a guilty conscience, so looking at you will make you feel guilty. Yiren Bing said. Lin Xian pondered about something. What is he guilty about? Sleeping with girls? It's not like they don't know. Go, I want to eat. I abandoned dozens of beautiful girls just to come and see you. Lin Xian said. Young Master Lin Xian, I'm sorry. Yiren Bing said with a smirk. Lin Xian. This Yiren Bing, she did it on purpose. Bing Lingyue smiled and said, All right, stop fooling around. I'm going to cook. What do you want to eat? Bing Linglong looked at Lin Xian's beautiful eyes. Eat everything you cook. Bing. S. Huang. S.S. Huang. She turned to look at Bing Lingyue. Was this the reason why he liked this woman more in the past? Everyone joked with him and saw how embarrassed he was. In the end, she stood up for him and went to cook. Indeed, if she was a man, she might like this kind of girl more, and not the unreasonable girl who acted coquettishly around him. I'll go help Sister Bing. Ling Longyue ran in. Xiao sure. Lin Xian reached out and patted Xiao sure in Ling Long Shui's arms, indicating that he wanted to hug her. They hadn't seen each other for a month. Xiao sure was getting prettier and looked like she had grown up a lot. She was fair and tender. When she grew up, she would definitely be a beauty like her mother. Lin Xian's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian. Then she pouted and turned her head proudly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, no, this girl doesn't seem to like me very much. Lin Xian moved closer. Linglong Shui smiled. It's not that she doesn't like you. It's just that she seems to be a little resistant to the opposite sex. Then Lin Xian saw Xiao sure reach out and kick the pitiful little Tianny who was being bullied by her. This little girl. Lin Xian then reached out and pulled her into his arms. After being in Lin Xian's arms, she was quite obedient. Lin Xian felt that it wasn't that she was resistant to the opposite sex, but that she was too smart. She might even have been born with a high IQ, which could be seen many times in the past. Huang Shi looked at this scene with envy. I'll go make some food. Huang Shi stood up and said lightly. Lin Xian looked at her and said, You don't have to. And Huang Shi's beautiful eyes swept over Lin Xian. Lin Xian knew how noble this woman was. She wouldn't be able to adapt to a relatively ordinary life in a short time. She was more suited to the aura of someone who could do things for her with just a flick of her finger. "You're suitable for eating," Lin Xian said. Huangxi's lips curled up slightly. "I'm here to play for a few days and also to adapt to human life. Don't worry, I'll leave in a few days." After saying that, she walked into the kitchen. Lin Xian then quietly asked Bing, Hey, what's going on? What's she doing here?" "You're asking me, but who should I ask?" Bing hugged little Tianny, played with his little hand, and said, Lin Xian. Lin Xian held Xiao Shi's little hand and then looked at Ling Long Shui. "She's here to find Ling Yu. They seem to know each other before. Although Ling Yu can't remember, she still knows you," Ling Long Shui said. Bing definitely knew who Huangxi was. She was also very surprised that Huangxi came here, okay? This Lin Xian, not only did he make her 10th demon god temple disappear, but now he also wanted to make the 2nd demon god temple disappear. This myriad demon alliance is really pitiful. Let's see if you still dare to let a woman become a demon god in the future. This wasn't a big deal. The main thing was that if a woman became a demon god, who would have thought that a mere human would take both of them? "Have you done it?" Bing asked. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. "I swear, she really seduced me, really." TSK. Bing couldn't be bothered to talk to Lin Xian anymore. This person's luck with women was really good. Ling Long Shui pondered for a moment. "She just came here a few hours ago. We were just chatting, but Ling Long Shui was the one who released Bing Lingwei with Lin Xian." Ling Long Shui clearly knew that Bing Lingwei liked Lin Xian. No, maybe it was Lin Xian's past life. So this woman knew Bing Lingwei and took the initiative to seduce Lin Xian. There was only one possibility. She was similar to Bing Lingwei. She also liked the same person back then, which could be considered as the current Lin Xian. This couldn't be helped. This was really good luck with women. "Then are you going to let her stay here?" Lin Xian asked. "It doesn't matter, but she doesn't seem to want to stay. Didn't she say that she's only here to play for a few days? Who knows? Maybe she'll stay for a lifetime. You can ask for yourself. We don't know." Dragoni flew to Lin Xian's side and sat down obediently. She didn't understand what these adults were talking about. "It's good to be a child. No worries at all." Lin Xian smacked his lips on little Shi's pink cheeks. Little Shi then wiped away Lin Xian's saliva in disgust. Chapter 1378. Ling Long Shui looked at Lin Xian and asked, "How are the results of the Sky Martial Assembly?" "First place." Lin Xian smiled. "Not bad." "Wow, you call this not bad? Your realm is rising very quickly too. You're almost at the virtualization stage," Ling Long Shui said. Lin Xian nodded. "But after reaching the virtualization stage, it's really hard to raise your realm," Ling Long Shui said. "I know." Lin Xian nodded. "I heard that it's very dangerous inside the God's Awakening door." Bing looked at Lin Xian and said, "It's said that many people have never come out after going in." Lin Xian said, "You'll definitely have to go. Be careful." "Got it." Lin Xian grinned. "How long?" Bing asked. 3 months? Lin Xian said. "It said that you can only stay in the God's Awakening door for a maximum of 3 months. If you can't come out in 3 months, it means that you've died." Lin Xian said. 3 months. When you come out, little Shi will probably be gone." Bing looked at Lin Shi in Lin Xian's arms and said, "Yes, but her father can't do anything. Her father has to raise his strength." Lin Xian held her little hand and swung it back and forth. "Forget it. You'll only be there to pick up girls." Bing said, Hey. In order to see these 2 little guys, I really resisted too many temptations and came straight here. I swear." Lin Xian said. "Little Tianny, you can't be a scumbag like him in the future, okay? Men, it's best to be loyal to girls." Bing held Lin Tianny's little hand and taught him earnestly. Lin Xian, uncomfortable. "Then I'll go and help you cook." After Lin Xian finished speaking, he handed Shika over to Ling Long Shui and walked into the kitchen. "I want to eat noodles," Lin Xian said as he pinched Bing Ling Yue's but from behind. Bing Lingyue blushed slightly and said, "Let's have a proper meal. Let's cook." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. Lin Xian glanced at Huang Shi, who was beside him, as her movements seemed particularly unfamiliar. "Elder sister." Huang Shi frowned and turned to look at Lin Xian. "What is it?" "You're celery, not celery leaves." Lin Xian was shocked when he saw Huang Shi washing the vegetables. She left all the celery leaves behind and threw the rest away. Although celery leaves were edible, under normal circumstances, leaves were not eaten. Huang Shi was embarrassed. She really didn't understand. For so many years, it was really her subordinates who served her. But she really wanted to be like Bing Lingyue. She also wanted to be similar to her, because she knew that he would like such a girl more. Actually, Lin Xian wouldn't be like this. He was really different from that Lin Mo. On the contrary, Lin Xian liked Huang Shi's high and mighty temperament even more. She sat on the throne calmly, her slender fingers tapping lightly, her cheeks propped up, her slender legs crossed, and she gave orders casually. This feeling suited her more. "Let me do it," Lin Xian said. Huang Shi then handed the things to Lin Xian. "Just wait for the food obediently," Lin Xian said as he cut the vegetables skillfully. "Yes, you are a guest," Bing Lingyue said with a smile. Huang Shi glanced at Lin Xian and Bing Lingyue. At this time, Lin Xian said, "Also, you don't have to learn how to cook. I prefer the feeling of being scared when I first see you." "Oh, scared?" Huang Shi's lips curved up slightly. "It's the feeling of being noble." Huang Shi was slightly stunned. Sure enough, he was him, and Lin Mo was Lin Mo. You could say that Lin Xian was selfish, or you could say that he was a scumbag. But in fact, this made her feel more at ease. Then, Huang Shi walked out. "What's wrong?" Ling Long Shui asked. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Huang Shi said with a smile. She was very calm. "No, I won't," Ling Long Shui said with a smile. She knew Lin Xian very well. How could he dislike such a beautiful and noble woman? "Miss Huang Shi, do you want to settle down here? We can stay here. You can stay with Lingyu in Lin Xian's house. Lingyu sometimes lives there alone. You can accompany her," Ling Long Shui said. When she heard Ling Long Shui's words, Huang Shi was really tempted. They were both that person's women, and they were both very strong and noble. They must have a lot to talk about. However, she still had the whole second Fey God Temple. She felt that it was not good for her to appear here so suddenly. If she came here, it should be considered as completely changing her life, right? But she really felt that it was quite amazing. The Void Fox and the 10th Fey God Temple's Fey God had given birth to babies for him. She was quite envious. And for him, they could return to a very ordinary life. "No, I'll come here often to see you when I have time," Huang Shi said with a smile. "But you won't be an enemy of the human race, right?" Iren Bing asked. "The 10th Fey God." "No, Missy, you're thinking too much. Although I'm in charge of the 2nd Fey God Temple, even without this matter, my subordinates haven't attacked the human race for a long time," Huang Shi said with a smile. "Then it's fine. Sit down and drink tea together. Do you want a hug?" Iren Bing looked at Huang Shi with a smile. Huang Shi was stunned. "I'll try." Then she walked over, bent down, and gently picked up little Tianny. At this moment, she felt the beauty of the world. If you really can't, you can give birth to a child for Lin Xian. At that time, even if you're not here, at least you won't be lonely in the 2nd Fey God Temple, right? Iren Bing said with a smile. Huang Shi was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled and shook her head. "I'll just go with the flow." They chatted a lot. Lin Xian and Bing Lingyue also chatted a lot in the kitchen. "Food is here." Lin Xian and Bing Lingyue carried out the dishes one by one. Then, little Shi and Tianny's eyes lit up. Intense light. Unfortunately, only little Shi could eat a little bit of watery food. They could only drool and smell the delicious food. Every day, they were so hungry that they were about to cry. Wah wah wah. Delicious, delicious. What's more, Dragoni is always screaming and flying around in excitement when they eat good food every day. This is a test of their mental fortitude. Finally, I can eat Big Brother's delicious food again. Dragoni sat there happily. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then eat more. I made a lot. This meal was very harmonious. Lin Xian also liked this kind of life. But when they were eating, Lin Xian received a message. Chapter 1379. This message was sent to Lin Xian by an anonymous person. The message was very simple. He wanted Lin Xian to meet him at the Rose restaurant in Lin and City at 10 o'clock in the evening. Who was this person? There was also a mark left behind. When Lin Xian saw this mark, he knew who it was. The Evil Fiend Temple. He was a member of the Evil Fiend Temple. That mark was the exclusive mark of the Evil Fiend Temple. Lin Xian had joined the Evil Fiend Temple. Of course, he only joined because he wanted to escape from danger and carry out some plans against the Evil Fiend Temple. Now that the Sky Martial Conference was over, the Evil Fiend Temple probably wanted Lin Xian to do something. This was inevitable. If Lin Xian didn't cooperate, they would even use some forceful methods and threaten Lin Xian's life to make him do something. After all, in the eyes of the Evil Fiend Temple, Lin Xian and the others had taken the poison pill. Their lives were already in their hands. If Lin Xian and the others wanted to live, they had to listen to them. In fact, the poison had been cured by Lin Xian long ago. They definitely wouldn't have thought about it. I'm going out for a while. Lin Xian said. What's the matter? Ling Long Shui asked. Lin Xian laughed. It's nothing. Then Lin Xian walked away. The poison in Lung Wuxin's body was cured by Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian poisoned her with his own poison. Therefore, she was very obedient recently. Moreover, she was getting along well with Bai Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't see Lung Wuxin when he came back. As for why, she didn't come out to see him. When he arrived at the Rose restaurant, Lin Xian sat in the corner. When the time was up, a woman in flirtatious clothes walked in front of Lin Xian and sat there. Lin Xian glanced at her. Sky Venerable Realm. Mr. Lin Xian. The woman smiled and extended her hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and shook her hand. I'm Zhang Xiu. Lin Xian nodded. What business do you have with me? Zhang Xiu smiled and said, First of all, congratulations to Mr. Lin Xian for getting first place in the Tianwu conference. You don't have to say such things. Congratulations, I didn't see you bring me any gifts, Lin Xian said. The corner of Zhang Xiu's mouth twitched, and then he smiled awkwardly. It's like this. The Evil Fiend Temple needs some support from Mr. Lin Xian. Zhang Xiu said. Lin Xian chuckled. What do you mean? I didn't join the Evil Fiend Hall to work for you for free. I didn't get any benefits from the Evil Fiend Hall, and now you want my support? Are you kidding me? Zhang Xiu smiled and said, That's true. We pay attention to mutual benefits. Then, if Mr. Lin Xian needs anything, you can go to the Evil Fiend Hall and discuss it with the elders. After all, Mr. Lin Xian, you do have the capital. Because they believed that Lin Xian's life was in their hands, and Lin Xian's loyalty was absolutely assured, unless he didn't want to live anymore. And it wasn't just Lin Xian, his women were the same. Therefore, the door of the Evil Fiend Hall was open for him. Give me an address. After I'm done here, I'll personally go to the Evil Fiend Hall. Lin Xian said. No problem. As for the address, Mr. Lin Xian knows it's in the Tiandu Shao family. I won't give the Evil Fiend Hall's token to Mr. Lin Xian. When the time comes, an elder will give it to you. Lin Xian nodded. It might take some time because I have to make a trip to the Wind Nation first. Can't you go to the Evil Fiend Hall first before going to the Wind Nation? Zhang Xiu asked. Lin Xian thought for a moment. We'll talk about it later. All right, then I'll go and contact the elders first. Goodbye. After that, Zhang Xiu walked away. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. After going to the Shao family, I have to think of a way to take a picture of the evidence of the Evil Fiend Hall. This way, the three great forces can take action and directly suppress the Shao family. However, what is the approximate strength of the Evil Fiend Hall? Lin Xian then stood up and walked towards Bai Xian. He had to ask that woman, Lung Wuxin, second elder. Zhang Qiu dialed a number in a corner. How is it? I've contacted Lin Xian. What he means is that the evil fiend Hall hasn't given him any benefits yet. It's too much to ask for something from him. Humph. This Lin Xian is quite bold. His life is in the hands of our evil fiend Hall, and he still dares to make a request. Then, threaten him directly? Zhang Qiu asked. No need. Lin Xian is different from the others. This person has great potential and can bring great benefits to the evil fiend Hall. It's best to maintain a good relationship with him and wait until his value is almost used up. Yes. When will he come over? Zhang Qiu said. He said that he might want to go to the Wind Nation. Humph. The other side snorted coldly. This Lin Xian has such a big card. Fuck. His life was in their hands, and he still dared to show off here. Maybe he knows that his value to the evil fiend Hall is very high. So, the old man pondered for a moment, then nodded. That's right, he's a smart person, but it doesn't matter. There's no rush. Looking for him is nothing more than using the art pavilion group. It was just that Lin Xian's attitude made him very unhappy. It wasn't like they begged Lin Xian to come over. Your fucking life is in their hands, and you're still acting like this. You're really awesome. Little did they know that Lin Xian was beating them at their own game. The day Lin Xian went over was the day their evil fiend Hall would be exposed. Destroying the evil fiend Hall in a city was nothing, but destroying the evil fiend Hall was amazing. However, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. Whether to go to the evil fiend Hall or the Wind Nation first was still uncertain. Let's go out for supper. Bai Xianxian stretched and looked at Lung Wuxin beside her. Sure. Lung Wuxin nodded. As soon as the two beautiful women walked out of the door, they saw Lin Xian walking towards them. Seeing Lin Xian, Lung Wuxin frowned slightly. Bai Xianxian was very surprised. Why are you here? Don't you need to accompany others? Bai Xianxian asked. I'm here for something. I knew it. Bai Xianxian rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. If this person didn't have anything to do, he wouldn't have come over. Then, Lin Xian looked at Lung Wuxin and asked, What's the approximate number of experts in the evil fiend Hall? You want to go? Lung Wuxin asked. Don't worry about it. She was speechless. Let's go for supper, Bai Xianxian said. Sure. The few of them went to the restaurant's private room. Lung Wuxin then said to Lin Xian, I'll only tell you what I know, and what I know is only at the level of a few years ago. Because I haven't been to the evil fiend Hall for the past few years, I don't know much about it. Lin Xian nodded. And as long as I know. Lung Wuxin then pondered. Chapter 1380. I won't talk about the unimportant members of the evil god Fire Palace. If it's the Empyrean realm, there are more than 1,000 of them. These are the members who can rush over in the vicinity of the evil god Fire Palace. Lin Xian nodded. There are about 300 people in the higher void stage. Are they all in the Shao family? Lin Xian asked. No, although the Shao family is the headquarters of the evil god Fire Palace. How could all these people be in the Shao family? Some of the people in the nearby Shao family's businesses are also here. There is a huge space under the Shao family, and that is the real evil god Fire Palace. It is very, very big. Lin Xian nodded. What about the Heavenly Dao? I'm not sure about the Heavenly Dao, but there might be. Might? Amen. The Hall Master of the evil god Fire Palace might be the Heavenly Dao. It's also possible for the Great Clan Elder, but the others definitely aren't. This is what I know a few years ago, and it doesn't include the Shao family. Lung Wuxin said. It's not easy. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. These experts aren't many, but they aren't few either. With the capital of the three great forces, they can easily deal with them. However, the more difficult thing is the Shao family is in the downtown area. If a battle of this level were to break out, and if the Heavenly Dao were to be involved, the destruction of the commoners would be unimaginable. Bai Xianxian said. Lin Xian nodded. Amen, as long as I have an idea in my heart, I will go over and take a look when the time comes. You're going over? They all looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian took a sip of wine and grinned. Right now, I'm a member of the evil god Fire Palace. The two girls, Did you meet one of them? Lin Xian nodded his head. Furthermore, they ate the poison pill, but they definitely would not have thought that the poison pill's poison had already been cured by me, yet they were extremely confident that they had already controlled my life and death. Lung Wuxin secretly shook his head. The evil god Fire Palace was definitely going to be destroyed by this Lin Xian. It was truly an unwise choice for the evil divine palace to provoke him. But who would have thought? Lin Xian then looked at Lung Wuxin and said, "Don't even think about telling anyone. The poison pill in your body is similar to the one you ate from the evil fiend hall. If you have any thoughts of rebellion, you'll die as well." Bai Xian said to Lin Xian, "Recently, Wu Xian has contributed a lot to the Azura Palace." Lung Wuxin said nothing. Forget it. We'll talk about it later. I'm going back first." Lin Xian pinched Bai Xian's butt and ran off with a mischievous smile. "Bastard." Bai Xian gritted her teeth. "By the way, why are you willing to be his woman?" Lung Wuxin asked this question for the first time. "Why?" Bai Xian was stunned for a moment, and then she smiled and said, "It can be considered a trade, right? A deal? He saved my grandfather. In return, I choose to follow him." "I see. His medical skills are amazing." Lung Wuxin had to admit. "Yeah, he solved a problem that the entire continent couldn't solve. The demon race's virus, my grandfather's illness, and the poison pill from the evil fiend hall. I really don't know where he learned all these from at such a young age." "Pass it on," Lung Wuxin said. "Other than passing it on, I can't explain anything else. Let's eat. Uncle Murong." On the other side, Lin Xian returned home. He didn't go to Linglong Shue's place because Lin Xian had other things to do. "Little Xian, what's the matter?" Murong Feng was chatting with Lin Xian through video call. He looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Murong Yu happened to be standing behind Murong Feng. She was brewing tea, and she looked like she was cultivating her character. Murong Yu's light blue eyes glanced at Lin Xian, but she didn't walk over. "Yes, it's about the evil fiend hall." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Murong Feng's expression became serious. He looked around and looked at Murong Yu. "Little Yu, go and close the door." "Okay." Murong Yu closed the door. Some of the girls came back with Lin Xian, but Murong Yu followed Murong Feng back to the Murong family. After all, she would be leaving for 3 months, so she decided to accompany her family. "What happened?" Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian. "Your daughter knows about it too." Murong Feng glanced at Murong Yu. Murong Yu then said, "Before we left the Sky Martial Continent, we met people from the evil fiend hall and ate their poison pill." "What?" Hearing Murong Yu's words, Murong Feng shouted out, "But father, don't worry. The poison pill's poison was cured by Lin Xian." "What?" In a few seconds, Murong Feng was shocked twice. Then, Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian in shock. "Lin Xian, you can cure the poison of the evil fiend hall's poison pill?" he asked in disbelief. Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, it was cured." Murong Feng was stunned. The matter that the entire continent couldn't do anything about was solved by Lin Xian. But thinking about it, this wasn't the first time. This brat, what kind of existence was he? "Lin Xian, the temple is willing to pay any price to obtain the formula for the antidote." Lin Xian smiled and said, "No problem, but there's no need to pay any price. If I do something that benefits the human race, I'll be able to accumulate some merit." Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian in shock, but he still hadn't calmed down. "When the time comes, I'll send the formula to Murong Yu, and Murong Yu will give it to you." "Okay." Murong Feng nodded excitedly. This kind of thing really made people excited beyond imagination. The poison pill was gone, which was equivalent to the evil fiend hall's 8 legs being broken. But I want to talk about another matter now. "Speak." Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian. "The people from the evil fiend hall didn't expect me to be able to cure this poison. Therefore, in the eyes of the people from the evil fiend hall, Murong Yu, Ling Ying, and the others are members of the evil fiend hall." Murong Feng nodded. "The evil fiend hall is located in the Tiandu's Shao family." "What? The Shao family? Is the evil fiend hall? Lin Xian shook his head. No, the Xiao family is the headquarters of the evil fiend hall. The Xiao family is a member of the evil fiend hall. Humph. Murong Feng clenched his fists. His eyes flashed with anger. After a while, I will go to the evil fiend hall. At that time, I will think of a way to find out some information about the evil fiend hall and bring out evidence. The rest will be left to Uncle Murong. Don't worry. It's enough for you to do this. Leave the rest to us. Lin Xian nodded in. Wait. Murong Feng suddenly thought of something, looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, do you want to play a bigger game of chess? Lin Xian looked at Murong Feng. Murong Feng lit a cigarette, then stood up and slowly paced back and forth. The Evil Fiend Hall is one of the 5 great halls of the Evil Fiend Hall. The real powerful one is the real Evil Fiend Hall, and you have the opportunity to explore the location of the Evil Fiend Hall. Just the Evil Fiend Hall alone is not enough. If we can find the Evil Fiend Hall, Lin Xian understood Murong Feng's meaning. But they want my art pavilion group. I'm fucking losing so much. Chapter 1381. The Xian group's assets were truly unimaginable. Their appetites might be relatively small at the beginning, but their appetites would definitely get bigger and bigger later on. Furthermore, to the Xian group, they might want 5% or 10% of the shares, but you couldn't imagine how much 10% of the Xian group's shares were worth. Although it was indeed beneficial to the continent, but Murong Feng coughed dryly and said, It's like this. During this period of time, all of the Evil Fiend Shrine's requests for the Xian group will be compensated by the 3 major powers. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. That's fine. Murong Yu helplessly sighed behind him. This Lin Xian. Murong Feng felt that Lin Xian would definitely be put in an important position by the Evil Fiend Shrine. With his background, his talent, and the #1 in the Sky Martial Assembly, he would definitely be put in an important position. In the future, he would definitely become an important person in the Evil Fiend Shrine. Unless the people in the Evil Fiend Shrine were idiots, they would definitely go and nurture Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was an existence that even the 3 major powers wanted to fight over. However, Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian and said, It's like this. Because the Xian group's technology is not below the continent, I'm worried that the Evil Fiend Shrine might want to borrow some of the Xian group's abilities to research and develop some things. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Xian nodded and said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. And I believe you. I'll leave the Evil Fiend Shrine to you. Lin Xian smiled and said, Don't forget that your daughter is also a member of the Evil Fiend Shrine. Murong Feng glanced at Murong Yu behind him and said with a smile, She won't be more important than you. Although Xiao Yu is backed by the temple, the Evil Fiend Shrine is actually afraid of letting her do anything, because the Evil Fiend Shrine also knows what kind of existences are in the temple. They are also worried that they will be exposed. Lin Xian nodded and said, Then I'll hang up first. I have to sleep. Good night. Good night. Lin Xian smiled and said, I'll tell your daughter. Murong Feng, Murong Yu. Lin Xian then hung up the video call. Murong Feng rubbed his temples and looked at his daughter. Little Yu. Dad. Murong Yu very politely looked at Murong Feng. When we reach the God's Awakening door, if possible, it's best to stay with Lin Xian. Murong Feng said. I'll walk by myself, Murong Yu said. Murong Feng shook his head and said, This little brat is not simple. He has a lot of luck on his body. If you travel with him, it might actually be safer. You might even obtain more opportunities. Murong Yu was silent. If it's possible, it's best to go with him. Although the God's Awakening door is a place where one can obtain good fortune through praying, it's also a very dangerous place. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. Murong Yu nodded. I know. I will follow him if I can. Also, cultivate your relationship. Murong Feng smiled and said, Murong Yu, the relationship between the 2 of them, other than Ling Ying and the other girls, no one else knew. However, Morong Feng was simply becoming more and more satisfied with Lin Xian. He had the urge to become this brat's father-in-law. Although Morong Feng knew about the relationship between Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue, there was only one Lin Xian. He was indeed very outstanding. If his daughter liked him, he wouldn't mind. Dad. Morong Feng smiled and rubbed Murong Yu's sky-blue hair. Although there are some things that I know, there is only one Lin Xian. If you like him, Dad will support you. Your mom will definitely support you as well. This world, as time passes, it will become more and more like a world where the strong are respected. When that time comes, rules and laws will become more and more useless. Moreover, Lin Xian has a divine body like you. You two are the most compatible. Murong Yu didn't say anything. She only nodded slightly. Seeing his daughter nod, Morong Feng seemed to have guessed something. After half a year in the divine realm, they should have cultivated a lot of feelings. It was quite good. Go and rest. There is no harm in bringing more equipment to the God's awakening door. Although I don't know what is inside the God's awakening door, it must be a secret realm or a small world. Understood. On the other side, Lin Xian was lying in his house with nothing to do. It was so boring. Bing Linghua also didn't come back. He didn't know if she would come back tonight. Maybe she would stay at Linglong Shue's place. How was he going to spend the night? There were so many girls there. Lin Xian was afraid of going there, especially when Huangshi was there. He would rather not sleep at night without girls. Damn, I have so many girls and I can't find one to sleep with? Lin Xian looked around. Was it Luo Qinxi or Bai Xianxian? Or Leng Wuxin? As for the other girls, he wouldn't touch them first. Time to find Bai Xianxian. Lin Xian went to the Azura Palace again. Bai Xianxian and Leng Wuxin had just finished supper and came back from the night market. They were sitting in the courtyard, enjoying the wind and chatting while looking at the stars. Then, Lin Xian came. Why are you here again? Bai Xianxian looked at Lin Xian in surprise. I want to spend the night with you. Lin Xian smiled and walked over. Bai Xianxian. Leng Wuxin heard this and quickly got up to leave. Where are you going? Lin Xian glanced at her. Rest. Leng Wuxin said calmly. Go take a shower. I will find you later. Leng Wuxin. She didn't say anything and left. Bai Xianxian glanced at Lin Xian. No matter what, she is a girl and she is very arrogant. You are too much, Bai Xianxian said to Lin Xian. Damn. If I had been soft-hearted, I would have been killed by her. Bai Xianxian understood this. After spending some time together, she felt that Leng Wuxi was quite good. She was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Let's go take a shower. What are you doing? Aren't you going to find her? Bai Xianxian glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled evilly and hugged her slim waist. Let's go together. Bai Xianxian. Damn, this scumbag. Bastard. Since you said that I am a bastard, I will definitely be a bastard in front of you. Let's go. Then, Lin Xian carried her and ran to the room. Bai Xianxian. When Lin Xian brought Bai Xianxian to Leng Wuxin's room, Leng Wuxin, who had just taken a shower, was stunned. She frowned. This Lin Xian, it was not the first time he forced himself on her. Now, he even brought Bai Xianxian in. What was he doing? You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.